Welcome. Good evening, everybody.
Okay, I'll send her an email.
Welcome to a special meeting that we have set for Monday, December 5th. We're going to check in with our clerk to see if we've got a quorum. We're okay? All right, why don't we commence the meeting then? Tony, could you please read the roll?
Jimenez, Perales,
Present.
Cohen, here. Carrasco,
Present.
Davis,
Here.
Esparza,
Here.
Arenas, Foley,
Here.
Mahan, here. Jones, Liccardo.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. All right, I want to first defer to Tony because obviously there's a special meeting on filling the vacancies in Council's District 8 and 10. Do we have any presentation from the city clerk's office or from?
I don't have a PowerPoint, but I'm prepared to talk about what your options are and why we're here.
Sure. Why don't we do that, Tony, and then we'll go right to public comment.
Okay, I'm going to take off my mask.
If I could, before you begin, if I could ask everyone to please have a seat. I want to make sure everyone's able to hear Tony when she describes the process. Thank you, Tony.
Okay, so the city charter provides the 3 options the city council can take when there's a vacancy.
Okay, it sounds like maybe you can get a little closer to the mic.
Okay, I am leaning as far as I can. Okay, so the city council has 3 options that they can take when filling a vacancy. That's an unanticipated vacancy that happens between elections. One is to just fill by appointment for the remainder of the term. Another is to call a special election. And the third is an interim appointment where you appoint somebody until there's election. So that could be appointing a temporary council member until there's a special election. So historically in the city, I went back through the elections back to 1994. In 1994, there was a council member who was recalled and an appointment was made rather than a special election to fill that term. And then in 1995, Joe Head resigned his position as a city council member, and there was a special election held to replace Joe Head. In 2000, Manny Diaz was elected to the California State Assembly, and a special election was held to replace him. In 2005, Terry Gregory resigned, and a special election was held to replace Terry Gregory. In 2006, we had 2 vacancies. Ken Yeager and Chuck Reed both were elected to higher office, and we held special elections for both of those positions. And then in 2014, Kansan Chu was elected to the California State Assembly, and a special election was called to fill his term with an interim appointment to fill the office between the vacancy and the special election. We currently have 2 vacancies upcoming in Districts 8 and 10, pending the certification of the election, but it looks like we'll have the 2 vacancies in Districts 8 and 10. So the council needs to come to a decision if they want to hold a special election to fill that office, to do an appointment, or to do both an interim appointment and a special election. And let me go over the costs and the timeline. In the memo, I have a timeline of May 16th, but in further consultation with the ROV and the attorney's office, we could back a special election up to April 25th, which would open a nomination period on January 3rd. So as soon as we come back from furlough, I've already started preparing the materials because it takes a while to prepare nomination materials. So we are proposing to back up the timeline to April 25th. And then we have the estimates of the election range between $1,900,000 for the first election, and with a high estimate of $2,900,000. And then for the runoff election, an estimate of $1.8 million with a high of $2.8. I did run some estimates versus actuals for the elections in 2018 and 20. And on average, we're paying about 84.5% of estimate on those elections. So I'm not guaranteeing one way or another with these estimates, but just know that there is a history of coming in a little bit under the estimate. And that's the presentation I have for you.
Thank you, Tony. Thank you for that information. I'd like to next go to public comment, unless there are any burning questions for Tony about what she has just said, for clarification.
Yes.
Okay, Councilmember Foley, we're just gonna have questions for clarification. We'll save any comments for after the public is heard.
Thank you, Mayor. Tony, you mentioned that the election has a price of $1.9 million, and I would like you to clarify if that is for District 8, $1.9 million, and District 10, or it's total?
Sorry, you're right. It is, that is per district.
Per district?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right, other questions for clarification? And I'm not yet up on Zoom, so Councilmember Mahan.
Thank you, Tony. The 84% of estimate on average that you listed, is that the top of the range, the bottom of the range, or the midpoint?
We don't typically get a range for regular elections, so the estimates come in a little different for regular elections, but I did pull what we were estimated versus the actual, and it came in about 86.
Got it. And then second question is, did you isolate or have you broken out the cost specifically of just mailing the ballots versus other costs?
No. Like the postage and printing costs of that? No.
Okay.
Because I don't get a detailed breakdown that goes like line by line. I get just sort of like the total.
Understood.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Tony, if I could just ask with regard to the cost of the elections, based on your experience of the actual cost that you get billed relative to the estimate, which is what we've been provided, I think the registrar made it clear to me in an email today that she was simply providing an estimate.
Right.
How does that actual cost typically compare to the estimate that's provided?
In 2020, we paid 83% of the estimate. So the estimate was 2.2 million, and we paid 1.8.
And that was the low end estimate?
That we didn't get a range for that.
Oh, you just got a single number?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then in 2018, our estimate was 1.6, but our estimate's 1.9, and we paid 1.6.
Okay.
But that was for one election, that's not for both, but
Understood.
it's typical, the same.
The typical is the actual cost is something less.
Yeah, but, I mean, I can't guarantee that.
Sure.
Election, the postage is a factor. The amount of money that paid to the election workers, the more people mail in their ballots, the more postage we pay. And then
Okay.
there's other factors that I'm not going to talk like I know exactly all of the different pieces of the puzzle that the ROV puts together, because her job is way more complicated.
Thank you, Tony. Councilmember Jimenez?
I didn't realize my button was pushed. No question.
I'm sorry, that may have been from prior meeting. I'm actually not able to get on Zoom right now, so Tony, can you tell me if any of my colleagues have their hands up? Just to
Councilmember
ask.
Davis?
Okay, Councilmember Davis, questions for clarification?
Yes, thank you, Tony, for talking about the earliest that the first election could be is April 25th. And when would be the runoff if there was a runoff?
July 11th.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Okay, unless there are other questions, let's go now to public comment. And I think we'll begin with the members of the public who are here in chambers. still.
Yes. I have, I'm going to call 4 names, so when you hear your name, please come down to the microphone. In no particular order: Tom McHenry, Cheryl L., Lon Bowie, and Joni Murphy.
Mayor, will they be given 2 minutes or 1 minute?
I'm not able to get on Zoom right now, but right now, 2 minutes. We'll see as we get later in the evening if we need to shorten it up in order to get our work done. We will. But for now, it'll be 2 minutes, and we'll see how many folks we can hear from first. Okay. Welcome, Mayor McHenry.
He's first, and that's him.
Good evening. Vacancies are filling up a little bit. Mr. Mayor, members of the council, the first time I came to a council meeting was with my dad. I was about 12. Everybody was smoking up there, I think, and every one of them was a man. Since then, I've had the honor to attend a lot of meetings. I was bookended by 2 remarkable mayors, Janet Gray Hayes and Susan Hammer. We did our best. We controlled growth. We built the tax base, a few museums, but most importantly, we passed and implemented district elections, giving every neighborhood, not just 2, a seat, the seats that are filled up there by the individuals that have the honor to be there. It worked because people knew them and got to vote for them. When I read that you were considering as a council appointments as opposed to letting Evergreen and Almaden vote, I was shocked and then angry. Do you really want to imitate the politics that we see other places in the country? Do you actually want to forbid people from voting for their elected representatives as large as congressional districts? And then do you perhaps, at the worst, want to impede and interfere with people who have won an election? I don't want to see this council or this city demeaned. And I think the most important vote for many of you here and on Zoom is the vote tonight. It may be the worst vote for some of you. It'll certainly be the most unfortunate for the citizens of San Jose. This is a city with district elections in a nation where shameful attempts are made to restrict people's right to vote. And no matter what excuse you use, financial or other, don't think you're fooling anyone with why you're voting. And no matter what excuse you use, people will remember. And they should remember, just as they remember all that you do up here. Please do what is right tonight. Please let people vote.
Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker.
Thank you. My name is Joni Murphy, and I am in District 10, and I applaud the gentleman that just spoke before me because I think he said an eloquent number of words to express what a lot of us as citizens of San Jose are feeling. So right then and there, please imprint his words in your heart and do the right thing. I think that the people should choose who the representative is, not council people who don't live in their district. That's just representation that we broke away from Great Britain so many years ago for this very same ideal. The people get to vote and represent the people. The government takes a lesser role. The people, I want to say it over and over again with my heart, the people should get to vote. We understand that we can make excuses of different types of financial influences, but in the long run, we the people should have the representation that we deserve in our district. It's the bottom line, not politicians. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. Also, before the next speaker starts, Joe Kawanami and Brenda Donin, please come down. Go ahead.
Good evening. Dear council members, my name is Lon Bui, and I am a resident of San Jose for 4 decades. You were elected officials entrusted by voters who delegate the right to you to decide important matters of the city of San Jose. You were voted in by the people. The matter of this special election, of this special meeting today, is for either to decide a special election for the 2 seats of the District 8 and District 10, or to suppress it. Please listen to people who want to elect their representative in this district. Please allow people a special election. Please let people vote for their representative. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, yeah, I live in District 3, and I'd like to say that 80% of the voters in District 8 are Asian, Latino, people of color, 80%. 41% of the voters in District 10 are members of historically oppressed racial and ethnic groups. Half of them are women. Let's be crystal clear. To deny them an election perpetuates the long history of local government denying suffrage to people based on race and gender. Congratulations on bringing back the spirit of Jim Crow, redlining, internment camps, and the Chinese Exclusion Act. And why? For less money than VTA spends in a day running empty light rail trolleys around our downtown? They're immigrants, small business owners, taxpayers, students, many of whom worked hard to get the right to vote. They are my friends, they're your friends, they're our community. And somehow you think it's okay to disenfranchise them. It's not. This concept of appointments is on the wrong side of history, the wrong side of ethics, and the wrong side of common decency. You are turning the clock back over 100 years and offending the legacies and sacrifices of the American heroes who put it all on the line for the right to vote. Please let the people vote. Let the people have an election. Thank you.
Thank you. Hold on.
I'm
Okay.
going to have to ask
Yeah.
if you could please hold your applause. We have a lot of people we want to hear from tonight, and if you do applaud, it just slows everything down. It means we won't be able to hear from the person who's speaking. So with apologies, thank you.
And also, before you start, I would like to call Jason Zhu and June Tran and Jonathan Padilla down. Go ahead.
Hello, council people. Thank you very much for being here. And we want the right to be able to pick our council members. Let us vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Thank you. I live in District 10, and I'm a member of the Let Me Vote SJ ad hoc grassroots organization. We are not affiliated with any elected official. Let Me Vote SJ formed some days after the November 6th Rules Committee meeting, which I attended and spoke at in favor of a special election. And our website went live on November 20th with the purpose to inform our fellow citizens that democracy is at risk. By November 26th, we had 180 people had signed our petition. As of 10 a.m. this morning, we have over 400 had signed. These folks are from every council district, with less than half from D8 and D10. So over 200 of these petitioners are not from D8 or D10. So I guess I'm here tonight representing over 400 San Joseans who are urging the city council to support a special election. I am just one of these many. Please vote for a special election and our priceless right to vote for our representative. Stand up and make some noise if you are in favor of a special election right now.
Thank you. Okay.
We'll try this one more time. We very much appreciate the desire of everyone to speak, but the speaking is going to be done here at the microphone. You're certainly permitted to stand up if you'd like to, but not to chant and to applaud and so forth, or we're going to have a very difficult time getting through a very long evening. So I plead with you, please allow the people to speak at the microphone. That's how we'll best hear you. Thank you all. And by the way, anyone who encourages somebody to stand up and cheer will be asked to leave. So please, let's do it in a way so that we can hear everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Specifically today, I come here to talk to you guys and about this issue. I'm for the position to let us vote. And I wanted to talk to you from two concepts. One is called DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion. We have D8 and D10. We have more than 50% minority. And just look at yourself. Where's my representation here? I don't see that. So I wanted to vote for my folks that's representing my interest. I don't want anybody to point someone, bureaucrats, to represent my interest. So I want to be included. And what's the equity? Equity is outcome. I want someone to have representing on this council, representing my interests. That's the outcome. The second thing I want to talk to you about is called voter suppression. That is defined as a group or groups or government officers putting obstacle and try to remove people's rights to vote. And I think this is exactly a typical case of voter suppression. So with those two things, if you vote against letting us to pick our representative, I would say this is a case of racial discrimination, and I want to put this on your conscience. You can get up in the middle of the night or in the morning, look at yourself in the mirror, and can you deny our rights to pick our own representative? Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. Also, Daniel Chung, Maurice Webb, and Bill Wallace, come on down. And if you guys can say your first name so we know which card to set aside. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is June Tran, and I've been a resident of District 8 for 30 years. I fled a country that we have no right to vote, and I'm blessed to be here because voting is a fundamental right for all citizens in the United States. We have had 5 special elections in the past. This special election is nothing different than the last 5. The majority of council here are supported by majority backed by laborers and special interests. and majority of them don't live in District 8 and District 10. So I ask all council, please do not deny all the right to vote. Please let the people decide and to have a special election, and please vote from your heart. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Mayor Liccardo, council members, I'm Jonathan Padilla. I'm a lifelong D8 resident. I've known most of you for the last 10, 15 years. I worked for Councilmember Mon Nguyen for a number of years before going overseas. I had the privilege and the blessing to get a scholarship to Oxford and Tsinghua. I've seen democracy in real life overseas. I spent a summer in Kenya and saw the electoral turmoil over their election in 2017. I then got to see the Party Congress in Beijing later that year. Those were both mockeries of democracy. People wanted to participate. People wanted to have their voice counted. And as a lifelong San Josean who's worked in party politics in both the chamber and the Labor Council, I feel immensely frustrated that we're even having this debate and that the special interests and the talking points have aligned so that there's an appointment and not an election. I've left politics now and work as a technology executive. As somebody who is a fiscal steward, I understand the difference between value and values. It's one letter, but immense difference. We have to be a value-led society, not a values-led society, not a value-led society. If we focus on the dollars and cents of democracy, we put a price that simply shouldn't be taken into consideration. There's nothing more fundamentally important than the ability for a citizen to cast his or her vote. And by focusing on these argumentation of dollars and costs, we're missing the bigger point. I'll end with this. I think there's a lot of special interest pressure in the council. Winston Churchill said, "Courage is the most important virtue because it is the virtue that guarantees all others." What I ask simply to my councilman, Councilmember Arenas, and all the other council members here today is have the courage to say no to special interest.
Thank you. Next speaker. Next speaker, also have Gail Osmer, Mary Pollitt, Rick Kovacic, and Lily Liang.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Mayor-elect, and council members. My name is Maurice Webb. I've been a voter in every San Jose Council election since 1988, and I am appalled that the City Council would disenfranchise me by taking away my right to vote for my council representative. This has never happened in the last 25 years, and for this council to take us back to the old days of roughshod government would be a black eye on the future of San Jose. 20% of our city's voters would be cheated out of their right to elect their own representative. 20% disenfranchised. Why would the citizens of this city ever trust the council again if this is allowed to proceed? The San Jose Mercury News suggests a mail-in only election, since 93% of us do that anyway, and for unanimous council selection of interim councillors that are not candidates to fill the seats until the special election. That sounds like a great suggestion to me. San Jose has a tenuous claim on the capital of Silicon Valley. Please don't let our neighborhood cities shame us and take away that title. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
As the next speaker comes up, I just want to make an announcement. It's obvious to me now as I'm on Zoom, we have more than 350 people on Zoom, and obviously many people want to speak now. I want to make sure everyone has a chance to speak tonight, and we're going to be concluding at midnight. So we're going to shorten, at 6 o'clock p.m., we're going to shorten public comment to 1 minute. So we'll take as many comments as we can until 6 p.m., and then we'll shorten them to 1 minute so that we can get everybody's testimony in. I want to apologize now to everyone who's waiting patiently to speak, but we just want to make sure we hear everyone's voice. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Daniel Chung. I live in San Jose in District 6. So my remarks tonight are particularly directed at Councilmember Davis, but also to the rest of this council. I had the privilege of running for Santa Clara County District Attorney this past June, and elections are a special matter in our country, and they should be honored in our county and our city as well. I don't live in District 8 and District 10, and my representative and the other council members who don't live there should not be the ones who are making this decision. The people should be deciding who their representatives are, even on this city council. This special election will be a drop in the bucket. This council spends about $6.2 million on an ice center fund, $3 million on a golf fund. This is going to cost the city a drop in the bucket compared to the billions of dollars that it spends every year. For the last 5 vacancies, this city council has held special elections. There is no good reason why we should depart from that tradition today. You, by appointing someone, are going to be giving someone the power of incumbency. Incumbency is incredibly difficult to challenge, and people should have to earn their right on that seat. They should have to go knock on the doors, put up the signs, do everything that is necessary in retail politics so that their voters understand who they are and feel like their voices are being heard and represented. So I urge this entire city council to let the people decide. Thank you.
Thank you. Next. Okay. Please don't applaud because other people can't hear me call their names. Thank you. Next speaker. Go ahead.
Bill Wallace, District 9. Now, I came in here with a different thought about the elections that are, the replacing the council members. I was in favor of appointments. However, listening to all these people, it makes me stop and think about something. I think I'm very much in favor of elections and electing our representatives. What I see is the short time in which the election is going to take place. It seems to me that it's going to be represented by somebody who has money. And that, to me, is a detriment to any election when money rules and determines who is elected. And another aspect that is of consideration is that there'll be a long time span between now and when somebody is finally elected. How are the people in these districts going to be represented? This is a shortfall in terms of having elections that get drug out quite a ways. And so this is the issues that I think are important when you're making your decision, is that is money going to rule in electing a candidate? And as the gentleman prior to me just said, incumbency is hard to overcome. So it's a major factor in my thinking. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening. My name is Mary, voters in District 8. I am here to urge you to give us a special election where the voters in District 8 and 10 can choose their representative. Your argues that budget can be saved. 1.9 million each, that's a 3.8 million. That's about 1/14 of 1% of the city budget. We are taxpayers. We work every day to pay tax into the city. We deserve to have our voice heard. If your argument as the voter turnout might be low, let me tell you, if 9 of you decided to vote for election, I guarantee you there will be more than 9 of us in District 8 and 10 will show up to vote. I look at the names right now in the chamber. Some of you either termed out or voted out. Some of you move up, move aside. I am asking you, if you are considered to run again for any seat, for any of our votes in the future, We are watching your vote tonight. We are voters, and we will be here. We will be involved. Stay involved in the city. We will vote. So please give us a chance
Thank you.
to vote.
Next speaker.
Hi. My name is Lily Liang, and I'm a resident in D10. So councilman is our voice to the government. None of you are living in D10. How do you know what is the best interest of us? So San Jose has 30% of Asians, and most of them are living in D8 and D10. We need to vote that person fair and square from our own community, not being dictated by your simply because all of you took the opposition of a majority people's decision at the mayor election in the past. So this time, even there are less people coming out to vote for the 2 seats, it's much better. More democracy than your handful council members' choice. The money costs should never be a reason in democracy country. Democracy comes with a price. We don't need a collusion of a political interest. Please don't underestimate residents' fight for their rights. If you do appoint person, we will get him recalled. It'll be a further cost. So one day, you'll all be like us when your term is over. Do you want city few people decide for your life? If your answer is no, so please let us vote.
Thank you. Okay, I'd like to call Ann Webb, Sandra Weber, and Sarah Wang. Go ahead.
Hi, good evening. This is not fiscal responsibility. This is fiscal irresponsibility. And how many millions are you going to be spending on this special election? I'm sorry, but we have unhoused people out there. We have seniors out there sleeping on the ground. Does anybody in this room care about that? Is it just about a special election? Please, we don't need to have this special election, because it's the responsibility, the money. We can open up other owls in certain districts that don't have anything. Let's not do this. I know everybody in this audience thinks it's, wonderful, we should be doing it, freedom of speech, but we have people sleeping on the ground. We have seniors like our mom and our dad. So please, let the council pick, vote. Let's do this, okay? And let's get it done and think about other people that might be sleeping on the street, and how many more deaths do you want on your hands? Thank you.
No, I'm doing it. No.
I want to remind everyone that we're here to hear from everyone at that microphone. Please let your voice be heard at the microphone, and so we can move along. Please, sir.
Honorable Mayor, City Council members that are here and not here tonight, it is worthwhile to consider all the options. That's your job, right? There are options. An option to appoint, an option to hold a special election, or an interim appointment. But how fortunate you are to be able to debate, discuss, and vote on that. That's the same thing I think we're asking for, is the ability to express ourselves through our vote in our district. I don't know if I introduced myself. I'm Rick Kowalczyk. I live in District 8. I have a business in District 10. My staff is super, super diverse. Anything you can imagine in our community is represented on my staff, including somebody who just a month ago earned the right to vote. What a beautiful thing for him to be able to vote in this election. So you have to consider the options. That's the job. That's totally fair. An appointment is fast. It's not transparent. It's not representative. It's kind of an insider move. We know that. No one's surprised. We know what it is. A special election is democratic. It preserves voter integrity. There's some cost, but do you really want your greatest cost savings on your record to be the savings from stopping an election? I think there's better things to save money on and look at. So there's lots of signs, lots of pressure on you, but at the end of the day, you have to, evaluate this and figure out what's best. The real pressure, I hope, is the pressure to do the right thing and allow the representatives of each community to vote and elect their representatives. That's why we're here, and I really strongly encourage you to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, my name's David Pandori. I was a former member of the council. I recently retired from the DA's office. Probably the two worst combinations you could have in a career of being a politician and a lawyer. I wanted to offer a little bit of perspective, a little historical perspective for some of the council members. I'm still trying to get over the fact that somebody was recalled in 1994. I was on that council. I know it wasn't me, but one thing seriously that existed prior to district elections was the charter provision that allowed appointment for vacancies. That doesn't work the same way today. I'll give you an example. If the council goes ahead and allows appointments by a vote of the council, you can do that lawfully in here, but if you step outside this building and you try to vote for those vacancies, first off, I did hear the one speaker who said, well, 9 of you might show up. I hope you don't. It would be voter fraud. You can't show up at those elections. Matt's the only one who could show up at the District 10 election. Councilmember Arenas is the only one who could show up at the District 8. If any of you voted outside this building, you'd commit a crime. Democracy is not about efficiency. Justice is not about efficiency. It's about fairness. Democracy gives power to the powerless. It gives a voice to a single voter and empowers that voice when it's united with other voices. That's what elections do. That's what the labor movement was supposed to do. They give a voice to the powerless and empower individuals who unite together. But for some reason, labor isn't being true to that mission. And they're the powerful opposition to this. Please don't listen to that. Please leave a legacy of fairness and democracy. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Mr. Mayor, council members, my name is Ann Webb. I'm speaking in favor of a special election. And quoting State Senator Dave Cortese, then a council member on this particular subject, and I quote, "This vacancy should and must be filled by an election. The council majority, as most outside observers are aware, is a strict voting bloc. No voting bloc, especially one which pledges strict allegiance to an outside interest, should be allowed to handpick elected officials. To allow any council voting bloc to railroad such a process would be to extend its leverage well beyond the limits of good government. Any movement in the direction of a quick appointment should be met with a huge public outcry, and that's what we are seeing tonight. And that is why I am here. Our democratic rights are being trampled in other parts of the country. Let us not lose them in this little corner of the world. Let democracy reign."
Thank you. Before you begin, let me call Maxwell Love, Sue Ruggles, and Michael Fitzgerald. Go ahead.
Mayor and council members, thank you for hearing us. My name is Sandra Weber, and I am District 6. I'm from District 6. An objection to holding a special election is cost. More costly would be appointed council members with half-hearted support of constituents who felt they did not have an opportunity to have their voices heard, their vote. During the current political environment of a pendulum shift, exemplified by a majority of San Joseans selecting a leader in which the majority of the council members did not support. If council appoints the 2 vacant seats, there would exist more than a shadow of a doubt underlying the voters' intent for a directional shift in leadership. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening. My name is Sarah Wing, and I live in San Jose for more than 20 years. And I think City Council should be and has always been elected by the voters, representing the constituent of the district. So don't tell me because election costs money, then we should not have election. I came from communist China, so democracy is priceless to me. Nothing can override democracy. So, dear council member, I urge you tonight to do the right thing and don't suppress our right to vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, council member. Let me cut to the chase. Matt, did you earn that position through the democratic process? Thank you. If I were you, I would ask for the same exact process for your replacement. I would like to ask the same question for Sylvia, but she's not here. So I'm going to go to all of you. Each and every one of you earned your power seat through democratic process, not appointment nor assignment. I have been around for 50 years in the area, and in the last 44, I've been voting like crazy. And if I am stopped to do that job, I would be as mad as hell. Mr. Mayor and council member, Merry Christmas and Happy New Year.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Sue, and I'm in District 9. Thank you, Mayor and council members. I am here tonight, and I represent hundreds, if not thousands, of people who would like to request that you do allow for elections for the next 2 districts members. Your job is not to appoint, but to allow us to uphold the democratic process. It is important, it is the most important of highest priority to maintain the democratic representative form of government, to be a fair and honest election, where the citizens have the right to vote and the majority of the people are the ones who choose who is going to represent them. It's crucial and it's irrespective of cost. The cost does not matter. If we don't have the freedom, if we don't have the right to vote, what do we have? So I am requesting that you move quickly to hold a special election for the people of Districts 8 and 10, for them to vote on who is going to represent them in 23 and 24. Protect our right to vote and do the right thing. Thank you for your time.
Good evening. My name is Maxwell Love, resident of District 10, and I'm a senior at Oakwood High School, here to advocate for special elections in City Council. Let's go back to what we all learned in middle school American history. During the Boston Tea Party, to protest against British rule, American colonials proclaimed, "Taxation without representation is tyranny." Now, I'm sure that nobody in this room is threatening to dump 46 tons of tea in the Guadalupe River. But the question remains, how can you tax the people of San Jose without giving them any representation in their own city council? That sure sounds like tyranny to me. Proponents of council appointment might say that it takes time and money to prepare elections, and therefore, we should eliminate them. To that, I urge you to ask yourselves, what kind of world is it that you are advocating for? Is it a world that cuts corners? A world that saves money by sacrificing voter input? The truth is, at every level of government, the fabric of democracy rests on the voice of the people, not the politicians. Thank you very much.
Hold on. Okay.
I should mention that Nora Freeman just told me that the city attorney's office is hiring. All right.
Wait, before you start, wait, sir, before you start, I need Bernie Vogel, Karen Gillette, Brian Allen, and Steve Cohen. Go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, honorable council members, my name is Michael Fitzgerald. I live in District 3. I've been living there since 1978. At San Jose State, I learned about the power of incumbency, and that studies show that many voters are so ill-informed that seeing INC typed after a candidate's name, they assume that it means incorporated. And being duly impressed, they often cast their vote for that person, thereby underlining the power of incumbency. Some have said that if the proposed appointees for council pledge not to run for re-election, that would solve the potential problem of moral hazard. Perhaps. I also learned in political science class that a week in politics is an eternity. 2 years is even longer than that. And I think that it is fair to assume that once in office, most council persons will want to extend their terms. Why anyone would seek a position that demands they be expert on dozens of topics while also taking all of your work time and most of your spare time as well is a head scratcher. But I think the public is grateful for your devotion and your sacrifice. And I hope that as committed public officials that you will want to do the right thing tonight and vote to hold elections in Districts 8 and 10.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and honorable members of the San Jose City Council. My name is Brian Allen, and my family has been residents of District 8 for the past 28 years. During a time when there are too many in the world that would like to run roughshod over democracy and representative government and impose their authoritarian worldview, I implore you to resist an impulse to become the Communist Central Committee of San Jose and betray the principles upon which our city, state, and country were founded. Be a beacon for democracy and let the people of District 8 and 10 decide who should represent them for the next 2 years. Remember, democracy isn't and can't be free, but in the long run, it serves the people much better than a small cabal of special interests and self-dealing politicians. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight.
Mayor Liccardo, Mayor-elect Mahan, and other city council members. My name is Bernie Vogel. For those of you who don't know me, I've been a longtime resident of District 6, and I'm urging you to not allow an appointment procedure, but go with the special election. I've heard of 2 reasons why it's even being considered, one being low turnout, the other one being costs. I'll address each one separately. Low turnout, that's for the voters to decide, not for this council to assume. Let me repeat that. The voters decide in District 8 and 10 whether they turn out, not you. Second, costs. Although many of you endorsed Cindy Chavez, the citizens did not think that the election for her was too costly when she was elected to the supervisor. Do you think that the citizens thought that it was too costly to vote for each one of you? I assume that you believe that the cost was well worth it to put you in office. However, if you arrogantly believe that you're smarter and that you deserve to appoint District 8 and District 10, then I think the voters will reconsider whether they spent their money wisely on you. This is going to be a political milestone on each one of those who vote for something other than a special election. Do the right thing and vote for democracy. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Karen Gillette. And I'd like to start out by saying voting is the foundation of any democracy. It creates a sense of responsibility in our leaders when they're voted in by their constituents. We know that in California, there is the capacity for a mail-in ballot. Libraries and schools can be used could be used for drop boxes. I don't see why these proposed elections would cost as much as we've heard. Now, historically, blacks in the Jim Crow South struggled, and some died to have the right to vote. Women suffragettes gave up their freedom and went to jail in order to vote. Now you want to take that away from us? I have 4 words to leave with you. That's the slogan of the ACLU. Let the people vote. Thank you.
Okay, before you begin, I'd like to call Vasantara Tadameti, John Powers, and William Che.
Right. Good evening. Steve Cohen, longtime resident, I'm not going to admit how long anymore, and property owner. One thing I'd like to do, I'm not going to repeat what everybody else has said. I support the mail-in voting. I think it's fiscally responsible, and we know it works. I sure would like, I know Councilman Perales is on the fence, and also Councilman Cohen is on the fence, no relation. I sure would like to see if they can be pulled up on Zoom to see if they're even listening tonight to all the speakers. I'd also like to make an announcement that Cindy Chavez lost the election, and she shouldn't be here in spirit trying to determine the direction that this council takes. Matt Mahan is our mayor-elect. And I'm hoping that the council will support him so we can get something done. Lord knows there's a lot to be done. And this is the #1 opportunity to show that this council is going to pull it together and move in the same direction so you can do what the council feels right and what the people need. And we need change in this city, and we need you guys to work together. Thank you.
I want to again ask if we can please withhold applause because we've got a long night ahead and we want to make sure we hear everyone at the microphone. It's now 6 o'clock. And so again, with apologies, as I announced before, I'm going to ask speakers now to limit their public comment to 1 minute because in addition to the several hundred people we have here, we have several hundred online. And we're going to make sure we hear everybody. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor of San Jose and council members, honorable. And you know my face very well in terms of math, very well. So I just want to say, do the right thing. Let the people vote what they choose, the leader, not by the council members. Better labor union control it right now. The council member control the labor union, control the council members to decide, appoint the council members. And you guys, along with the last election, Cindy Chavez control the city members in next 2 years. Okay, I don't want. This is America. We have an election system. It's not in North Korea. One party decide everything, okay? We have the Democrats, we have Republicans. However, I know Democrats right now in the cities, in the council member seats, but this is not in North Korea. You guys, the council member decides everything. Let the people vote, do the right thing. Special election, yes, we need the money, but we can donate money. I can be volunteer for the special election. I won't charge anything. I have no job right now, but I can help anything.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Vasundhara Tadimeti. I believe in special election, and I'm here to support special election because I feel like we shouldn't be deprived of our vote. Our voices shouldn't be silenced. And I'm from District 10, and I believe District 10, District 8 is a diverse community, smart, confident to choose their council member. They don't have any questions. They can do a better job choosing their council members. I have 14-year-old twin girls who are closely monitoring the local politics and observing, reading the news every day, asking me what will happen to these open seats. And I want to tell them, just like always, they will have an election and people will choose the council member and democracy wins. That's what I want to tell them. And this is 2022, and the future generation is also watching this. And
Thank you. I'd also like to call Scott Weber, Bill Barron, David Hendel, and Patty Fishburne.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Mayor-elect, and council members. Thank you for allowing us all to speak tonight. And I'd like to thank everybody in the chamber who has come tonight to let their voices be heard. As a voter of District 8, I urge you to do what is in the best interests of residents of District 8 and District 10 and call for a special election. Please don't believe the untrue arguments that an appointed representative will be good enough. It will not. We deserve to have our voices heard by this body calling for a special election. I am tired of hearing how all of you care about us, the voters of District 8 and District 10. If you truly cared about what's in our best interest, this demonstration would be unnecessary, and you have already called for a special election. Do the right thing. Call for a special election and allow us to decide who will represent us on the City Council.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is John Powers. I live in District 10, and I urge the City Council to support a special election. In 2013, former San Jose Vice Mayor Cindy Chavez ran and won the special election for the Santa Clara County Board of Supervisors with 20% turnout. At this point, the circumstances are no different than they are today. I urge the City Council to vote and move forward with a special election process. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak with you, and I feel for you. You've got a lot of irritated and, to some extent, I would say idealistic lawyers here, and I'm another one of them. But there was an idealistic and really energetic lawyer 150 years ago plus who said, this is a nation by the people, for the people. It's a nation by the people, for the people, not by the politicians, for the politicians. It's not idealistic. It's what we're about. We're simply about giving people their rights to speak, their rights to know what it is. I honestly can't believe we're even having this discussion. Just can't believe it. But when I listen to it, when I listen to these people, they're articulate, they're smart. Why would you even consider denying them over a very small amount of money? So please, you have a great opportunity. You have an opportunity to just live up to the ideals of this nation and what you ran for and the vows you took to support the Constitution. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, Bill Barron. There are few absolutes in life, but one can never be on the wrong side of history by encouraging the people's voices to be heard. Tonight, with 2 council seats soon to be vacated, each with 2-year terms, you hold the people's voices in your hands. Representative government for, and by the people is costly, yet serves as the foundation of our very way of life. To suggest low voter turnout in special elections as reason not to support one obscures the facts. Voter participation in every election is decided by individual voters. It's their choice to participate or not yours. By contrast, an appointment leaves individual voters stripped of their choice, and voter turnout will reach a grand total of 0. Talk about low voter turnout, and all at your hands. In lieu of voter suppression, be on the right side of history by supporting and encouraging the people's voices be heard. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor and the two council members, they're actually in the room. Thank you for being here tonight. This is probably the most monumental decision I think any of you will ever make. Oh, my name's David Heindel, and I'm from District 10. This is the most monumental decision you'll make. You've made lots of votes. This is the one. I can't believe nobody's here. It just shocks me that people are not in the room. I had a speech, I forgot it. I told Mayor Liccardo on the way in, I voted for 50 years for every politician that I've represented me. This will be the first time. I'm counting votes, and it's very unlikely that there will be 6 votes for an election. That's what we hear. The people here, hundreds and hundreds of people. We organized an organization in 2 weeks, got over 400 people, 200 not even from 8 or 10, to come out and say, most of them are here tonight, coming out to say, we want to vote.
Thank you.
We need to vote. And
Okay, I have Dmitry Krugliak, Gina Zari, and Jasmine Puzar. Again, that's Dmitry, Gina Zari, and Jasmine Puzar. Come on down.
Xin kính chào tất cả các quý vị đồng hương thân hữu hiện diện nơi đây. Tôi là Ngọc Bích Nguyễn. I am American citizen, but I'm from Vietnam. I would like to request that let us speak on our own voice. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Come on.
Next speaker.
Well, this sign says it all. You know, 3 words. Hello, Council. I'm Patty Fishburne from District 10. And I, too, am disappointed. Where are they? Hello, Matt. You're all isolated over there. But it's an important vote, and I don't understand why a lot of people aren't here. But I sent you an email today. Let me read some of it. I believe I'm still in San Jose, California, of the United States of America. I am not in the USSR or Iran or Mexico, where politics are crooked and the votes are suppressed. I know Sam has always liked to have the city's business and the city council be transparent, not that it always has. I sure would like to know the real reasoning as to why 6 of you are wanting to make an appointment versus respecting your constituents' wishes.
Thank you.
It is a power play that isn't a good look for you.
I'm going to note for the record, I know there's a lot of concern about the lack of physical presence. There are council members online who are listening on Zoom, so I just want to make sure everybody knows that.
Also, I have John, Alice, and Louise Auerhahn. Go ahead.
Esteemed council members, as a concerned citizen of San Jose, I demand a special election. Why? Because it will save money for the city. If we don't get a special election, instead we will have a recall election, and not just in those 2 districts. The council members who vote against democracy will be targeted as well. It takes just a few thousand signatures per district, which will be collected in no time. A recall will cost more than a special. Don't let it come to this. Do the right thing. Save money for the city. Let the people vote. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, council members, Gina Zari, Santa Clara County Association of Realtors. I came here less than a year ago, and I was very proud to come to San Jose and to go to your State of the City and to see how tremendously inclusive this city is. So tonight, we're going to find out if that inclusivity extends to when it's not politically expedient. That's what we're going to find out tonight. We're going to find out tonight if if we really are DEI, if we really do exemplify diversity, equity, and inclusion. So I'm looking forward to the vote tonight. I'm looking forward to see if this council appreciates the diversity of this community as represented by the leaders here tonight from very different, diverse ethnic groups, if that applies when it's not quite as politically expedient. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Alice Saleh, and I was born and raised in San Jose. I grew up on the east side. Today I live in District 3, and I am a carpenter apprentice with the Carpenters Union Local 405. I urge you to approve the memo put forth by Council Members Davis, Arenas, and Jimenez to appoint new council members to represent these districts until the next election. Residents deserve continuity of representation and an advocate who will continually represent their needs. If you guys go through with this special election, you're denying these residents at least 10 months of no representation. There are urgent issues that impact each and everyone that lives and works in San Jose. We need the council to focus on funding and implementing solutions like filling the over 700 city vacancies so that our community centers, our libraries, our parks are fully staffed. Building permits are processed in time and all neighborhoods get the services that they need. I urge you to support the appointment process.
Thank you. Next speaker. Please, okay, please don't boo when people speak. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Council members. Louise Auerhahn. I've lived in San Jose for over 20 years, currently live in District 3, and my mother lives in District 8. And I urge you not to leave District 8 and District 3 doubly unrepresented, by which I mean, first, as you just heard, this scheme of a special election would leave them completely unrepresented, no one on the council, for at least 10 months. Second, this special election you're talking about will be essentially a secret election. There are roughly 200,000 people who live in those two districts together. Most of those 200,000 people, if you go forward with this special election, they will never even know it's happening. It will not be in the media. It will not be on the news. It certainly won't be in the ethnic or multilingual media. This is really a recipe for a very, very small minority of people to pick who is the representative. And then for that person, we'll immediately start running for what we call the general election in March 2024. So please choose appointment. Thank you.
Bill James. Bill, okay.
Hi,
Wait. Before you speak, Bill James, Surinderjeet Kaur, Pardeep Gill, and Dr. Calvin Gill. Go ahead.
Okay. Hi, my name is Alice. So, and I'm from District 1. The city council position is elected by the people, and it's not appointed position. So who grant the right to appoint them instead? I agree that the current way of running the election is quite expensive and wasteful. Okay, I was completely shocked. Everybody thought that mail-in ballot was a great idea to go observe in the register of voter for a couple days. You will see, how incredibly expensive and wasteful that was. So, I believe that everybody should have the right to choose their representative. So, I propose that just use the paper ballot, no mail-in ballot other than legitimate absentee ballot, one day only, small precinct, run by the volunteer where they can count the ballot right at the precinct. Okay, simple, efficient, cost-effective, and we know how to do that. We did that before, so let's do that instead. Again, people grant you the right to, we did not grant you the right to appoint city council. It's up to us.
I'm also getting people who are coming, stop. I have people who are coming up where I haven't called their name. It's not fair to the people who are waiting patiently. If you did not hear your name, don't come down. I've had several people who've been doing that. So please wait for your name and then come down. It's fair to everybody that way. Go ahead.
My name Diem Dang. I live in the District 7, and I spoke the election special election. Asians are 38% of San Jose, and this council is not deserved at all to make the decision for the Asian community. There is no Asian representation on this council. The only right decision is for the people to decide. Don't be on the wrong side of history. Let us vote. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Dalji Singh, and I live in Evergreen, District 8. I believe the board knew the city council could decide how to fill the vacancy in our district. I encourage the council to establish an appointment process with the several community hearings and forums. This would be a less costly option than the expense and delay of the election. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on this item today. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Surinderjeet Kaur, and I have voted in all the elections that had happened while I'm here since I got in the right to vote. But for this purpose, I guess we could set up a well-thought-out community appointment process. The reason for that is that the money can be used in a lot of different ways. Our schools are underfunded. There are no librarians, no libraries in our schools. We need police for safety reason. That is underfunded. And we have homelessness problem. We have several other problems that are happening. As much as I am for democracy, I am for voting, but for this one, I am for an appointment process. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Mr. Mayor and members of the council, I'm Bill James. I'm chair of the Santa Clara County Democratic Party. We represent 500,000 registered Democrats in Santa Clara County. I hope you've had an opportunity to read our letter urging you to adopt an appointment process to fill these vacancies. I'll only add to our letter and my remarks tonight that you consider the residents of District 8 and 10 who are not present here tonight. They're not present here tonight. They're not in chambers. They're not on Zoom because they're taking care of a sick child or another family member. They're shuttling kids to soccer practice or helping them with homework, or they might be working overtime or a side hustle to take care of their family. They're not here, and are they worthy or worth any less consideration? These are the same residents who research shows would not participate, whose voices would not be heard in a special election. I urge you not to let a vocal minority pressure you into pursuing a low turnout special election that leaves so many residents out.
Thank you. Next speaker.
I will be booed off of this podium, but it's...
Your time's up, Mr. James. Your time's up.
Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council members, thank you for the opportunity to speak on this item today. I'm Calvin Gill, and I'm in the Evergreen District 8. There have been many great leaders in San Jose that have been appointed, including the first woman on Santa Clara County Board of Supervisors, Zaralyn Strandberg, the first Latino on Santa Clara County Board, Blanca Alvarado. Susan Hammer was once an appointed San Jose City Council member. So was Alice Budi in District 8. Let's make a decision and move forward with the appointment process, because special election is a costly 11 or almost $11 million is a lot of money, and we can use that money somewhere else. So So I think
Thank you. Next speaker. Okay, I also have, I've called Handeep Gill, John Scott Weber, Thuong Hang.
And Tony, for clarification, there's
Yeah.
a timer on the podium, is there not?
There is
So
a
the
timer on the
speakers can see
podium.
when their time's up. All
Yes,
right,
there's a
good.
timer on the podium, and then I'm also hitting mute at a minute.
Thank you.
Across the board. Thuong Huang, Doug Andret, Doris Lavezzi, and Roberta.
Member, my name is Vương Pham, and I'm a veteran, Viet veteran. And on behalf of Vietnamese American Coordinating Committee in Northern California, and myself, I'm a resident of the District 8 for 25 years, and we need a vote to choose a representative council member like you, because only the council member know what necessity and what we need. So an appointee cannot to compare with you like you. Thank you for your concern, and we urge you to vote, to have a vote special election. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening. Good evening. My name is Jeff Duan, and I reside in District 8 for more than 30 years. And during those years, I never missed any election. I come here to ask you one simple question. Do you understand that what I think about this special subject? I don't think so. You don't know my idea. My idea is people idea, and we want our voice heard. I want have special election. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Doug Andre. I am a resident of District 1, and I consider the cost of the special election of $11 million to be largely irrelevant. This is like 0.1% of the San Jose City budget. People are protesting around the world at great risk for themselves for the right to vote. And for us, I stand in solidarity with the residents and citizens of District 8 and 10 for their right to vote to choose their representatives. Thank you very much.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, Mayor-elect. My name is Doris Livesey. I'm a 50-year resident of San Jose and a taxpayer. You've heard some eloquent speakers this evening. Please let the residents of Districts 8 and 10 decide by special election, as has been done in the past. The cost is irrelevant. Please do the right thing and don't suppress the right to vote. Let the people vote. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd also like to call Elizabeth Morales, Dr. Vuong Pham, and Jenny Zhao.
Good evening, Mayor Sam Liccardo, Mayor-elect Maham, and all council members. I am here to support a special election, and I believe majority of the people in this room support the special election. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you are with me, would you please stand up?
Wait a minute. You may stand, but not say anything out loud.
Please stand up and show your side.
We cannot have people interrupting. Feel free to stand and then sit down. Long, I believe your time's up.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening. My name is Roberta Whitty,
Thank you, Mayor, and all the City Council people who've served this past term, and to Mayor-elect Mahan, looking forward to your year. I'm a resident of San Jose. I support a special election for the people of the Council Districts 8 and 10, and I believe in let freedom ring. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Elizabeth Monley, and I'm here to speak with some urgency in favor of a special election in Districts 8 and 10. So the city charter does give the council the option of deciding whether to call for a special election or to appoint individuals to permanently fill the remaining term of the seats of the vacated council districts. Being granted this enormous power, you must make the ethical and fair choice, in this case, to call for the citizens who elected the vacating members to make the decision regarding who will represent them. There's the argument that voter turnout would be low, thus making appointment easier. Yet these two districts have habitually had robust voter turnout, indicating their commitment to participate in the democratic process. In fact, none of the arguments for appointment really hold up. As you're set to make this decision, if you choose to appoint.
Next speaker. Thank you.
I'm sorry. We only have 1 minute for every speaker, please.
Good evening. My name is Jenny Zhao. I live in District 1 for more than 20 years. There are more than 1/3 of Asians living in San Jose, and I'm one of them. Unlike all of you who were born with the right to vote, many of us, the first-generation Asian immigrants, don't get to vote in our home countries. It took us years and decades of hard work to earn the citizenship and the right to vote. So please don't take that from us. We are very passionate about it. The only way to let the minority voice be heard is through a special election. So please support the special election tonight. Thank you.
Hi, before you begin, let me call May Linetto, Maylynetto, Ha Tran, Neil Collins, and Mai Yi Luang. Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you for letting us be heard. Though I'm from District 6, my name's Pamela Mahowald. I'm here to ask for a special election. This won't be the last time council vacancies will need to be filled. That's just the way it's going to be. But I'm here to help ensure that no precedent is set by you that would ensure future vacancies to be filled by you, council members. The people are speaking. If you truly say you represent us, you will listen to us and grant us our constitutional right to vote on council members. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Ha Tran. I'm a San Jose resident for 42 years. I love San Jose. I don't want San Jose to be ruined by bad politicians. We the people have the right to vote for our city council and not the special interest group. It would be another 2 years before another election occurs. We can't wait until another election. We need a special election to vote these city council seats. It's worth it to spend the money. Because a bad city council for 2 long years can be costly and harmful outcomes. We the people cannot afford bad politicians. Please do not vote without our voice. Let the people vote. Thank you.
Kính thưa toàn thể Hội đồng thành phố San Jose, kính thưa quý vị và những người Việt Nam của chúng tôi bên dưới. Chúng tôi là những người Việt đến từ Việt Nam. Quốc gia Hoa Kỳ là một quốc gia được biết đến sự yêu chuộng, tự do, dân chủ và tôn trọng nhân quyền.
City Council and people attending. Ông đến từ Việt Nam
Trực
phải không?
Trân, đúng rồi.
Tên gì ạ?
Trực Trân ở khu vực 8.
Trực Trân. My name is Truc Tran, living in District 8. I came from Vietnam, and the United States is a country that loves freedom
Dân chủ và
and democracy
yêu chuộng tự do nhân quyền.
and love people right and the freedom of people.
Và chúng tôi là những lá phiếu cử tri đã quyết định đến chính trường của nước Mỹ.
And we are the voters who decided to go into the mainstreams of the United States.
Và hiện tại chúng tôi là cư dân của thành phố San Jose. Trong đợt bầu cử vừa qua, chúng tôi đã có lá phiếu để bầu cho những người xứng đáng.
And we are the residents of San Jose. From the vote, we are a voter. From the vote last time, we actually vote for those who actually deserve for the position.
Và lần này chúng tôi là cư dân của khu vực 8. Chúng tôi yêu cầu đề nghị chính quyền thành phố hãy lắng nghe nguyện vọng của chúng tôi để có một cuộc bầu cử được chúng tôi chọn lựa công khai, minh bạch và xứng đáng.
And this time, from District 8, we would like to have council to listen to us and let us have the vote to pick the person who right for the position.
Chúng tôi xin cảm ơn sự lắng nghe của chính quyền thành phố và xin cảm.
No, his time was up. Go ahead.
Representative here at District 10, and I do believe that people here should be able to vote. I mean, we do live in a democracy after all, and I am also one of the candidates that would like to fulfill District 10, so thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. I'd also like to call down Nurin Bezai, Francis Saludo, and Thomas Nguyen.
Dear City Council members, I'm here to ask for the special election for the two district city council members. Democracy is fragile. If we use an excuse to deny this fundamental right, we can use another excuse to deny it again. Don't take this right lightly. This right is deprived from people in many other places. I came to this country for this right. It is not American anymore without this fundamental right. It's like air and water to me. I hope you feel the same thing. Money should support democracy instead of taking it away. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, Council. I appreciate you taking the time this evening to hear our thoughts. My name is Neil Collins, and I'm speaking as a resident of D10 tonight. I speak in favor of holding a special election so that my voice and the voice of my neighbors can be heard. This is the reason why in the past, San Jose has overwhelmingly chose to fill its vacancies through special election. How we can even be considering the possibility of suppressing the people's voice tonight is just beyond me. This is San Jose, California. I cannot support a process in which my representative is not duly elected. The residents of D10 and not a line, the residents of D10 are not a line item on a budget. This should not be a cost-saving measure. Please do the right thing and support the democratic process. Thank you.
Hello, Council. I would like to first pay respect and homage to the indigenous people whose land we are on today. My name is Francis Ludo, the former ASB president at San Jose City College. As a former student leader, I contextualize and recognize the importance of appointment and voting by the public. Having the members publicly vote for their representatives will have more of an engaged community and have the voice of the community. When appointing members to the council, the voices of the unheard become silenced. Members who can be appointed may not even see the issues that everyone is facing in their districts. District 8 and District 10 need someone who understands and knows what their community faces. One vote or one mistake that an individual can impact the rest of the city. At the end of the day, it's the people's city and not the politicians. Let me vote, let them vote, and let us vote. Thank you.
Dear Council Member, I am Thomas Nguyen, the Vice President of the Viet American Voter. I would like to speak up to support for the special election because this is the land of the free and the home of the brave. I believe San Jose will be protected with the voter right. And if in the case the council decide to appoint someone, I think some group will stand up and bring it to the court to asking for the election right protected. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Craig Constantino. It looks like Rosary Assessor. I'm not sure if that's correct. Gail Dance and Jimmy Fan. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council, for holding this special meeting today. My name is Nuran Beyzai. I'm a lifelong member of District 10, and I'm the son of 2 immigrants from dictatorship-led Iran. I, along with all the people sitting behind me, are addressing you today to call for the support of a special election. Representative democracy is not a difficult principle to grasp, and for the members outside of our representative districts to appoint somebody to these seats is neither representative nor is it democracy. And by the way, this is not a vocal minority. This is a very passionate majority. Thank you.
Okay, so I think we deciphered the handwriting. I think it's Robert Rizal was the name I couldn't read. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Craig Constantino, and born and raised here in San Jose. Family's been here since 1955, and I'm in District 10. My first time, I'm not an overly political person, but it's my first time at something like this, and it's an interesting process, and thank you guys for what you do. I just don't know how we ever take away our right to vote. That's the scenario that I'm looking at. So it's a really difficult spot, and I think that people in my neighborhood, District 10, want that right. So thank you.
Good evening. First of all, I'd like to compliment the members of the council that are here tonight, and thank you for listening to us. I would say that the vacant seats up here are not a good picture for the council, especially on an issue of this importance. I think it's important for a special election because an appointment appears to be nothing more than a power grab by the majority of the council. Oh, okay. I don't know whether anybody can hear me or not. Sorry. Okay. And I don't understand where the arrogance comes to eliminate a special election in favor of an appointment. There's some clarification I'd like to get on. I don't understand whether the appointment, if that was initiated, would be for the remainder of the vacated terms or whether it would be for a full 2-year term. Can somebody answer that?
This is just your opportunity for public comments and not a question and answer. This is your opportunity to make a public comment and not
Okay.
a question and answer.
Oh, I'm sorry.
period.
Okay. Well, my
So-
comment
but-
would be the language there seems a little bit unclear to me. I don't know when the election
you.
would be made.
Next speaker. I also like to call down Ellen, Mina Young, and Winnie.
Good evening. My name is Gail Dance. I'm here representing my neighbors and Orchard Creek and myself. And I guess I just want to tell you one thing. I've lived here all my life, grew up in Willow Glen. I now live in District 10. And I, like everyone else here, has never seen anything like this. And I'm shocked. And I'm shocked by the empty seats. I would like to suggest that maybe we could see council members' faces up there so we don't feel like we're talking to no one. But here's the one thing. I have so many lifelong friends and family in this city. They're all over. And when I talk to them about this, they're just blown away. And they're very unhappy that their council people might be the people voting and taking away my rights because they know they'll be next. So
Thank you.
thank you.
Next speaker.
我哋好多移民嚟到美國，就係有機會投票。San Jose make up 35% of Asian, and majority of Asian came here with no vote before. We finally passed the U.S. citizen exam, now able to vote. You telling us we cannot vote. That is the right that you take away from our voice. I am here representing the Housing and Business Network from San Jose, and we ask you to allow this special election. And earlier you have seen 95% in front of you, hundreds, and say, yes, special election. We want the people's voice to be heard. You are the reason that this election can go on. So don't take away the voice from the people. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Mina Young. I'm a member of the Business and Housing Network rooted in the community. I want to let you know that District 8 and District 10 voters matter. The government should not be running the business without everyone's voices represented. So please let people vote and let people choose their own representatives. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to call down Stephanie, it looks like Ligsey, Tin Cow, and Fred Brew. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Winnie Fong. I represent Business and Housing Network, and I'm 100% sure people who can vote, they are smart enough what they need for their community, for themselves. And I feel like they, all the people, voters, they should have their own voice. They don't need anybody telling them to do or work for them. They should have their right to work for themselves, what they want. Please listen to the voter's voice. Thank you.
Good evening, council member and moment for the next mayor. And I want to talk to you because I came from Vietnam before my life to die. That's why that Vietnam is very dangerous that time. And how come I be here? Because I love freedom. I can speak everything I talk. I want to ask you, how can you sit there? People vote, right? And you have a power. If you opponent somebody, no power. And if they do wrong, who take the response? Us or you? And who suffer? Us super, we are. That's why we are America.
Thank
Do
you.
America.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Look at let people vote. Thank you.
Good evening. I am a resident of District 10 for 30 years now. I would very much like to have my city council representative to be someone elected by a vote of the people in my district. In recent years at the national level, a lot of political conversation has centered around the legitimacy of elections. If the council rep from my district is appointed by the city council as opposed to being elected by the voters, the legitimacy question will be very real. I do not want an appointed representatives whose priorities will not be the same as the majority of the voters in my district. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Tin Cao of District 2. I request the city to hold a special election for filling vacancy in Council District 8 and 10. I know it's costly, but there is no price tag on democracy. Election giving voters the ability to choose their representatives. I'm strongly against the council appoint a successor. For the last 5 council vacancies, the city held a special election, so why not this time? Please preserve the democratic tradition. Council members, please vote for the voting rights of voters of District 8 and District 10. Thank you.
Okay, before you speak, let me call the next set of names of Bob Brownstein, Steve Passan, Tran Nguyen, and Kim Vase. Go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Stephanie Ligsay, and I'm a resident of District 6. So many people have fought for our rights for decades and hundreds of years. Our right to vote is literally in the Constitution of the United States. How can you tell us that our vote should not be heard? The amount of money is not too great. There is no amount of money too great for my vote and for the city of San Jose and the residents here. And let me make this clear. One way or another, if there isn't a vote, I'm pretty sure there's going to be one in the council's future, regardless of whether the current members do the right thing. And by the way, I am a registered Democrat, and the person that spoke before does not represent my vote. I was not asked. So let me tell you, it's 499,999. Thank you and good night.
Honorable Mayor and council members and Mayor-elect Mahan. My name is Steve Pagan, and I'm a resident of District 10. I support a special election to fill the council vacancies in District 8 and 10 rather than an appointment by council. Going back to 1995, there have been 6 occasions in which special elections were held to fill vacancies on city council. This was the correct action taken then, and it's the correct action to take now. A special election is the only fair and democratic option that upholds the right of the people to elect their representatives, and is the only option that must be considered to fill vacancies now. A recent Mercury News editorial stated that an appointment would disenfranchise up to 1/5 of the city, or about 200,000 San Jose residents. San Jose residents should be allowed to elect their representatives and not have their right to vote taken away from them. Thank you.
Good evening. My name's Bob Brownstein. In 1978, I helped lead the campaign to change the city charter and elect council members by district. I firmly believe that people in each district need to have representation at City Hall, and those aren't just words. I campaigned hard against the centers of establishment power, the Mercury News, and real estate interests to win that district elections charter amendment and create District 8 and District 10. But for district elections to work, Council members have to balance the interests of their district and the interests of the city as a whole. Are you representing the whole city if you let D8 and D10 have 4 elections in 2 years and deny $10 million in services to hard-pressed neighborhoods throughout the city? I think not. I support the memo from Council members Arenas, Jimenez, and Davis. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to call down Dan Huang, Greg Hoisen, and Jim Zito.
Hello, my name is Kim. I was born and raised here in San Jose, and as you know, the right to vote is exactly that, a right. I am in support of a special election to be held for filling the vacancies in Districts 8 and 10. I am sure I'm speaking on behalf of many, many others who could not make it here tonight. I understand there was concern raised regarding the cost of a special election, and I wanted to gain some perspective on this. So I went to the web and I put in the numbers $6 million for the election and $6 billion for the budget, and it was a 1 to 1,000 ratio, and the visual for that was a grain of sand to a 1 meter by 1 meter box, like 3 feet by 3 feet by 3 feet. I hope that was clear. The right to vote in a special election is not first and primarily a financial decision in any case. It is first and primarily a decision on whether or not to uphold the people's right to vote for their elected officials. Once a decision to continue to uphold the people's right to vote is made, then the creative and most financially prudent options for holding the special vote come into play. So thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening. My name is Benjamin Hong. I'm a resident of San Jose. I become the citizen. I just like to vote. So don't take my right. And to let people vote, let people majority to decide, the cost is much small than putting the wrong person. When your term is over, you don't have the right to decide it. Today, please make a right decision to let people to vote. Thank you.
Good evening, elected mayor, elected council members, those here and not here. I know not a single one of you would not stand up against voter suppression. And I'll say this now. I want to thank council members Jimenez, Davis, and Arenas for your memo, because you have guaranteed that your arrogance and hypocrisy will guarantee a very high voter turnout in this special election. Thank you.
Hi, before you begin, I'd like to call Bonnie Mace, Jennifer Mina, and Huang Castro?
Let me also...
it's Huascar Castro.
Let me also make it clear for speakers that no one is to single out any member of this council. You're speaking to the entire council as a body. That is not permitted in this chambers.
Good evening, Mayor-elect Mahan, Mayor Liccardo, and the council. Appreciate you guys making this opportunity for everybody to speak. I appreciate everybody that showed up in the back here. It's very important for people to hear their voice at any time. And there is a quote from Dale Carnegie: "As I grow older, I pay less attention to what people say. I just watch what they do." And I'm watching what you guys do, and I think that it's important that the people that showed up, we had people that actually showed up here, but our council members, the other ones, didn't feel like it was important to be here. I had a real opportunity to walk one of the precincts to help one of our mayoral candidates get elected. In that walk, I got to listen to a lot of people. I would be denied that if you take that away from us by not allowing this election. So I'm going to ask you to do the election so that I can hear the voices of the people that are my neighbors in District 10, and we can get out, hear it, and I want to do something with those people, and I'd like to run for council.
Thank you.
So please, go ahead and...
Next speaker.
Hi, Mayor and Council. I'm Bonnie Mace, a 30-year resident of District 8, and I do want to thank you all for being here in person. It really means a lot to us. So there's 3 reasons why I support a special election. One is legitimacy and trust. It's very important for us to trust who represents us. It's very important for us to have a legitimate process as opposed to just an outcome. The process is the important thing here. Second, precedent. The precedent in the past is to have special elections to fill the seats. Therefore, we should have special election to fill the seat because that is the precedent that we have set as a city. And the third thing is longevity. This is a 2-year term. This is not a 2-minute term. So this is people who are going to be on this council for 2 years. So for those reasons, I really support a special election, and thank you all for being here tonight.
Hey, Mayor. Mayor, can I just have a point of clarification, and that is, to the members of the audience who are here, my council colleagues who aren't here at the dais are participating in this meeting. So I just wanted to just make that very clear. Thank you.
And before you speak, let me call Lucilla, Thomas Landgraf, and Robert Mickinen. Go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Huáscar Castro, Working Partnerships USA. As a city, our community has worked profusely in the past through initiatives like Measure B to increase voter participation. Today, we are witnessing special interests, including the Realtors Association, who have been a forefront against tenant protections that have been attributing to displacement in our community, pushing for a process that does exactly the opposite. We look forward to the opportunity to appoint highly qualified candidates and allowing our city to get to work on a slew of issues affecting our community without foregoing $11 million to an unnecessary process as allowed to us by the city charter. We urge the council to approve the recommendations laid out in the memo by council members Jimenez, Arenas, and Davis. Thank you very much. Appreciate the opportunity for comment.
Next speaker.
Good evening, San Jose elected officials. I hear a special election would cost too much money. I wonder how much money this meeting is costing we, the taxpayers, tonight. Seems like a pretty wasteful exercise. A special election should be a given in a republic, which is what the United States is. I am adamantly opposed to the 2 new city council vacancies being filled any other way than via a vote by the people, whom you all have been elected to represent. I strongly urge you to not break a long-standing precedent of special elections to fill vacant council seats. We, the people, do not want our voices eliminated from being heard now or in the future, which is what would happen should you decide to appoint individuals to these vacancies. Appointments would be a real threat to our republic.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Next speaker.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor-elect, and City Council members. My name is Thomas Landgraf, a resident of D6 for 17 years. I want to give you 5 numbers. The first number is 85%. That is the power of incumbency. That is the percentage of U.S. congresspersons who have been reelected in the last 26 election cycles. It's a very powerful number, and you should be very careful about appointing someone for a 2-year term because they're more likely to be reelected without having opposition. The other 4 numbers are 15, 19, 24, and 26. Those are not lottery numbers. Those are amendments to the Constitution which enshrine voting rights as citizens. I urge you to let the voters choose their representative. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Robert Mickinen. I'm from District 4 because this is a San Jose issue, not a District 8 and 10 only. City Council of San Jose, do not vote for our city to be ruled by a dictatorship. Let your people vote. The citizens of San Jose have the right to vote for their representative. Do not continue to destroy the trust in local government. Last week, you took steps towards restoring our trust in local government when you voted unanimously to protect Penitencia Creek Reach 2 Park from having tiny homes built on it. Keep the momentum of restoring trust and do the right thing. Vote for special elections to have people choose their council member. Thank you.
I'm going to call a few more names to come down. Sandra Harrison Kay, Laura, I can't read the last name, starts with an M. Karina Liao, and Jeff Gordon.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Lucila Ortiz, and I'm a proud product of East San Jose. And I'm here because I wanted to support, I'm here to speak in support of the appointment process. You know, in his June 2022 budget memo, Mayor Liccardo said that we would need to do some belt tightening in order to continue to have the services that we currently have. And those are key and critical for everybody to feel safe, have clean parks, and have some recreation. And so $11 million on an election that would likely, you know, the new council members would not even begin to serve until really late in the year, and then they would be running a campaign, would not be really the wise use of our money. And everybody likes to speak about the democratic process, but to me, it is really undemocratic to have a special election in which a few people will speak, and those people do not represent the whole city of San Jose. So please support the appointment for City Council. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Please, let's stop the booing and the cheering. We need to hear from people at the microphone. That's the way we hear your voice. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Laura Munguia, and I am here tonight instead of with my family this evening because I feel like I must protect my rights and my children's rights. This issue is like no other that we have faced. The attempt to not just take our right to elect our representatives at this time, but for the future as well, because we all know that if this should happen and pass tonight, it will become a precedent for the future. You've heard it mentioned multiple times that withholding San Jose residents' rights for replacement council members is compared to the actions of a tyrannical communist government. This is not who we are. If after listening to all these San Jose voters here tonight who are calling to elect their representatives, and you still vote to appoint representatives for us, it will be clear that you think that your position and power is greater than my rights. We all will tell you that that's not.
Next speaker.
Hello, good evening. My name is Karina Liao. I'm here to support a special election. Remember last November, the slogan, you know, democracy at stake. So now it's the time. We walk the talk. Santa Clara County and San Jose had a special election many times in the past, right? Madison Nguyen, Kansan Chip, Nora Campus, even Cindy Chavez were elected through a special election. So why is it that it was okay back then and it's not okay right now? About the low turnout.
Thank you. Next speaker.
I am very surprised to learn that we even have the option to appoint a council member. That option should not even exist. This is a democracy. Of course we should be voting and letting our votes determine who will be representing us in City Hall. If we let cost dictate whether or not we hold elections, then we switch immediately to a dictatorship, don't we? Big yes to special elections for District 10 and 8 now, and as our exclusive means for filling council seats in the future. The cost for special elections, the price we pay to exercise our democratic and fundamental rights, that is far more justifiable, in my opinion, than the $769 million price tag and over $400 million current debt to build the unnecessary new City Hall building that we are standing in right now.
Thank you. I've called Jeff Gordon. I have Carol Garvey, Carl San Miguel, Diem Dang, and Hannah Kai with Chinese American retirees. First person to the microphone, please just go.
Hello all. My name is Carol Garvey. I'm a 68-year resident of San Jose. I urge you to support the common sense resolution, which is another valid democratic tool put forward by Council members Davis, Arenas, and Jimenez, which allows for a speedy appointment process by the council to fill the recent vacancies in District 8 and 10. A low turnout special election costing upwards of $5 to $11 million is a waste of taxpayer money, including mine. The city charter clearly spells out the appointment process as a viable, common sense option. Wouldn't it be better to have representatives in those districts for the full 2 years, rather than squandering millions of taxpayer dollars that could be used to mitigate the dire homeless problem, housing shortages, disrepair of our beloved parks, the massive staffing shortages in the city?
Thank you. Next speaker.
San Jose City Council members, I'm Carl San Miguel, resident of San Jose. A city southwest of San Jose called Campbell, with a population of about 43,000, had an election on November 3rd. The new council members, each of the new council members running for office had no competition. It was foregone conclusion that since there were only one candidate per district, the question was asked, since there's no competition, why are you holding an election? The answer was poignant. To instill the value of the right to vote and participate in the governance, and to keep the citizens engaged in a system electing individuals to represent them. Having the council appoint an individual to the post of Council District 8 or 9 does not fulfill that spirit, nor the rights of individuals to choose. You, the City of San Jose Council, will violate and disenfranchise the citizens of San Jose,
Next
making
speaker. I'd also like to call I can't read the handwriting, but you live, I don't want to say the address, but it looks like the last name is B-I-C-K, Bick, first name N-G-A-U. Also Robert, no last name, and Paul, no last name. Go ahead.
My name is Nguyen Tran. I came here to support the special election. I and my country escaped from communism to here for freedom, democracy, and vote. And now, if you take away our vote, I have the question, where is democracy? We want to vote. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, hello, council members. My name is Jen Shan. I come from District 10. I heard somebody say that people from District 8 and 10 are not actively and come out for election. That's not true. So we participate this kind of election. We want to have our voice out that we want to vote for the council member, not the government decided assign some council member for us. So when I was in the line to enter the building, I asked around the people which district they come from. I heard lots of people around me, more than 50% come from District 8 and 10. So that's not true that people from District 8 and 10 will not come out for a vote. So I come here to...
Next speaker. I'd also like to call a few names because the other people I called haven't come down. Pierluigi Oliverio, Valbir Dillon, and Ken Hin. Go ahead.
Thank you, council members and Mayor Liccardo. My name is Blake Ballack, and I've lived in San Jose my entire life. Over the past few years, our democracy has shown to be much more fragile than we would like to admit. Now, more than ever, we need to set the precedent that the people are heard, that the people have a voice, regardless on whether it is federal, state, or local levels. The cost of upholding our shared American values is never too high. San Jose is the 10th largest city in the United States. It's the capital of Silicon Valley. The nation is watching. This vote is about much more than just fiscal costs. It's about giving the people the right to have a say. It's about what the nation will see. So I ask you this: what is the message you will send to your constituents and the nation? Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Ken Hin. I was born and raised in East San Jose, California, to Vietnamese immigrants, and I went to UC Berkeley, and is now a prospective student at the University of Chicago Law School. I'm back in San Jose to tutor my little sister out in District 7 and help my parents' flower shop, Lisa's Flowers. And I believe that the U.S. is a republic, not a democracy. And as the founders knew their history and wanted to avoid the tyranny of the majority, and our bicameral legislative branch, the House of Representatives and Senate, is balanced to protect the rights of the majority and the minority. And let's face it, that's not a great place to be. And as Austrian political philosopher Lenin observed in his book Leftism, the crucifixion of Jesus Christ was a democratic event. What the wolves want matters. So what the sheep wants. Despite the people's want for by the people, the government must manage complex issues, and it could be disconnected from its representatives. So new members must be appointed quickly.
Next speaker.
Thank you.
Good evening, San Jose Mayor and City Council. My name is Valbir Dillon. I understand there's a 2 vacancies, District 8 and District 10, and need to fill that. The other way we see is that $10 million is a lot of money, and there's a lot of needs in San Jose. I think if the City Council can use that $10 million in the right way and appoint these 2 City Council for the short term, that will be good. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Amy. I would like you to know that if you don't allow to hold special election, this is voter suppression. San Jose is the number 10 city in the US. If you do that, tomorrow is going to make national news. The nation is watching, so I hope you make the right decision to hold special election. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council member. My name is Chun Ho Yo. I'm a resident and a voter of District 8. Many of us here tonight put our personal and work life aside to be here to respectfully and strongly urge you to let us exercise our constitutional and God-given right to vote. We want to vote for the vacancy of District 8 and District 10, so please let us vote. We have seen and lived through enough problems in this beautiful state of California and beautiful state of city of San Jose. We need changes. Your decision tonight will go down to history. Please, please, please do the right thing for the people. We want the government of the people, for the people, and by the people. Let our voice be heard. Let us vote. God bless you.
Thank you. Hold on. Mike McCullough, Shane Patrick Connolly, and Rose Sullivan.
Good evening to my democratically elected municipal representatives. Thank you for your service. My name is Pierluigi Oliverio. As a Willow Glen Neighborhood Association board member, I wanted to share our board supports an election. Personally, I sort of support an election, and no appointment, regardless of the year or the council majority composition. In 2014, a special council meeting was held just like this meeting tonight. And that meeting, I, as an elected council member, would not support appointing a council member in District 4, and instead I joined my council colleagues such as Campos, Calra, and Rocha. I believe only through elections do we have legitimacy and trust in a representative democracy. Most, if not all, council members elected in special elections would have never been appointed since they were not aligned with the council majorities at the time and were instead vetted appropriately by the voters. Special elections in San Jose, thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, all council member. My name is Jimmy Fan. I urge you, the City Council, to support the special election. Many share the view expressed in the San Jose Mercury News the past week, and I quote, "A majority of the City Council have set the state of the power grab that would cut 1/5 of the city voters out of the process for picking their own council representatives." The memo submitted with this agenda stated, and I quote, "The long perpetuated idea of a labor business divider is dead, but one does not need to be a seasoned political observer to see calculate."
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, I'm Mike McCullough. I was born here in San Jose, a native. To maintain a democratic process, please make it so that there shall be a special election in Districts 8 and 10. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. Also come down Barbara and Cheney.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Mayor, Mayor-elect, and City Council. My name is Rose Sullivan, and I live in District 9. I am in favor of supporting District 8 and 10 neighbors for a special election. To make the assumption that District 8 and 10 residents want to forfeit their right to a vote is both unreasonable and tyrannical. Special elections are not new to the city of San Jose. Others have been elected in this manner and set a precedence for how this process should continue. District 8 and 10 residents must have the opportunity to make the choice for themselves about who would best represent their district. Thank you so much. A special election would demonstrate to the San Jose citizens that their mayor and city council represents their best interests. Thank you so very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council and Honorable Mayor-elect. I'm Shane Patrick Connolly, resident of District 6. I'm a fiscal conservative penny pincher, but not when it comes to the most fundamental aspects of our representative republic. The people of District 8 and 10 deserve the right to vote. People spent more in an equivalent population on Halloween costumes for themselves and their pets than will be spent on this special election. We've heard from the special interests and the Democratic Party leader, who perhaps we should call the anti-Democratic Party leader, pushing for an appointment. I implore you to reject their appeal, not act as a Politburo, but instead let the diverse population of District 10 determine who will represent their 200,000 residents. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to call Dean Daly and Claudia Shope down as well. Go ahead.
Hi, beautiful elected officials. Hi, Matt. My name is Natalie Mondesir. I am a resident of the city of San Jose. What a pleasure to be with you today. This is my first time seeing you in person. Voting is a very important part of any democracy. By voting and by paying taxes, we are actively participating in the democratic process. We, the people, we should vote to choose our own leaders and representatives to represent us and defend our ideas and best interest. The rights of citizens of the city of San Jose shall not be denied. Let's not waste our precious time talking about something that already belongs to us and is rightfully ours. Instead, let's continue to do what is right, the right way and for the right reason. Thank you very much for voting for special election.
Hello, my name is Cheney, and I am a D10 resident. Hi, Matt. So I come here to urge you to let the people to select the representative by their own. So why we don't want you to select one for us? Because apparently some of you haven't won our trust yet, such as tonight. I think you should directly let the people vote, let the people to elect their own representative. As a voter, every one of you have only one vote. You cannot override our 100,000 votes with your single vote. Okay, thank you.
Hi, good evening. I'm Barbara. I'm a resident in District 10. And I just wanted to say we wanted the special election, so we wanted to vote our own representative by ourselves. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Claudia Shope, and I live in District 3. It's a poor district. I urge the appointment process. We have critical things that need to be done for the city of San Jose, such as our parks, our libraries, many other things, senior programs, and these are being neglected. So the whole rest of the city is being neglected. We need to have those items supported, and in these limited resources, this cannot be done with wasting our money on the special election. Please go for the appointment. Thank you.
Jaspal Singh.
Please, no booing, no clapping. Let's just hear from voices at the microphone. Anyone who is disrupting will be asked to leave.
Hold
Welcome.
on, wait. Jaspal Singh, Tammy S., Dan from D10. Go ahead.
Good evening, dear Mayor, City Councils. I live in San Jose about 10 years, and I came from District 10. I love my neighborhood and this country. I'm an immigrant from a dictatorship country. Be honest, in my first 20 years in my life, I never have any vote rights, so that's why. I'm here, and I'm very appreciate American give me vote rights. So please let our taxpayer decide our representative and not your politicians. So please do the right thing. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Eugene Lee. I live in District 1, West San Jose. Actually, a lot of West San Jose people, they want to come here in person, but due to the traffic about the cities, so a lot of people, they cannot come. Please listen to our voice. Listen to our voice. Listen to our voice. Do not pretend like, the people don't come, like we don't have a voice. Please think about every family. Think about, whole San Jose City. We want to vote our representative. We want to vote our councils. We are the citizen. We pay for the tax. Our responsibility is to pay for the tax for the living. Your responsibility is let us vote. It's so important because that would, impact our city. We want to make our city be good, be nice, like before.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Thank you so much.
Good evening. I'm Dean Daly, resident of District 2. My wife is Vietnamese, by the way, and I guess I'm here as a proxy. She'd be very pleased at the outpouring of support for the voting process from the Vietnamese community here. There's one argument that's made, it bothers me a bit, and that somehow, having a special election is undemocratic because perhaps not so many people would vote. And I find that patronizing and maybe a little insulting. After all, if, as I propose, the election is held by mail only, the person would get the ballot, would be mailed to them. They'd have one person to vote for, and they would just take that and mark their ballot and put it in the ballot box, or the mailbox, excuse me. So I think that process is easy enough and not restrictive. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. Also come on down, Kimmy and Clarence.
Dear Council, I am Dan from D10, and let us vote. I believe that an appointment is a sham. This City Council mostly endorsed the loser of the mayoral election. That shows the Council is out of touch with the people and playing the insider game. The Council is an insiders club who appoint each other to governing boards like VTA and other kinds of organizations. And then these board members reward each other, and at least the board members of those other bodies are appointed by people that we, the people, elected, the council members. And now the council members are to be appointed also. That's oligarchy. And it's really costly in Russia, and it could be costly here too. And oligarchy is where the ruling elite choose each other and support each other. We, the people, deserve to vote. And we're going to remember who denied us a vote in the next elections. You can lose like Cindy Chavez lost twice.
Hold on.
Hello, my name is Tammy, and I am a resident in District 10. Let us vote in a special election. Congratulations to my neighbor, Matt Mahan, who won the mayoral election by over 6,000 votes from the people of San Jose who voted for him. That's awesome. Even though the rest of the current city council all endorsed Matt's opponent, Matt still won. After Matt won, I heard some of the city council members say on the TV news that you would work together with the new mayor to help improve this city, and that's great. We ask all the city council members to please be professional and do the right thing to allow a special election and let democracy prevail. And please continue to be cost conscious, worrying about the money and our taxpaying dollars for the rest of the time that you're in office. I am also a regular voter, and I do not have voter fatigue. I want a special election like the majority of the people in the city council.
Thank you.
Let democracy prevail.
Next speaker.
My name is Kimmy. I'm a mother with small children, hardworking individual, and taxpayer. I'm not only taking care of my kids, but also I make sure to be here tonight to voice my concern, because some council members proposed this idea to appoint the vacant city council seats. That was just a shock to me. I'm the resident in District 10, and I support the special election to choose my representative to voice for me, not just some politician's friend or their special interest group member. The politician who proposed the idea of canceling the residents' right to vote to choose our representative need to be aware that you have hurt people's trust in you. our country came a long way to establish a great system that is to give people the right.
Thank you. Next speaker. Manjeet. I'm also calling Manjeet down and Kathleen Peters and Victor Morris.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Hi, good evening, members of the City Council. My name is Clarence Medgelos. I'm a resident of District 3. Now, you have the tough task ahead in terms of trying to figure out how to get a resident from District 8 and 10 to represent the voices from that district. Other municipalities in the city, in the county, have processes of doing that, from appointment to special election, and I'm in support of an appointment. The reason why is that during the time that the council is making decisions, the time the new person elected to a special election, there'll be no representation. No person will be able to talk about the issues that these districts need representation for, besides the cost. So I urge you to support the memo and go through the process of appointing a qualified member of the city. Thank you.
Oh, before you start, I'm going to repeat the names that I've already called because they are not coming down. Are you Victor?
I am.
Kathleen Peters, Jaspal Singh, Manjeet Saini, and I'll also call Lon Nguyen and John Davis. Go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Victor Morris. Declaration of Independence recognizes that we are all human and that we were created equal, and that equality means that we are rightly governed only by our consent. This gave rise to our representative form of government, where we the people elect those who will represent us. If you fill the vacant seats by appointment rather than election, then you will violate this fundamental premise on which our republic is built. The Constitution goes on to state that the fundamental purpose of government is to protect and secure the rights of the people. So there's two things that come out of that. Expending funds on an election has higher priority than spending it on any other expenditure. Secondly, if you fill the vacant seats by appointment rather than election, then you'll be negligent in your duty to protect our rights. If you fill a vacant seat by appointment rather than election, then you are effectively saying, we're the board of...
Next speaker.
Good evening, Mayor and all council members, also in San Jose. And I believe all your seats here earned by majority voter. So I think the special election should be the best because we want to choose our representative and I want our voice be heard. So please have a special election. Like tonight, you see that majority support for the special elections. So I guess, and I hope that you can go with special election.
Thank you, Paul Nguyen. Go ahead, have the microphone, but Paul Nguyen, Gabe Cardenas, and Arun Singh, come on down.
Council, John Davis, District 3. You know, I was able to vote in District 3, and my candidate didn't win, but I was able to vote, and if I was at 8 and 10, I would be really upset. San Jose Spotlight, which is a local paper, says, how San Jose fills vacant council seats could sway power of balance. How the San Jose City Council fills 2 open seats could determine who has the property majority for the next 2 years. You've all heard a lot of speakers that talk, but I just want to read something that Pam Foley put in the spotlight. Pam, I was mad at you for a while, but I know you came back. My inner compass tells me this should be a decision made by the residents most impacted by the selection. Anything else would be an injustice to those folks living in City Council District 8 and 10. Foley told San Jose Spotlight, it is important to consider the fiscal impact on the budget, but it should be noted that the estimated cost of a special election represents less than 10% of the budget, which is
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, Mayor, Honorable Mayor, Mayor-elect Matt Mahan, my friend, and City Council member. My name is Arun Singh, and I live in District 10. Some of you might seen me in Monday's news because I am in favor of special election. I know it will cost us money, but in long run, special interest will cost us a lot more. That's what I said on TV. I don't want anybody to take my right to vote. This is my right. We voted you guys in. We can vote you guys out too next time. So please remember that. Some of you are leaving. Some of you are left already. You will run somewhere else. We will remember. Thank you.
Before the next speaker, I'd also like to call Dan Huang, Isaac Kao, Truk Tran, and Phuc Lei. Go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Gabriel Cardenas, and I'm an organizer with Working Partnerships and Gig Workers Rising. As we discuss our city and districts, let's talk about who's here and who's not here. Evergreen, Almaden has folks in attendance, but residents from Meadowfair, Tully, Ocala, King, Welsh Park, and Hoffman Villa Monte are not here. They are working multiple jobs to pay the rent and keep the lights on and put food on the table. I'm here to fight for their voice, not block their voice like many special interests here tonight. Let's stop with this crowd's farce and misguided idea of democracy that doesn't include working class San Jose residents that built and make this city thrive. Let's really let our entire community vote and approve Sergio Jimenez, Arenas, and Dev Davis's memo. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Isaac Kao. I'm a resident of San Jose, and I urge the City Council to support the special elections. All I want to say is for all those council members who are deciding today not to support the special elections, I want to say this is going to be your legacy. You're going to be remembered for the people who never supported special election. You're going to be in history books. Remember, your children, your grandchildren, everybody going to know what you've done today. It will never be forgotten. Just remember that. Do it for your grandchildren. This is what you're going to leave them with. This is your legacy. After all you have done, you're going to end up with this. This is not good for you and for you, everybody you know. Thank you.
Okay, next speaker, while he comes to the mic, Thon Nguyen, Cindy Leo, Betsy Hammer Carr.
Good evening, Mayor Sam Licado and Mayor-elect Matt Mahan and all City Council members. My name is Phuc Lei, and the only reason I come here for the question, do you think it is fair if we let 10 politicians to decide for the million people? We want fair. We want to control our fate. We don't want our fate in the hands of the stranger. But one thing I hate most about a politician is taking sides and collusion. So well, I don't think that is a fair game. So please let the people vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, good evening. My name is Cindy, and I'm a current D8 resident. I'm also a small business owner in San Jose. After a long, busy Monday work, I really hate to sit here rather than stay at home with my little kids. But I feel it's so crucial to come here to support the special election. I feel very disappointed and angry about those council who try to deprivilege other people's voting rights and trying to appoint something to the people. This is such a dangerous tendency to our democracy and also the basic citizens' right from a normal people like me. Even I'm an insignificant person. I don't want any special interest to encroachment my freedom and my voice. So please support the special election.
Thank you. Next speaker. I'd like to call Kyung Chen from Lone Hill Park, Ramin Ekulatar from District 10, and I think it says Jamie Shen. Go ahead.
Hi, Mayor and Council. My name is Betsy Hammercar, longtime resident of District 6. Really glad to be back in the building. It's been a long time. And I'm here to urge you to approve the recommendations laid out by Council members Jimenez, Davis, and Arenas. The city charter clearly states that y'all have the ability to appoint. It's very clear. And I just see so much that we need to do with our limited resources, including filling all the vacancies at City Hall. We're making our workers work way too hard. Thank you for your time, and I encourage you to vote for the measure.
Next speaker.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Natasha. Hi, Matt. Leaders come and go. Mayor Liccardo can understand that. Today, you are leader. Tomorrow, you will become back citizen. In Latin, vox populi, vox dei. You are here to represent the citizen. Give the citizen the right to vote, to decide for their future. Thank you so much.
Before you begin, Christopher Lee, Timothy Hay, and Fred Landis.
Like many who came up before me tonight, I come from a country that appoints its elected officials. Right now, their electorate is getting shot in the street, but it's okay. I'm here from District 10, and you don't have to think about what District 10 or 8 are thinking. They're right here in front of you. They're telling you what they're thinking, and they want you to vote, to want to vote. Please allow us to vote.
Mayor Liccardo, Mayor-elect Mahan, respected members of the City Council, good evening. I'm Christopher Lee, a 33-year-old San Jose constituent and taxpayer based in District 2, and the son of Hong Kong immigrants. I love San Jose. I have never missed an election since I was 18. We live in a democratic country, so I am shocked that we are debating a constitutionally protected right for free and fair elections. I oppose this small circle appointment. Democracy is not free and very costly. There is no price tag on democracy. We should never take this for granted. We are not in a totalitarian regime represented by the King of England. The people of San Jose have spoken, and the majority have spoken. Your vote is a vote for democracy and rule of law, and your vote against is for tyranny and totalitarianism. We will never forget, and we will vote you all out.
Good evening. I'm Fred Landis, a resident of District 10. I want to thank all of you for showing up to work tonight. It is a special meeting, so I think it is incumbent upon you to show up. Zoom is over, in my humble opinion. I believe that it's said, and it's true, that all politics is local. Well, if a local election isn't permissible for city council, I don't know how much local you can get. Garbage keeper? I don't know. Further, this idea of cost, we all know that we've made it easy to vote in this country and in this state. Mail-in ballots can be done at a cost of $1 million. And we all know We have spent more and gotten less over the years than that. So if nothing else, if you don't want to listen to me, listen to all these new.
Thank you. Next speaker. I also need to call Aton Abasora.
Dear Sam Mayor, dear Mayor-elect Matt, and also dear council members. My name is Timothy He. I'm a long-term evergreen resident. From District 8, I would like to elect a representative for my district. Other than the mayors, and it's not fair for the other city council members from other districts to appoint anyone to be the representative for my district. So I would like you to approve the special election. Thank you so much.
Chamu Polianapin, Ken Hin, Kimmy Huang, May Lam, Raymond Lee, Nana Solomon, and Jesse Power.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor Liccardo, Vice Mayor, and Mayor-elect Matt Mahan. Those of you who don't know, District 8 is where the largest Sikh temple resides in the beautiful East Foothills. We encourage you to vote on the democratic process, which all of you have honorably participated by yourselves, and let the people elect the next council members for the prospective Districts 8 and 10. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Chamu Poliniapan, and I'm currently a student. Thank you, council members, mayor, and mayor-elect, for your time. Voting is one of the most vital rights we have. We need to have a say in who represents us. The decisions these members make will affect every single one of us, from our water to our housing to our parks. Why shouldn't we be a part of that choice? It's honestly appalling to me that this is even a question. I honestly don't understand why we're debating over a basic right, and I'm wary of the precedent this would set and for our future elections. Yes, it will cost us money, but the other option will cost us one of the foundations of our democracy. I urge you all to listen to our voices, the voices of your constituents, loud and clear. Please let us vote. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Maylan Lei. I reside in District 7. I'm here tonight to support the special election to be held for people living in District 8 and District 10. Some of my family members living in District 8, and I know their concern. Council members, let people choose their representatives. Let their voice heard. Whatever the reason, you member of the San Jose City Council deny the special election by appoint 2 council members for them is against their right, against our rights. Let them vote. Let us vote. Let people vote. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Nancy Solomon. I live downtown, and I got the email saying that this was up for debate, whether or not we'd, be electing or appointing our representatives. Public speaking to me is like eating glass, so I apologize for that. But after watching, and I hadn't planned to speak tonight, but after watching the people here today and what they've gone through to come here and be part of this process, I really ask you to let everybody speak about their representatives. Thanks.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I have been living in San Jose for 23 years and a resident in District 8 for 15 years. First, thank you for taking your time listening to us. And meanwhile, I noticed some of our council members don't even show up tonight. Are they willing to listen to us, people? No. Can we trust them to appoint council members for us? No. So we want special elections, not appointments. We want democracy, not dictatorship. We want to elect somebody who can represent us people, not group of special interests. Let's vote, and appointments are wrong. Thank you.
Okay, I have called every card, but I have a stack of people who didn't come down. So if you submitted a card and you did not hear your name, please come down to the microphone, say your first name, and I will pull your card out of here. And then when we're done, we'll move over to Zoom. So come on down.
Hi, my name is Hannah Kai, and I'm a resident of District 10, and I used to live in District 3. And can you imagine having our congressional representative being chosen by people of Kansas or Missouri? I can't imagine the representative voting for our representative. So, and I'm convinced our city council members is much closer to us than our congressional member to our daily lives. So how much percentage of the city revenue comes from District A and 10? And if you deny us the vote just by $11 million, can we just refuse to pay our taxes? Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to move to Zoom now. For people in person, you can continue to submit cards. We'll go back and forth, but we're moving over to Zoom. The first speaker is Irene Schoberg, followed by David. Irene Schoberg?
Yes, my name is, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, my name is Irene Schoberg, and I have been a 47-year resident of San Jose, and I reside in District 2. And I also am a Democrat, so to the gentleman who gave the number of representing 500,000 Democrats, he can deduct one more, because I am asking the City Council, San Jose City Council, to vote to have a special election. Correction, this may be more than one person running for for the positions, because the one gentleman said on the mail-in form there would only be one person. There conceivably could be 2 or 3 for District 8 or 10, who knows? But anyway, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor and City Council, and have a nice evening.
Honorable Mayor and City Council, I'm David Noel, a neighborhood leader in District 9. I really appreciate the opportunity to participate in this democratic process via Zoom, and I hope the new City Council continues this tradition. Along the same democratic lines, I urge you to give District 8 and 10 residents the opportunity to elect their representatives as well. Democracy was on the ballot in November, but more fundamentally, trust in government was on the ballot. The next council will need the trust of their constituents to navigate difficult challenges. Please don't set them up for failure by removing the public trust. You were on the right side of history when you voted to oppose the Water District's deceitful attempt to fool voters into extending their term limits. Using appointment to fill the permanent vacancies would equate to disenfranchisement and voter suppression, also known as stealing the vote. It's a slippery slope, and former President Trump would be very proud of you. Please let the people vote. Thank you.
Issa, followed by David Eisbach.
Yes, I would just like to ask for compromise tonight. A lot of council members seem to be hiding about how much money things cost, so let's appoint. But if you just do mail-in ballots, Tony received the cost for mail-in ballots, which is less than half. It's around $1 million to have an election. So it'd be about $4 million for mail-in ballots. I'm sure there's some excuse that, oh, we can't do mail-in ballots because of the charter, but but you guys are all sitting there together. You can change things to make it work. And let's just compromise. Okay, that's what I'm asking for tonight. Thank you.
Okay, David Eisbach, followed by Ken Schneebly.
Yes, thank you. Across America, there are movements to suppress voting rights by shrinking polling places, limiting early voting, curtailing drop boxes, or canceling votes on the basis of old signatures. We shrink in shock hearing this. But here in San Jose, this council is considering denying the citizens in District 8 and 10 their vote. I think cost is here insignificant, but the time, 8 to 9 months, is significant. Imagine those seats vacant. Then imagine those seats filled by political opportunists or carpetbaggers for 2 years performing other people's wishes rather than those of the district's best interests. Let elections decide. Thank you.
Ken Schneebly, followed by Dan Huynh.
Hi, Ken Schneebly here. The city charter seems to have two conflicting objectives. The one is apparently the ability to appoint, but the other one is the City of San Jose's Code of Ethics, and that is embodied also in the city charter. And it says that, among other things, it says that the citizens of San Jose expect and must receive the highest standard of ethics from those in public service. That's the people here. So we have two competing things within the city charter, one of which is to be ethical, and the other one is to appoint instead of letting the people vote. For me, it's very clear. You can't disenfranchise 200,000 citizens and consider yourself to be ethical.
Okay, I don't think Dan came down. Okay, so Jackie Hefner, followed by Charles Howard.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much to the mayor, mayor-elect, and city council. I am a D10 resident, and I support the council appointing to both the D8 and D10 vacancies, the same way that the city of San Mateo is doing with the 2-year vacancy. This is the fastest way to ensure that we have representation as well as being fiscally responsible. I have voted in every election since I was 18. I will still vote in March of 2024. What I don't want as a D10 resident is to have no representation until September. Our city charter allows for an appointment, and in this case, I think it's prudent and it is the best thing to do. I believe in democracy. I believe in my vote, and none of that is being taken away from me. I will have it in March. Thank you.
Charles Howard, followed by Michael Sy. Charles Howard.
Sorry, I was muted. I've been listening since 5 o'clock, and I would say what we're looking at is a real vote for or against democracy. And I noticed that most of the speakers that were pro having a vote were immigrants who, in my mind, know better than natives the value that the country offers. So think about that. I believe the cost thing is total nonsense. And we really should not be disenfranchised by people not in our districts. I'm in District 10.
Michael Sy, followed by Brad.
Hi, Michael Tsai, currently serving on the Milpitas School Board, speaking just personally. I had the honor of running for Milpitas City Council this election and came in as the runner-up. But this is our democratic process. I'm coming in as a neutral party, but I commend Mayor Liccardo and Mayor-elect Mahan for their support of democratic rights. If you had asked me 6 years ago what I thought about this, I would say there's equal pros and cons. But after serving a full term on the Milpitas School Board and seeing firsthand how much potential there is for backroom dealings in these sorts of appointments, I say when there's any doubt, you need to let the people decide. To say that elections cost money, so let's not have an election, doesn't fit with our democratic values. So when in doubt, please let the people decide. And the fact that Matt Mahan was elected the mayor despite all the council members endorsing against him shows that sometimes the voters aren't going to agree with what the council thinks. So again, let the voters decide. Thank you.
Brad, followed by Jeff Schuller.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and congratulations, Mayor-elect Mahan and the rest of the City Council. I would like to educate the people and the residents in the council chambers, as well as those listening on Zoom, that the drafters of the memo were a party to suppressing the vote of the federated retirees. And I would like to let them know that they've already negated a bona fide election for the retirees to elect their own representative to the Federated Retirement Board. They allowed the unions to select that person. And I would like to, again, educate the people on that it's been done before. I am for, you need to, and I'm surprised we're even having this debate, you need to vote to have a special election. And if I can request to Mayor-elect Mahan to reverse that council decision to deny the retirees to.
Jeff Schuller, followed by Andrei Solomonov.
Hello there. My name is Jeff Schuller. I've lived and worked in San Jose for almost 33 years now, actually. I pay very high property taxes and I vote every single time I'm given the opportunity. I am a District 10 citizen, and I do wish to choose the person who represents me, and I stand with all the people from District 8 who would also like to do the same. I've heard the concerns that have been stated this evening about those who don't want to wait for a special election, and I do support the idea of perhaps appointing an interim representative to do the work in that time, but I stand firm with the idea that we have the special election for District 8 and 10. Thank you.
Andrei Solomonov, followed by Gabby Chavez Lopez.
My name is Andres Solomonov, and I am a neighborhood leader and president of the Brahms Edgeview Neighborhood Association here in District 8. I'm personally asking that the City Council run a special election to let us choose our own council member. I urge everyone to read the memo from council members Jimenez, Davis, and Arenas justifying a political appointment. It is nothing more than an anti-democratic manifesto. According to the Democratic National Committee's own website, Democrats are committed to protecting our fundamental right to vote. Here's the City Council's chance to uphold these ideals and not give in to an outside special interest group. Our elected government is supposed to reflect the interests of its citizens. I urge the City Council to give the people of East San Jose the opportunity to vote. Anything else is voter suppression. Thank you.
Gabby, followed by Elizabeth Kamya.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Liccardo and Council. My name is Gabby Chavez Lopez, and I'm a San Jose District 6 resident. And I'm also the executive director of a nonprofit here in Silicon Valley, Latino Coalition of Silicon Valley. I joined the NAACP and many other community-based organizations in calling for a transparent and inclusive appointment process that would seat council members on a much shorter timeline. Residents deserve continuity of representation and an advocate who continuously represents their needs. There are urgent issues that impact each and every single one of the council districts and everyone who lives and works in San Jose. It's not just about District 8 and 10. We are one city. And I know that in our last election, voter turnout was dismal at best and discouraged other costly elections. So I encourage you to support the appointment process and vote yes on the Davis Jimenez Arenas memo. Thank you so much.
Elizabeth, followed by Martin.
Hi, my name is Elizabeth Kamya. I am on the executive board of the San Jose NAACP. And I'm calling today to support or ask for council support in an appointment process to address the 2 vacant council positions. We believe that an appointment ensures that residents in D8 and D10 receive continual representation. With over 700 vacancies in the city, we need to focus on staffing up. And the only way we could do that is by filling these vacancies on council. So thank you.
Martin, followed by Yumi.
My name is Martin Robwork. I'm from District 10. I think it's very important that district residents decide how to fill our city council vacancies. It is the way our democracy works, and it is important that the will of San Jose voters be heard. The people decided who they would like to be mayor, and the people should get to decide who fills the council seats. The only argument I heard against special election is the cost. Many tonight have made very eloquent arguments that the cost would be far greater if we did not have a special election. Here's another reason. I was not happy that millions were spent to try to recall Governor Newsom, but in the end, the voters decided, and that's what is important. Similarly, for Santa Clara Water Board, millions were spent so that the board members could extend their tenure for a 4th term. Again, I was unhappy that the ballot measure was worded misleadingly and the board members increased their tenure. But by law, the public got to weigh in. Just because there's no law calling for a special election in San Jose City Council, please.
Yumi, followed by Amrit. Okay, Yumi, you are using an older version of Zoom. You will need to sign off, download an update to your Zoom, re-sign back on, and put your hand back up. Amrit, followed by Araceli. Amrit.
Hi, sorry. My name is Amrit, and I am a resident in District 8. And I just wanted to come on and say that I encourage the council to act in favor of appointment. I believe voters place their trust in city council to do the right thing for their constituents. And I believe that holding a special election will use time and money that can be better allocated to serve the community. I think this is the best way to proceed to ensure that D8 and D10 voters are represented fairly. Thank you for the opportunity to speak, and I hope the council will vote in favor of appointment.
Araceli, followed by Mike Sodergren.
Hi, good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. My name is Araceli. I'm a San Jose resident and political organizer with SEIU, USWW. While many are calling for a special election, we would express strong caution as this process would result in millions of dollars that could be better used in supporting our community through a variety of uses. We must also take seriously into account the continuity of representation. We are just coming off a midterm election that resulted in very low turnout. A special election would go further down that trend without civic participations from communities of color and renters. We look forward to moving through this process responsibly and expeditiously so that we can focus our energy on working for our community, which continues to grapple with numerous impacts. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comment.
Mike, followed by Brian Gordon.
Mike Sodergren, 2016 candidate for D10, who campaigned to get the money out of our elections. Clearly that problem remains, but I love my city and I know this. Presidents aren't installed, council members aren't appointed. We need to let the people choose. I will have to run again if we don't do this. If we don't amend Article 4 of the city charter to take all uncertainty out of the filling of vacancies and the representation of the vacated council district until a special election is completed, we will have failed the people. Unfortunately, we did not follow Section 410D, which states that the council can initiate the election process in anticipation of possible vacancies in District 6, 8, and 10, and that wasn't followed. In 2020, the council members were elected by the people. They have chiefs of staff that could represent the interests and vote on the dais.
Brian, followed by Nancy. Brian Gordon.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry, I was muted. So thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My wife and I, both raised in Cambrian Park. We've been in Almaden Valley for the last 30 years. Now, living in a representative republic gives us the right and the duty to elect our representatives through a democratic process. As a resident of District 10, I did not have input to the representatives of other districts, nor did any of my neighbors. They don't represent us and should not be deciding who will. And there's enough turmoil in this country today surrounding the legitimacy of how we choose our elected officials. There's no reason this council should add to that controversy. There's a question about cost, and no one should expect it to be free. And as others have pointed out, it'll be much less expensive than the recall elections that would likely result from going forward with an appointment process. Thank you.
Nancy, followed by Bill.
You hear me?
Yes.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Nancy Stevens and I live in District 9. This council collectively represents all of the citizens of San Jose, and the San Jose citizens should be able to maintain and exercise their right to vote on who represents them. The council appointing representatives as opposed to citizens voting is highly suspicious to me as far as the motives of such an action. Please consider ways to speed up the process of holding a special election and cutting costs of same. Many citizens in our nation have lost faith in the voting process. I encourage you to let the citizens of District 8 and 10 vote for their representatives. Let's maintain election integrity in San Jose. Thank you.
Bill, followed by Michelle.
Oh, hello to the council. I'm Bill Keller and my wife Debbie from District 10. I want the council to unanimously support a special election. Do not disenfranchise the voters of District 8 and 10. I am heartened by the turnout in person and online tonight. I am outraged that 3 of the San Jose council people supported the appointment proposal. Backroom dealing and special interest efforts to suppress the vote must be denied. Thank you.
Michelle, followed by Gregory.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Thank you for holding this meeting to hear from your constituents. I'm in District 9. According to the Let Me Vote San Jose website, only 4 of the council members currently serving will continue in 2023. As the site concludes, a process that allows 3 termed out council members to decide on the 2023 council membership is deeply flawed. Rather, I'd encourage you to do what is right and vote for a special election. And my son wants to add a statement.
My name is Miles and I am 12 years old. I am learning about the U.S. Constitution in school. It starts with 3 words, we the people, which means the function of the U.S. government is to serve the people. Right now, that means holding a special election so the registered voters in San Jose can vote on who they would like to represent them. Please vote yes on the special election. Thank you.
Gregory, followed by Tammy Denota.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. Hi, my name is Greg Braley. I am a resident of District 10. We as residents deserve the right to choose our representatives. If city council members from other districts choose our representative, then that appointee is not representing us. They're representing you. We might as well not even have a representative. I can't believe we're even having this conversation about the cost of democracy. As the city clerk outlined at the beginning of the meeting, every vacancy on city council for the past 25 years has been filled by special elections. What's different now? Do not let city politics turn into the politics of Washington, D.C. We see how dysfunctional our national politics are. with political party power taking precedence over every decision. Do not let political power cloud your judgment. Choose a special election to fill these vacancies. Thank you.
Tammy, followed by Sam.
Hi, my name is Tammy Denoda, and I am a lifelong resident of District 8 and voted in every election since I was 18. I want to support the motion by council members Arenas, Jimenez, and Davis. In District 8, we voted for Arenas for 2 council seats and now for county supervisor, and I trust her to make a decision on who should supersede her. So I want to again say that I support that motion, and also if people are not allowed to have the appointment based on their current council member, they'll be disenfranchised because we hardly even voted in the primary election. So the special election will have even more dire results. Thank you.
Sam, followed by Casey.
Good evening, Mayor Liccardo, members of the council. My name is Sam Sayu. I am a 35-year resident of District 8, living in the same place that whole time. I want to point out that not too long ago, Senator Kamala Harris was elected to the vice presidency. And when that happened, the governor of California appointed someone to replace her on the Senate, and then appointed someone else to fill the vacancy left by that appointment. Temporary appointments to fill vacancies are not unheard of, are not undemocratic. I support the process of an appointment for the interim balance of the unfilled term.
Casey, followed by Shiloh Ballard.
My name is Kelsey Colson. I'm in District 9. Special elections are expensive, but they are not nearly as costly as losing our democratic right to vote. Budgets should not be balanced by eroding democracy. San Jose has a history of preserving the right to vote when a council seat becomes vacant due to an election. Council members Jimenez, Davis, and Arenas seem to appreciate democracy when it worked for them to get elected, but now they want to take away voting rights from the residents of District 8 and 10. They argue that fiscal prudence and discipline happens by taking away our right to vote. I believe it happens in budget meetings, not in the destruction of the democratic process of voting. What side of history do you want to be on? Do you want to be the council that begins the process of denying citizens the right to vote, or do you want to continue the long-standing precedent that San Jose lets their citizens choose their elected officials? All of San Jose and the next generation is watching. Will you be the council that protects democracy, or will you be the council that protects the wishes?
Shiloh, followed by Tanya.
Hello, my name's Shiloh Ballard, and I've lived and worked in the city all over the place, including D10, where we still own property. I wanted to say the memo by council members Arenas, Jimenez, and Davis really clearly lays out exactly why an appointment process makes so much sense. And I wish you all would just read that memo word for word for everybody here to listen to. It's great. I also wanted to say, I really resent how I and all of us here today get used for political ends. We're whipped into a frenzy by depthless sloganeering, which is why I really appreciated the first part of the memo about the false labor business binary. This issue today does not have to be black and white. We're not taking away anyone's vote. There's an election the next year. There is so much room for an appointment process that minimizes many of the very legitimate concerns we're hearing today around cost, community involvement, and timing. Anyway, appointments, do it.
Tanya, followed by Sarah McDermott. Tanya? Okay, moving on to Sarah McDermott, followed by David Parker.
Good evening, Council. My name's Sarah McDermott, and I'm representing the hospitality workers of Unite Here Local 19. We stand with the NAACP and the Latino Coalition of Silicon Valley in calling for a transparent appointment process. I want to challenge the narrative that appointments are undemocratic. This is a process that is laid out in the city charter, which is our local constitution. And our union has fought for voting rights and has been on the ground doing voter turnout in swing states. And we know more than anyone how hard it is for working people to be able to vote, especially in the special election. So we hope you will support the memo from Davis, Jimenez, and Arenas. Thank you.
David, followed by Willie.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council. I want to echo an earlier speaker. It doesn't need to be either or. Moving forward, and I want to speak to those who showed up tonight in support of a special election. We're not talking about being disenfranchised. If you want to talk about being disenfranchised, talk about the residents of districts 8 and 10 who won't have a city council member during budget negotiations coming up this spring. They need someone on the city council who's going to fight for city services such as 911 dispatchers and code enforcement and parks and neighborhood services. Please support the appointment process. The voters and the taxpayers of districts 8 and 10 deserve to be heard on the city council. You can still have a special election, but the voice of the people needed.
Willie, followed by Michael Baratz.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Okay. Good evening, everybody. Thank you for having me. And I am a resident of D4, San Jose. And I'm here to urge the council to listen to the voice of the people and have this special election. And I have heard comments says this special election is going to cost money. But please realize that we need to do things right instead of do it quickly. Otherwise, it's going to cost us more. So let the people decide and listen to the people's voice. That's all from my side. And I'm yield my time to other speakers. Thank you.
Michael, followed by Sarah Salerno.
Hello, my name is Michael Barretts. I'm speaking in support of filling the vacancies in the council districts 8 and 10 by appointment. A special election will cost upwards of $11 million. This money is better spent hiring 10 or 15 police officers or applied towards solutions for the homeless. An election which has less than 10% of eligible voters voting is not inherently democratic. Only there will be an election in less than 12 months. The mayor-elect says an appointment is a power grab. Holding an election where so few people will actually vote is just as much a power grab. I urge the council to choose to fill these seats by an open, community-involved process and move forward with the city's business. Thank you.
Sarah, followed by Gio.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, hi, I am a D10 resident and I support the special election. You got elected to make our republic better and stronger, but by not supporting our rights to vote, you're forcing taxation without representation. The cost of the argument that is too costly is ridiculous. I mean, you guys gave yourselves salary raises of 4.5% just this year, and always raises every year. You never take less compensation even when you're not doing your job of making our republic stronger and better. And now it seems like you're imposing the foundations for a dictatorship. You were elected to support our republic and our rights to elect our representatives. Please do your job. Thank you.
Gio, followed by Todd.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and City Council. I'm a
resident of District 8, Latino representative of District 8. And I just wanted to say, I think that we should hold the special election and let us vote because, you know, it's really important that we decide who we want over here and not let, you know, politicians decide. It's you know, it's only right that it's only fair, you know, that we keep our democracy here in San Jose as well. That's all. Thank you for your time.
Todd, followed by Leo Gelman.
Todd Langton, the founder of the Coalition for the Unhoused of Silicon Valley. You know, the Banana Republic is thriving in Venezuela, Cuba, Russia, and Vietnam. We can't let it thrive here in San Jose. We're better than that. Let the people vote. I think we need to question the motivation of the council members who sponsored this proposal. I think it's the same motivation how they all fell in line to support Cindy Chavez. And those of you who are predicting a low turnout, shame on you. That's not what it's all about. If we're going to not have an election because of low turnout, then let's just do away with all the midterms. Get your people out to vote. Let the people vote for this election, in a special election. This is shameful that we're even having this conversation. The cost, very small price would pay for democracy. So anyway, I'm just embarrassed that we're having this conversation. We got to vote. We let the people vote. And I really question the ethics of those 3 council members who supported and made this initiative happen. Shame on you.
Leo, followed by Topher.
Hello. My name is Leo Gelman. I live in District 10. I'm very proud of my council member winning the election of the mayor of San Jose. And I want to make sure that in the coming months and years, the district is represented by a person elected to the office rather than by someone appointed by the majority of the city council. There are many challenges in front of us. We need a diversity of opinions represented at the council, not just the strengthening of the majority on the council. Please let the people of the district select their representatives. Thank you.
Topher Kessler.
Hello, thank you. My wife and I live in District 10, and we are with the vocal majority you see in front of you. This is not your personal secretary. This is our government representative. Be it either our mistake to turn out in low numbers or our fortune to turn out in high numbers, there is no other American way to have a legitimate representative of our district than by special election. It will cost to have an election, but the ramifications following an appointment, including your recall elections, will cost far more. With all due respect, you are our public servants, so serve us our rights and not what you think we need. The charter allows for undemocratic action, then we need a new charter. Thank you.
Derek, no new jail.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. Hello, my name is Derek, and I am a local 521 SEIU member and a chapter president of Sacred Hearts Union. I'm here today to talk to you as a worker and to share my strong support for the appointment process because I do hear my labor brothers and sisters and siblings just thick up in this space, which I really respect. So I'm here in support of the memo to appoint someone to address the 2 vacant council positions, and also to offer up the suggestion to the Taxpayers Association, Howard Jarvis, and the Realtors Association that if they don't like the appointment, that your constituents, the people listening here, should be pushing them to spend millions of dollars on a recall election. That is a really great solution. Thank you.
Andrea Schwartz.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I think it's remarkable that as punishment for those in District 10 and District 8 who might have voted for the current mayor-elect, that we're being punished because now we don't have the opportunity to decide who we'd like to be our district supervisors. I think this whole business is to actually discourage future participation in elections, because people will throw up their hands and say, you know what, they just don't think there's enough people. Well, what's to stop future elections for saying, we don't think there are going to be enough people who show up, so we'll just cancel it. I think you're showing by even having this debate that you really don't believe in people determining who should be their representatives. Please have an election.
Jill Borders.
My name is Jill Borders and I'm a District 10 resident. We need a special election. I care deeply about being able to vote. Civic engagement is a part of my daily life. Before I vote, I always ask, does the candidate's values align with mine? Do they care about the Santa Teresa Ridge here in D10, the environment and wildlife corridors? Do they support manufactured home residents staying in their homes and not being displaced? Are they compassionate, fiscally responsible, and have new ideas? Do they respond to questions thoughtfully and intelligently and are available? In short, I know more than you do who I want to represent me. Let me vote. And to the previous caller who mentioned reading the Arenas, Jimenez, and Davis letter or memo, I read every word, and much of it was based on assumptions and was quite irksome, annoying, and just ticked me off, quite frankly.
Mar Idemoto. Mar Idemoto. Next we have Carol Robledo.
Hi, my name is Carol Robledo. I am a native-born San Josean. I believe it is critical that we not wait the many months it would take for a special election, but that we have representation in a timely manner. District 8 and 10 deserve representation now. There is a process for replacing representatives, and that is appointment. I say, let's spend the millions of dollars it would take for a special election on hiring police officers or finding solutions for the homeless crisis we now face. I urge the council to fill the seats with an open community involved process and to move forward with city business. Thank you.
Jose Pavon, followed by Greg Kay.
Good evening, council members. My name is Jose Luis Pavon, political organizer with SCIU USWW. I would like to support the position of doing an appointment. I think it's the most efficient use of resources. It is absolutely democratic. Other major cities such as San Francisco, Oakland, or at the state and the county level do appointments all the time. I think it would be more undemocratic to have the special election because so many people do not vote, and the most robust involvement from voters will come from doing an election a year from now. And I just want to say, who speaks for the homeless people in the homeless camps who don't have an address? Who speaks for the thousands of people that were forced to leave because of such a high cost of living? Well, that's the labor movement. Thank you.
Greg K, followed by Lisa.
Hello, my name is Greg Koopman. I was born and raised here in San Jose, along with my 7 brothers and sisters. I'm a proud union retiree here in San Jose, and I love San Jose. Thank you, Honorable Mayor and Mayor-elect and council members for hearing my individual opinion. My wife Roxanne and I are community leaders and helped to start our 1,000 home San Jose Neighborhood Association. We feel our community needs to feel more involved with this wonderful city and not silenced. That's why my wife and I agreed with a number of our neighbors that we need to vote for our government officials as much as possible and not have them appointed just due to cost savings. I do feel that smaller elections could be a little bit more simplified to keep the cost down, but ultimately it must be the people having an opportunity to choose that matters the most. Thanks.
Lisa, followed by Melanie Griswold.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I'm Lisa Boissier, District 10 voter for 20 years. Before that, I was District 6 voter for 10 years. And I urge you to support a special election with the interim appointment until the special election happens. You're trying to tamp down reactions to these speakers tonight. I get that because you want to let everyone speak. Thank you. But you may have noticed this group will not be silenced. If you disenfranchise us by voting to appoint a council member, you are trying to silence us. And let me assure you, we will not be silenced tonight or tomorrow or anytime in the next 2 years. How would you like if your vote was taken away? If someone said they were going to appoint the next president and skip the election, would you be fine with that? I wouldn't. So local elections matter too, in many ways, even more so. And democracy matters at all levels. We insist that you allow us in District 10, and I hope I'm speaking for a lot of people in District 8, to vote in our next city on our next city representative.
I don't think Melanie Griswold heard me call her name due to the applause, so I'm going to go to Dee O'Moore, followed by Melanie. Oh, go ahead, you're down here? Go ahead. I looked over, I didn't see you.
Good evening, my name is Melanie Griswold. San Jose finds itself in a unique position in that the recent elections created 2 vacancies. Those seats could be filled by appointment, and if City Council were to go that route, I'm sure that you would do your best to do a thorough vetting and invite as much community engagement as would be possible with limited time and your busy schedules. But with all of Council's responsibilities and your already overflowing plates, how could the vetting needed for these seats even come close to that approaching the robust exchange of voices that occurs in an election? Some would say that the cost of a special election favors appointment, but we are talking about 2 seats and 2 years left on each of those terms. And we are talking about a cost that is a fraction of the city's discretionary budget. Everyone agrees that the citizens should have a voice in who represents them. The question is how best to let those voices be heard. Thank you.
Dee O'Moore, followed by Chow Win.
Good evening to the council members, to Mayor Liccardo and Mayor-elect Mahan. I speak on behalf tonight of my husband and myself. I had many things to say earlier on the evening. I've actually been listening since 5 p.m., but I think the most important thing that I've heard is all of the voices very clearly speaking, the vast majority, with great respect to those that dissent or disagree, but the vast majority of not just District 8 and District 10, but of citywide voters have made your job very easy this evening. In fact, we've shared with you what we want you to do. The majority, which is the way our democracy and our republic works, is for you to enact what the majority would like. I therefore ask from the bottom of my heart in a democracy that you allow us to vote, that you conduct the special elections, and that we move forward with representing District 8 and District 10 with elections. Thank you.
Chow Win, followed by Gabby Mendoza.
Good evening.
thank you for the opportunity to speak. I am a resident in District 8. By now, you've heard all the great reasons why the majority of the people in District 8 and 10, including myself, support a special election. So I hope that you consider this and carry out our wish, and so then we can support you. So to make a better use of our time and money, you can also do a poll to find out how many of us support and how many do not. Thank you.
Gabby Mendoza, followed by Steve.
Hello, yes, I'm calling in support of the memo of Sergio Jimenez, Dave Davis, and Silvia Arenas. I want to educate you guys on something. Okay, you guys talking about disenfranchising. It's about 250,000 disenfranchised non-citizens and undocumented residents of San Jose. Okay, but we bring in 5.3 billion in state and local taxes, and all in United States, 12.9 billion. Okay, do not waste $11 million. Do not waste $11 million in a special election. Okay, don't do it. We get disenfranchised all the time. Okay, and we pay taxes. We pay taxes, and I have proven to you, Council. Please support the memo of Sergio, Davis, and Arenas. Support the memo, please. Thank you.
Steve, followed by Charlie Clough. I just got a notice that Zoom ended. So before...
I'm unmuted. Can you hear me?
Yes. Steve, before you start, I'm going to stop your timer. Are you still getting Zoom? I just got a text that Zoom ended, but I'm assuming since you're speaking,
I can
it's all
still
okay?
see it, Tony. It's still working.
Yeah,
Okay.
I still see it too.
Thank you. Go ahead, Steve.
Okay. Well, thanks for the opportunity to speak, and thanks for all of you being here. And with great respect, I want to tell you a really quick story. My great-grandfather was a follower of Marcus Garvey, so he fought for the right to vote, and he fought for workers' rights, so he was a union man as well. And you know what happened to him? He was killed for his work to have people speak their mind. And so I believe that we should vote, even though it might cost some money. And then I'd like to also say a quick analogy. If you were a doctor and you had a patient who was, let's say, 90, so the patient was probably only had 10 years to live, would you then say, nah, we're not going to operate on this patient. We're just going to save some money and let the patient die? Let us vote to figure out who's going to represent us. Thank you. From District.
Charlie, followed by Sandra.
Hi, I'm Charlie Clough. I live in District 3. I moved to San Jose about 10 years ago from a tiny rural town in Montana to attend college here. I loved every single minute of living in this amazing city. I believe that in many ways, San Jose has been at the forefront of forward thinking, and I'm proud to live in this city. It blows my mind that the city council would even consider disallowing D8 and D10 residents from voting for their representatives. I urge you to approve this special election. Doing otherwise would literally go against the Constitution and disenfranchise thousands and thousands of San Jose residents who deserve to have their opinions heard. In the words of Randy Marsh, I thought this was America. Thank you, and just do the right thing.
Sandra, followed by Sean.
As a resident of D10, I want to especially thank the residents of the other districts who spoke in favor of a special election today. It is clear that they understand that a horrible precedent could be set tonight. I lived in the South. I know what voter suppression and Jim Crow looks like. They look like an appointment. The racial breakdown of D8 is 88% people of color. In D10, it is 58% people of color. So this council is considering disenfranchising a significant number of people of color by silencing all the other voices in this district. This was the Deep South. You would say it was racist and wrong. Actually, it's racist and wrong wherever and whenever it's done. It is immoral to silence the voices of any community. And you are considering setting a precedent for all future vacancies. Our voices, our votes, our voting are priceless. Vote for a special election, please.
Sean, followed by Beth.
Hello, my name is Sean Schrum, a disabilities advocate. Blessings to the Muwekma Ohlone people on whose unceded lands we speak tonight. We must know everything we can about individuals and their allies before we choose them to fill the seat, and that demands our involvement. The damage an appointed person can do is right next door in Santa Cruz. The executive director plus a board member of a group of land developers in appointed positions are endlessly attempting to pull up the railroad tracks against the warnings of all of our 5 CZU fire chiefs and directors who say we need the rail for evacuation, hauling water, and fire suppression. Those appointed individuals would make all of San Jose and the state much more dangerous to live in. And they're going to try to add another person, appoint another person tomorrow at 9 a.m. Special interest never rests. You've got to know everything you.
Beth, followed by Peter. Beth?
Yes, hello. My name is Beth Fisher. I'm here with the Santa Clara and San Benito Counties Building Trades Council, and we support the appointment process. We urge a transparent process informed by the public. We think that the funding for a special election could be better applied to programs such as public safety, park maintenance, libraries, community centers, and really feeding that money back into serving the community. And I yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Peter, followed by Amon.
Hello, this is Peter Hernandez. I'm actually a duly elected San Benito County supervisor, and this is just my advice, who's dealt with appointment processes, with the pushback and ultimately the sentiment of the public to understand that their voice matters. As a county supervisor, I've known that representation matters, which by default requires respect for the voice of those very people that we want to represent. So it's my encouragement to you, City Council, to please consider a special election. That is the only way you're gonna set aside partisanship and encourage that sentiment of ultimately trying to work together. We're set for a 2024 election that could be very divisive. I encourage you to go the route of encouraging the vote of the people. Thank you.
Amon, followed by caller 6028.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, this is Aman. I'm in District 7, and I support my fellow District 8 and 10 folks to have an special election. The fact that we're having this conversation is just preposterous, that we are asking for voting for people that would represent us. It sets a really terrible precedence. I'd love to see a measure that limits the council members' ability to set special appointments. I think the incumbent will have an unfair advantage, an appointment incumbent. And yeah, I'm not so sure if the council can solve the challenges that some of the folks have brought up about elderly and the homeless if they appoint somebody in the interim. They're just going to appoint somebody that is going to think more like them. So I support the special election. Thank you.
Caller 6028, followed by Jose Barba. Caller 6028, go ahead.
Hello? Hello? Can you
Yes.
hear me?
Yes.
Oh, yes. Okay. It was it was more than 4,000 years ago when Charlton Heston stood up in front of the dictator of Egypt and said, "Let my people vote. Let my people vote." It is absolutely disgusting that we have to spend a Monday night away from our family begging a bunch of people up there who got into their seats by an election. Didn't all of you get in your seats there by having an election? I think you did. And you shall not deny it to the people of districts, the vacant districts This is America. Recall that only in October, Xi Jinping got reappointed as dictator of communist China for another 5 years. That's not what we want here in America. Now, let the people vote.
Jose Barba, followed by Diane Gaskell.
You hear me?
Yes.
Good morning, good evening. My name is Jose Barba. Good morning, good evening, Mayor and Council, City Council. My name is Jose Barba, and I live in San Jose for over 45 years. I am a member of United Here Local 19, and I've been went to Washington, D.C. Voting rights, Washington, D.C. with my union. I support the appointments present. This will be much quicker to press it for filling the vacant seats and avoid wasting millions of dollars. Each council district has urgent priorities to address search and homeless, clean and safe streets. I don't want my neighborhood to be suffer because of the costly selections. Please support.
Diane, followed by Will.
There we go. Hi, my name's Diane Gaskill. I am lived in San Jose since 1968, raised 9 kids here and have 10 grandkids. I also served in the Navy for 8 years during the Vietnam War. I'd like to make a suggestion that no one here has ever talked about tonight. It's very simple. The law that shows how we fill vacancies has a hole in it. I'd like to ask you to consider setting a time limit that any vacancy of a specific time that you will set or less is filled by appointment. And anything more than that is filled by election, not just for these 2 districts, but all of San Jose for now and forever. This will solve this whole problem. You won't ever have to deal with this again. Thank you.
Will, followed by Les.
Hi, Sir Will. I support to have the special election upcoming, and my reasoning is people want officials elected. People don't want officials appointed. Thank you.
Les, followed by Barbara.
I'm particularly moved by the residents who spoke tonight who come from other countries where they did not have the right to vote. And I hope those of you who will make a decision tonight are moved too. This is way more than filling a job opening. This is about who we are as a city and a country. Whether it's 10,000 votes in a special election or higher numbers 2 years from now, it should still be those thousands of people who decide who represents them and not 6 council members. I'd also like to say, as a lifelong Democrat, that the local Democratic Party advocating for appointments is very troubling. They and the council should be asking, how can we improve democracy? How can we speed up a special election? How can we reduce the cost? How can we use not the least, but the most democratic process to select council members? Let's get going with a special election and show how to do it in the best way possible.
Barbara, followed by Kathy. Barbara?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. My husband and I have lived in District 10 for over 30 years. We want the right to vote for our council member in District 10 preserved by holding a special election, so we can vote for someone who understands and represents our needs. We do not want to surrender our voting rights to the city council members making an appointment on our behalf of people who agree with their agenda, their positions. We want our democratic right to vote preserved by holding a special election. Thank you.
Kathy, followed by Carolyn. Kathy. Okay, Carolyn, followed by Joseph.
Hey. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thanks. I didn't know I had to push Alt A. I sent a memo, but as someone with a very balanced view from District 2, all of you should listen first to the residents of District 8 and 10, and myself secondly, and others secondly. In addition, so I do support a special election. In addition, I'm extremely disappointed that all the people who support a special appointment are using words sent to them by some labor group, because I got the same ones. Anyone who cares to vote or who has, you don't have to be here in Zoom, you don't have to be there in person. Everyone has a cell phone, everyone has email, everyone has the right to vote. Please do the right thing and listen to the folks in District 8 and District 10. Hold a special election, because the South San Jose Police Station would have been open if that were true.
Joseph, followed by call-in user 2. Joseph Perry. Okay, moving on to call-in user 2. Press *6 to unmute.
Martha O'Connell, speaking as an individual so I can say what I want tonight. A common phrase when speaking to electeds is speaking truth to power. I reject that phrase, especially tonight. The correct phrase tonight is power speaking truth. The people are the power, not a handful of council members. Before you tonight, there was a blatant power play by some council members calling for an appointment process so they can appoint people who agree with them. Appointments by less than 8 people is a sham and backroom partisan dealing. It is not democracy. Let the people vote.
Jason, followed by Kai.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Jason Day. I was born, raised, and currently reside in District 10. I'm also a senior engineer with the City of San Jose in the Public Works Department, and I'm a proud member of IFTPE 21. I'd like to remind you that the voters passed Measure B this past June because San Jose residents overwhelmingly believe that democracy is best served when more people vote, not fewer. I'm here today to share my strong support for the appointment process to address the 2 vacant council positions for San Jose City Council Districts 8 and 10. An appointment ensures that residents in District 8 and 10 receive continuous representation and that the new council can get to work on pressing priorities like homelessness, public safety, and filling approximately 800 city worker vacancies, including lots in my Public Works Department. So thank you.
I'm going to interrupt public comment for just one moment. I appreciate hearing from all the members of our community. I'm just looking at the clock now and see we have 42 hands raised, and I want to make sure we have the time necessary at the council to get this to resolution and a decision before midnight, when apparently Vice Mayor's car turns into a pumpkin. So what I'm going to suggest is that we close public comment no later than 10 o'clock. And I'm going to ask City Clerk to identify the hands that are up in a couple of minutes at a time when the clerk will announce, so Tony will announce, and at that point, all those people who have their hands up will be able to speak, and then we'll halt. So we're targeting no later than 10 o'clock. Thank you very much.
Okay, Kai, followed by Enrique.
Hi, thank you, everyone, council members, and Mayor. Congrats, man. I mean, for the sake of brevity, you're not gonna solve the problem of homelessness through the lens of systemic discrimination. I'm not saying that it doesn't exist, but let the people vote and let the people discuss valuable and moral solutions. And let's not pretend that, you know, like these problems don't exist.
Enrique, followed by Carlin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. I'm Enrique Fernandez with Hotel Workers Union in San Jose. And first, I would like to say that our union has been on the forefront of fighting for working rights legislation, and we support appointments. I also support strongly those council members that has the strength to do what's right for San Jose as a whole. I mean, it is a waste of money to have an election now. We can use the money for community benefits, safety, housing, etc., etc. Those people are training those council members and bullying those council members. They don't understand democracy. Appointments are a common practice in representative democracy. I am an immigrant and I came here and I swear to defend the Constitution, not only of the country, of the California, and also in the chapter of San Jose. It is your right to...
Carlin, followed by Blair Beekman.
Hello, this is Carlin Black on District 1. You know me. In COVID quarantine right now. But I just have one comment. If the political establishment had done a halfway reasonable job of governing San Jose over the past few years, your candidate would have won in a landslide. She had all the money and all of the endorsements. The San Jose voters said you failed that low standard. Some of you tried, but as a council, you failed. It is time to let the voters pick who represents them everywhere, but especially District 10 and 8, who are totally unrepresented currently. I would suggest a mail ballot to control costs with drop boxes at major polling places in the district's voting. Thank you.
Blair, followed by Ramona.
Hi, Blair Beekman. Can there be a 6 to 12 month appointment process by San Jose City government this January to help create what should be important district representation at City Hall that 1 to 2 special elections can possibly better answer either by middle or by the end of 2023? And to once again ask a question not meant to scare, but for ourselves to consider and to be open and clear with each other. Are we going to have an earthquake by the fall of 2023? I don't know this answer, but it was a fairly regular question a few years ago, and I hope we have all worked and will want to continue to work to mitigate its possibility in 2023. I hope a May special election can give enough time for San Jose districts to prepare for a possible earthquake and the services that will be needed afterwards. Again, I am sorry to ask such a question, but I hope these words can be of help with your own ideas to become more clear in ways to consider community preparation for the next few decades in San Jose. I hope it...
Ramona, followed by Dan.
Hello, my name is Ramona Snyder. I consider myself fiscally conservative, but when it comes to the right to vote, I am 100% for spending the money. Council members should not be given the power to take away the residents of D8 and D10's right to vote. We have never appointed to fill a vacancy in the history of San Jose. Please do not start now. Let D8 and D10 residents vote. Thank you.
Dan, followed by Pilar.
Council members, thank you for those who attended in person tonight. My name is Dan Kernan, a resident of District 6. It is pretty obvious to many of us in San Jose that the real reason the council may not or will not consider a special election is this. The current council, with the clear exception of Matt and perhaps Mayor Liccardo, leans towards Labor. None of the current council members endorsed Matt for mayor because of his pro-business common sense sensibilities that did not align with theirs. This means there is a better chance of a Labor candidate getting appointed than by special election, and thereby strengthening the progressive grip within the council. Further proof of this lies in an analysis of the recent District 8 and 10 election results. It was revealed that Mayor-elect Matt won 52% of the vote in District 8 and 63% of the vote in District 10. This analysis does not bode well for a voter-approved Labor
Pilar, followed by Murgesh. Pilar. Pilar, we're not hearing you. I see you're unmuted. Okay, we're going to move on. If you, it looks like you're having a technical issue, please get that fixed and raise your hand again. Murgesh, followed by Jonathan Fleming.
Hi, my name is Murgesh Nawar. I'm a 20-year resident of San Jose. I just want to say that democracy matters and precedence matters. We've had so many questions around democracy over the last many years, so I cannot believe that we're having this conversation in that midst. So the money is not the question here. I think the reasons why this particular motion is being considered, appointment is being considered, is more political in nature. So I support having a special election and making sure that San Jose continues to stay within the precedents of always having had a special election instead of an appointment. Thank you.
Jonathan, followed by Myra.
My name is Jonathan Fleming, District 10, speaking for myself. Thomas Jefferson wrote in the Declaration of Independence that government are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed. To use easy to understand words, Jefferson said that the leaders of our government are elected by the people. The shameless fight for political power is destroying our city. There are vacant seats on the council. To fill those seats, we need to have an election. Permanent appointment to an elected position feels anti-democratic and un-American. There is no price that can be placed on our right to vote. Contrary to the shocking support of voter suppression by the chair of the SCC Democratic Party's Bill James, every vote matters. Amend the charter and remove the appointment option so this never happens again. I urge you to not give the majority political power the ability to silence the political minority. We have a right to choose our elected official. Please vote for a special election. Thank you.
Myra, followed by Yumi.
Good evening. My name is Mayra Pelagio, and I am asking Council to approve the recommendations by Council members Davis, Arenas, and Jimenez. I joined the NAACP and Latina Coalition of Silicon Valley in calling for a transparent and inclusive appointment process that would seat Council members on a much shorter timeline, allowing for continuous representation and savings of millions of dollars that could be used to address most pressing issues in the city, including homelessness and supporting communities who are still being deeply affected by COVID-19. I'd like to also elevate the voices of the communities not present in the room tonight. Both districts have large populations of working individuals, especially the Latina community that, because of systemic barriers, already has a low voting turnout. At the same time, I would love to see this energy for voting rights when we are advocating for the right of all San Joseans, including undocumented individuals, to vote. Thank you, and please support the memo.
Yumi, followed by Alex Reyes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening. My name is Yumi Hunt, and I live in District 4. I've been waiting for my turn since 5 p.m. because this is important for me and also the future of San Jose. Please have a special election so that residents in District 8 and 10 can decide who their representatives are. This is such a fundamental right for San Jose citizens that I don't understand why we even have to ask. Please listen to our voice tonight and have a special election to protect our democracy. Thank you.
Alex, followed by Chand.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Hi, good evening. I'm going to make this short. Good evening. My name is Alex Reyes. I am a former resident of San Jose since 1987 and currently residing in Fremont. I am neither nor or in favor or in opposed to this, so I'm kind of neutral. But I would like to congratulate, on a personal, I would like to congratulate Mayor Mahan, and I want to wish Mayor Sam Liccardo best wishes as he moves on to politics. So I wanted to just leave it with that, and I yield the rest of my time.
Chand, followed by Lillian. Okay, moving on to Lillian, followed by Waven. Sorry, we accidentally unmuted both of you at the same time, so.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, okay, my time is not. Okay, tonight for a special meeting on filling a vaccine on District 10 and 8 is fall, okay? We should put a special election. This is not in socialism country. One party side everything. The council member, shame on you, council members proposal for appointment because you want you guys stand on the council member seat to support the next mayor, not a next mayor election for Sandy Chavez, not for Matt Mahan. Shame on you guys. We need American has an election system. We should let people decide who represent him, not you guys, okay? You cannot represent us. I'm leaving District 4. I support District 10 and 8. Let the people vote their council members, not you guys decide. Shame on you who proposed this memo. Really shame on you. And you, Liberal Union, you're not really good, okay? Thank you.
Waven. Waven, followed by Gustavo.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you for the opportunity to allow me to speak. My name is Waven. I live in San Jose for more than 20 years. There are people talking about it's hard for the working people to vote. Actually, we have very the mature mail ballot system in San Jose that will actually make it easy for everyone who wants to vote. So I don't think that is a valid reason. I have been hearing this, and it seems like a lot of people actually calling in, they do not associate with the labor unions or they do not associate with any organizations. They just, people like you and me wanted to express the opinion, trying to get their voice heard. So I support the special election and let the voters decide who will actually take the seat of the city council. Thank you.
Okay, so no more hands can go up. I've already written down the last 4 people who have their hands up on this list. So I will not be accepting any speakers after this particular list of hands. That said, moving on to Gustavo, followed by Gina.
Tony, do you want to just identify the hands, those 4 hands in the bottom?
Yeah, the last 4 hands I have written down are Michelle Diocampo, Aaron Resendez, caller 1367, and Jen. Okay, so going back to Gustavo, followed by Gina.
Hello, my name is Gustavo Gonzalez. Thank you, Mayor Liccardo and Mayor-elect Mahan and City Council members for listening to all of us. I was born in San Jose. I'm raising my family in San Jose. I'm a small mom and pop business owner in San Jose, and I believe in San Jose. And I know San Jose is amazing, and I believe that absolutely we should hold a special election because according to my tally, 98% of D8 and D10 residents have asked for this. And I think we should listen to them since they spoke very eloquently today. And I just can't believe that we're having this discussion. We're better than this. We're San Jose. We believe in democracy and democratic values. So let's continue to ensure that we have and hold those in high esteem. Once again, I'm in favor of a special elections. Thank you.
Gina, followed by Tanya. Gina Whitney.
Hi, thank you. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. This is Gina Whitney. I'm in District 10. The only really right thing to do now, as you know, when you hear from all these folks, is to let the people vote. With the members on the current council being termed out and Rep. Arenas leaving for the supervisor job, the appointment of 2 new council members would be by people who won't even be on the council going forward. We can do a vote by mail election that will ensure the widest participation for the least cost. In fact, I think the whole issue of cost of a special election is something of a straw man. It's not really an issue to have a special election by mail for 2 districts. The national election was all about democracy, and here we are in one of the greatest cities arguing about democracy.
Tanya, followed by Frank. Tanya? Okay, Frank, followed by Dan.
Thank you. Mayor, City Council, thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. Tonight, there have been a lot of speakers stating that their right to vote and that it is their right to vote, and please do not take that right away from them. By moving forward with the appointment process, giving everyone their right to vote is exactly what it would do. Special elections outside the normal election cycle have historically lower turnout, voter turnout, and while a special election on its face appears to be a fair process, it is discriminating against people of color and working families. Today, I ask that the council votes for an appointment process to facilitate the selection of leadership and represent everyone inclusive of working families and colored people. Since the special election represents such a low number of voters, we ask that those that we have voted to represent us be the voice of the future. Therefore, today, I ask that you support the appointment process of the council, and thank you for your time.
Dan, followed by Calvin.
The Democratic Party should support the democratic process now, right? Otherwise, you should be changed to anti-democratic party. You are all elected by people. Why do you want to appoint other representatives? If your position will be appointed by others, do you agree? What's the base for the appointing? Majority of you are not elected by people in District 8 and District 10. How can you represent people there to appoint a representative for them? Please don't use costs as excuse to stop the voting. All of you spend a lot of money to get yourself elected. Now you don't want step money to get others elected? The tax money is from people, so you should be used by people. Let the people vote. Thank you.
Calvin, followed by Stacy. Calvin. Okay, Stacy, followed by Quayne.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, my name is Yi Quan Piao, and I am the San Jose resident. I strongly support a special election. Please let me vote and let my voice hear. Thank you.
Stacy, followed by Kian.
Hello, my name is Stacy Ruth, and I live in District 10, and I support the special election. Let's not pretend that it's a money issue. 0.0001% of 6 billion is what we're talking about, and that's only if you believe the back of the envelope estimate of 11 million. Listening to my fellow neighbors who have spoken today that came from countries where their voices were suppressed and came here to experience voter freedom, it breaks my heart in this political environment that we're in, that we've all been experiencing over the past few years, is not the side of history I want San Jose to be on. There is a reason why this option to appoint has not been used in over 20 years. I've also read the memo, and I did not find it compelling, nor did it contain any solid data that would warrant overriding my right to vote. Do you really just want to appoint someone who thinks like you?
Kian, followed by Tony.
Hi, good evening. My name is Chan, and thank you for the opportunity to speak.
I support a special election. I heard some people say special election is costly. Please, if democracy does not worth the money, what else? I agree with some people here that a special interest could cost us more. Look at what is happening in China, in Russia, in Iran right now. You will understand what I mean. Let people vote. It's all right. Thank you.
Tony, followed by Union.
Hi, my name's Tony Diocampo, and I've been a resident of San Jose for over 30 years. And congratulations to Matt Mahan for getting elected mayor. And this isn't the last time that there will be a council member being elected to another office. We should have a process already set forth to elect new candidates and the cost for the election should be set up and known, a known amount. What is the motivation to appoint someone they want other than an automatic vote toward their special interests? And I've heard a lot of special interest groups being supported tonight. And I'm all for the election process for a special election for our new council members for District 10 and District 8. Thank you.
Union, followed by Antonio. Union Jiang.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Yuyun Jiang. I live in District 10. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. So I speak for myself and my husband today. We have lived in San Jose for 15 years. When come to who shall represent us in the city council and make decisions what's best for San Jose, this shall be a transparent process and shall be a vote by us San Jose residents. I support the special election. It is extremely important to us the San Jose residents' voices are heard. Let us vote and choose who will represent and speak for us. Thank you.
Antonio, followed by Dennis.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
This is Tony Loeb. I'm in District 8, have been here 22 years. I believe the recent elections for mayor said it all. If anything is clear, San Jose needs change. And that's why I personally canvassed for Matt Mahan. He has clearly the best chance of making these changes. My understanding is that no one in the city council outside of Mayor Liccardo supported his candidacy. If this council now selects people of their own choosing, I believe the probability of change will be greatly diminished or totally nullified.
Dennis Hawkins, followed by Kelly.
Good evening, Mayor Liccardo, members of the City Council. I'm a resident of District 10, and I would like to encourage you to go by route of special appointment to fill these two vacancies. City of San Jose has a mixed history of how to fill council vacancies, sometimes by appointment and sometimes by election. One of the disadvantages of an election is that the residents of both District 8 and District 10 would be disenfranchised in council decisions upcoming in the next few months, such as budget, zoning issues, and things of that nature, because they will not have an active member on the council. There will be two vacant seats at the dais. Secondly, I think it's important to remember that the charter provides a way for us to fill vacancies, and appointment is one of the ways. Appointment is.
Kelly, followed by Mundo Escargega. Kelly. Okay, moving on to Mundo.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Edmundo. I'm a lifelong resident of San Jose for 50 years now, and I support the appointment process. I ask that the council consider the working families are trying desperately to dig themselves out of the pandemic and need our elected officials to get to work. We live in a representative democracy. We don't need a special election every time there's a decision at hand. That's where our elected officials are for. We didn't call for a special election when Kamala Harris vacated her seat, nor do we do it when other politicians vacate their seat. We just voted. No one is advocating voter suppression. We're going to have another election very soon. We need our elected officials to get to work, and so I support the appointment process. Thank you.
Cindy, followed by Keith.
Cindy Falk, District 9. Approving the memo from 3 council members is the first step in ending democracy as we know it, as it cements the idea that voting by the people won't be allowed if the council doesn't want to rearrange their spending priorities and their $6 billion budget, or voting is canceled because of low vote turnout. Nor should anyone be swayed by their fear tactics that community services would be inadequate if a special election is held. Stating that the memo was written with political diversity is not entirely true. During the recent election, 9 council members came out against the mayor-elect, and now 3 of them have written a memo recommending canceling voting in District 8 and 10, which the mayor-elect won. Apparently, this new approach is to stop these people from voting again and let the council choose. Let the people.
Keith, followed by Amy. Keith, you're unmuted, but we don't hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. San Jose residents, council members, Mayor Liccardo and Mayor-elect Mahan. My name is Keith Hertzberg, and I'm a 22-year-old lifelong D10 resident and voter. I'm calling in to urge you on the council to look inward and vote to move forward with the special election process. It is a shame that some of you on our council have decided to play petty politics and ignore the precedent set by previous councils and allow the citizens of San Jose to have their voices heard. How can I, as a young voter, have confidence in this council if they won't allow me to have the most basic political privilege of voting? I acknowledge the worries of low voter turnout. However, that should not be a determining factor in the districts that have some of the highest voter turnout in our most recent election. If timing is a concern, appoint individuals to the seat with the stipulation that they may not run as an incumbent, as Mayor-elect Mahan has voiced support for.
Amy, followed by Monica.
Mayor Liccardo, Vice Mayor Jones, and council members. As a resident of District 1, I'm compelled to speak in support of voters in Districts 8 and 10 being able to decide who will represent them on the San Jose City Council over the next 2 years. Their right to vote should be valued and protected. Like so many speakers tonight, I'm dismayed that we're even having this discussion. There are so many special interests and agendas in this city. It often seems that the thoughts and opinions of residents don't matter. We must have the opportunity to choose the city council representatives who make vital decisions on our behalf. Please protect the citizens' right to vote and approve a special election.
Monica, followed by Joseph.
Hi, my name is Monica. I'm a resident of District 10. My husband and I have been a taxpayer in San Jose City for more than 20 years. I appreciate the opportunity to make our voice heard. We support special election. Some people say that we should not have the special election because it is costly. But by appointing the council member by the special interest group that cannot represent us, the people, is much more costly. Look what's happening in China. They spend $0 in real election, but they spend tens of money to suppress people's voice. Please do not go to that path. Let us vote, period. Thank you.
Andrew, followed by Deborah. I also wanted to note that we're getting duplicate hands up, so I am skipping duplicate names. Andrew?
Hi, my name is Andrew Toulson from District 10. I think it's unconscionable that we are considering removing the right of people to elect their own leaders under the guise of saving money. Democracy, of course, costs money. How could it not? But just as we host elections for our normal political process, we should host elections for these special processes as well. It's shameful that some elected officials would try to appoint their own comrades when that right resides with the people. I'm in large support of holding a special election so that people can pick their own government leaders. Thank you.
Deborah, followed by Karen.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
As I sit here tonight, it's ever so clear that special interests have a strong hold on select members of our council. Ironically, the same people that have been screaming from the rooftops to count every vote suddenly don't want to count any votes and clearly have decided to disenfranchise 200,000 people, many of whom are minorities and women. It is time to check this blatant hypocrisy at the door and vote for a special election. Thank you.
Karen, followed by Jeff Heimberger. Karen? Okay, moving on to Jeff Heimberger. Jeff? Okay, I'm going to move on to T. Srinivasan.
Hello, thanks for the opportunity to speak today. I strongly urge the council to hold the special election. I think it's a disgrace to democracy if you're trying to appoint, while on the one hand, we are talking about democracy all over the world. We should have the election. And as somebody pointed out, if it costs money, so be it. We are spending money for a good cause. We should have the election. Please do consider and have the election. I implore you. Thank you.
Uyanethi Win.
Hello.
Hi, we can hear you.
Hi, my name is Winting Nguyen, and I'm from District 10. I'm a member of Community Response Team, a resident of San Jose for the last 32 years. I support special election because me and my family voted for Matt Mahan for his record of supporting safety, neighborhood safety, emergency preparedness, and fiscal responsibility. We want to be able to vote for the next city council member for District 10. We want to have our voice be heard, and we want to uphold the process of.
Chand, followed by Chewy.
Yes, this is Chan. I lived in District 10 for last 35 years. And I'm surprised we are even discussing about the special election. This should be a natural process in any democratic country. This is totally shameful and undemocratic to not have an election. We live in Silicon Valley with the highest per capita income. Giving cost as a reason is totally baseless. Even the poorest countries in the world do not deprive their citizens this right. A city with $6 billion budget is talking about few $1 million to not have the election. This will silence the voice of over 250,000 residents of San Jose, which is totally unacceptable.
Shui, followed by Michelle Diocampo. Shui?
Hello, good night. First and foremost, it is important. We don't want voter suppression, but at the same time, we have bylaws governing this committee. So to not mention that the bylaws that govern this council is not because the elected officials currently stand on this committee or council are choosing to appoint vacancies. It's bylaws that are being followed. So first and foremost, Mayor Liccardo is lying, so is Matt Mahan. And I'm for a special vote, but let's follow our bylaws that are set forth and put into place. The fact that they're being practiced now, it's unfortunate, but it's the way it was, and these are bylaws that must be followed.
Michelle?
Hi, my name is Michelle Diocampo. I live, work, and volunteer in District 10. I have lived in this district for over 30 years, and I strongly urge you to vote to hold a special election. My family and I would like to choose our next council member. Thank you.
Caller 1367.
Yes, this is, let's see if it's going. Can you hear me?
Yes. Go ahead. We can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I apologize. Lillian from District 3, previously District 6. I'm calling it like it is, sour grapes. You have new people coming in. The old people are, I'm not saying the old people, I'm saying that the people that were on city council who were termed out or not elected per their district. Sour grapes. Matt Mahan is our new elected mayor. He wants to change things. He wants to open up a Pandora's box. He wants to get in there and fix some things. District 10 is his district. If you don't elect or you don't allow the people to elect somebody from that district, it will side off opposite what Matt Mahan wants. He needs a person from his district, not necessarily.
Aaron Resendez.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity to talk and support of District 8 and District 10. To me, it's very important to have a special election and support the voters of District 8 and District 10. So there is no other way. To appoint somebody, I will go for appointment. If it's for 2 or 3 months, while you have the special election. Don't be fooled and please go for a special election for District 8 and 10. Thank you.
Okay, that was the last speakers that I said we would call. We did have several people put their hands down, but Aaron was the last one.
We do have 14 more still up, Mayor.
All right, so I did say we would close at 10. We have 14 left to speak, so why don't we take those 14? That'll keep us within the 10 o'clock limit.
Okay.
Thank you, Tony.
Catherine Hedges, followed by Paul Soto.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I've been listening to people talk, and I am leaning towards having the special election. I would like to say that I got an email about half an hour ago from Matt Mahan saying that I needed to call into City Council about this issue. I don't know if, I don't remember getting emails like that from council members or other city people in the past. So I'm just wondering if that's appropriate. Thanks very much.
Paul Soto, followed by Faisal.
Paul Soto from the Horseshoe, Ernestina Garcia, Confederación de la Raza Unida, presente. San Jose had 5
Paul? We lost your audio. Okay, I'm going to move on to Faisal, followed by Helen. Faisal?
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Thank you again for the opportunity to speak. Thank you, Mayor Sam, Mayor-elect Mahan, and the council members. I live in District 8, and I have been living here for 15 years. And I feel proud in electing my council member, and I will be utterly disappointed if I don't have that opportunity to elect and make my vote count. I came to this country more than 30 years ago from India, where a vote was considered religious. We fought to vote. And when I come here to this country, you know, the world leaders, when it comes to freedom and speech and all of that, I am feeling in this meeting that I'm actually in a Republican meeting where we're talking about voter suppression.
Helen, followed by Elizabeth. Helen? Okay, moving on to Elizabeth, followed by Andrew.
Hi, my name is Elizabeth and I reside in District 3 and I'm supportive of the special elections in Districts 8 and 10. If the situation was reversed and I lived in District 8 or 10, I would want to vote for my council representative. The power is not in the council, it is in the people. It's important that the people have someone they feel represents them. Thank you.
Andrew, followed by Michael.
Hi, my name is Andrew Siegler and I'm in District 3, and I would like to say that I support the appointment process. $11 million that we don't seem to be able to have for homelessness or any kind of real services we're going to spend on the special election. Maybe if we didn't want somebody to be elected to represent Matt Mahan, maybe he could have completed his term. Just saying. Thank you for your time. I yield my time.
Michael, followed by Joseph.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council members. I strongly support the special election. It is the year 2022. We've had over a half decade of turmoil on a national level pertaining to elections. I think everybody should be allowed the opportunity to elect their elected official to represent them. Thank you.
Joseph, followed by Pilar.
Evening all, Joseph Perry here. My wife Taylor and I are proud residents of District 6 in San Jose. Tonight's been an impressive show of citizens standing up for what's right in their community. I'm a strong supporter of holding special elections to allow the voters to have their voices heard. Let's remember, leadership requires listening carefully to the people and seeking solutions rooted in equity and fairness. And true leadership requires listening to all the perspectives, even those that disagree with you. I've heard a lot of good concerns on both sides raised tonight. The cost of the election argument falls flat for me, as allowing people to have a voice in a government of and by the people doesn't have a price. If we limit important elections due to costs, where does it end? At a time when our democracy is so fragile, we should be welcoming voters the chance to raise their voice. That said, the argument about a long vacancy for these districts being unrepresented warrants consideration. In my view, I'd ask that you allow special elections with less costly mail ballot options and make those in the special election ineligible to run.
Pilar, followed by Ning. Pilar. Ning, followed by Kama.
Hello, this is Ning. I'm from District 5. I'm the voter and taxpayer for the city of San Jose. I strongly support special election for people from District 8 and 10. People in these districts are intelligent and they are capable to choose their own representatives. The constitutional rights should not be compromised for any reason. So defending our voting rights should be the high priority for using the tax money. This is the San Jose of the United States. The government is for the people and by the people. People's representatives should be chosen by people, not politicians. I'm even surprised this hearing being held. So in my opinion, the council member who supported appointing new council member are the enemy of democracy. We need to be aware of them and avoid voting for them in future. Thank you.
Kama, followed by Janet.
Hi, this is Kama Hearn. Thanks for hearing us. I am in District 10. I've lived in District 10 for the last 45 years of my life, and I am a proud voter in the city of San Jose, and I would like the right to be able to vote for my next representative, and congratulations to Matt.
Janet, followed by Sarah.
Thank you very much. My name is Janet Holt, Santa Clara County resident for over 65 years and District 8 resident over 35. I'm in favor of holding a special election to fill our vacant council seats. You've heard loud and clear today from the people. The power you hold and the decision you make today have far-reaching consequences. Please choose wisely by voting to swiftly implement a special election. My reason against the appointment process would be the failure to give people a voice and the opportunity for special interests to influence appointments, some who we've heard from tonight. The argument that San Jose won't be able to fill open city positions makes no merit to me, nor the possibility of a low voter turnout. Every vote counts. Don't take mine away. Let's restore San Jose residents' chances for hope and change.
Sarah, followed by Ann.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, hi, good evening, everyone. I'm here to strongly support the special election. Someone just mentioned getting our new mayor-elect email about this event might not be appropriate. I actually don't agree. It was not only appropriate, but I also feel very thankful that our new mayor-elect is willing to communicate with the community about this chance to have our voice heard. I feel very thankful. I'm proud to be a citizen and a voter who voted him. I'm glad our new mayor-elect brings in new air, and that is exactly why we are all here lined up to have our voice heard. I'm glad that my voice was heard through the election process this year, and our
Hello?
Go ahead.
Okay. My name is Ann Wolf. I'm in District 10, and I strongly support special elections. I did not choose the city council members who are going to choose my next representative. I implore you, I urge you to give us a right to vote. We have paid the taxes that will support this election. Please use that for the purpose that I can choose my own representative. Thank you very much.
Reverend Evans, followed by Himat Bainival.
Hi, this is the Reverend Sammy Evans. I serve as a Presbyterian pastor in the San Jose Presbytery, and I simply want to speak tonight about the mail-in ballot option that many folks have brought forward. And while I appreciate that it's seen as a compromise to so that the election doesn't cost as much, it does disenfranchise many people who do not have stable housing and a stable address. So whichever way the council goes tonight, I would just highly recommend that there would not be a mail-in only ballot in this election or in any election to come. Thank you.
Hemant, followed by Cindy.
Hello, yes, this is Himmat Singh Baniwal, resident of District 8, born and raised. I would like to speak in favor of the special election. The reason being that the voters should be able, the ones that decide who the representatives are, especially for a position that is as powerful as city council. For such a powerful position, the people should be deciding who the representatives are. And especially in times when many people believe that their voice does not matter, I believe that the voters should be choosing who their representatives are. And also to echo what another citizen said earlier, people from our district should be deciding who represents them, not people from other districts or other council members who are not familiar with the district. Thank you.
Cindy, followed by Gurkarat.
Hello, thank you for taking my call. And my husband and I have lived in the District 10 for 20 years. I strongly support a special election. This is our constitutional right to elect our own representative, especially our local representative. In your oath, you swear you will support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California. But early this January, our council member vote 10-1 to extend voting right to non-citizen residents. Let me repeat one more time. Early this year, January, all you council members, 10-1 vote to extend voting right to non-citizen voter. Non-citizen resident can vote. So I really question.
Gurkarat, followed by Helen.
Hi, my name is Kukirat, and I'm a resident of District 8. I also want to say that I support the voting system. My grandmother and I were together here, and my whole family supports the special election so that we can elect our representatives from our district. Thank you.
Helen, followed by Jeff.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, Helen Blaine, District 10, was District 2. I'm 71 years old. I have voted in the California election since I was old enough to vote. I do not want to lose my vote in this election. Earlier, the Democratic gentleman said that people didn't call in because they aren't able to. I'm in a rehab facility right now because of a broken hip. My vote is very important, and I want you to hold a special election regardless of the cost. It's my right as a citizen, and it's my duty. Thank you.
Jeff, followed by Amy.
Hi, this is Jeff Heiberger. I live in District 6, and I look at this quite practically, and I think we're the 10th largest city in the US with 1 out of 5 council seats available. It seems illogical to me and really counterproductive for us to consider anything other than an election.
Amy, followed by Karen.
Hi, my name is Amy Poole, resident of District 3 for 27 years. I really enjoyed listening to the conversation this evening. Very important topic, and I like hearing both sides. I do think it's clear the voters of San Jose have spoke, and they are looking for change. and a change in direction for the future of our great city. I don't like the idea of council members selecting representatives for District 8 and 10. So I am very much in favor of a special election, and thank you.
Karen, followed by Ed.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and the council members. My name is Karen Chen at District 10. I immigrated here from a country where $0 is spent on election. I have to tell all of you a fact that most people I know in that country are very unhappy and depressed because they do not have the voting rights. Trust me, you will not want your country or your city to get into that situation. If you do not let people vote today, you should imagine how it's going to look like if Congress or Senate do not let you vote on another day. I strongly support the special election. Thank you very much.
Ed, followed by Charles.
Good evening. Is my audio working? Can you tell me?
Yes.
Thank you so much. Thanks for this opportunity. I am a native San Josean, born, raised, educated, live here in San Jose for over 60 years. And I reside in District 2, in District 10 for over 30 years, by the way. And absolutely, categorically, we need to have elections and elect our council members. It's unthinkable and undemocratic to have any other solution. Thank you for this opportunity once again. I appreciate it.
Charles, followed by caller 5285.
Okay, yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
I've listened to this now since 5 o'clock this afternoon, and it's clear that the overwhelming majority of the people that call in or attended favor keeping the vote. And I would like to say this is so clearly a real vote for or against democracy that I really hope that the council will in fact vote for the democracy, not do the appointment. And I think this will absolutely be, in whatever it turns out, will be very nationally important. So, I kind of hope you guys understand the Constitution. In fact, I don't believe that your rule.
Caller 5285.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Dolores Carr. I'm calling in to support the special elections for both District 8 and District 10. While you may have the opportunity as the City Council to appoint representatives for these districts, there is a difference between following the letter of the law and following the spirit of the law. In this case, it is very important, as you've heard from all of the numerous speakers this evening, to follow the spirit of the law. And this will be a referendum on the members of the City Council to see whether or not they follow the spirit or the letter. Thank you very much.
Hello.
Hi, go ahead.
Hi, I'm a resident of District 8, and I strongly advise the council to vote on a special election and let our voices be heard. It is our constitutional right, and District 8 residents, I'm sure District 10 residents would say the same, that this is our right. Please do not take it away from us. And it does not matter how much it costs. Democracy does not have a price. Let us vote.
Terry?
Yes, I'm Terry, a constituent in San Jose, but neither in neither district. And I'm voting to say, I'm calling in to say that I will accept what the council chooses due to the fact that this election, special election, will cost the taxpayers so much money. They are all elected officials as it were, and I trust their judgment. I trust the process. Yes, it'd be nice to have the people vote them, but I trust the elected officials. That's all I have. Thank you.
Back to the council.
I want to thank all the members of the community who came out to speak. This has been a very spirited discussion for good reason. I think we can all appreciate the passion that we've heard today, no matter how we vote on this issue. And I think it's struck me, as I think it has struck several folks who have spoken, that democracy is alive and well in this community. That's a good thing, regardless of how people testified on what side. We had, I don't know, I'm guessing close to 300 people, maybe between 200 or 300 people participate in today's hearing, and many waited several hours. And I want to appreciate and thank each of you for your patience and for your willingness to engage. And I suppose that when I hear people say things like democracy does not have a price, it reflects the fact that in many families, people and families sacrifice nearly everything to come here, precisely because this is a country that is governed by those subject to the will of those they govern. And the way that we ensure they're accountable is by the vote. I was outside at an event we had out on the City Hall Plaza before coming in, and one woman told me that she didn't come here, she was an immigrant, she told me she didn't come here just so she could vote. She came here because she knew there's a place where other citizens could vote. Because those communities where everyone who's a citizen can vote are vastly different places to live than those places that are obviously infected by backroom deals and controlled by small groups of insiders and political machines. And the best antidote to all of those things is a free and fair election. And so I appreciate the sentiment that many have expressed, that spending some small fraction of 1%, I guess less than 1/10 of 1% of our budget on elections, is not too much to spend ensuring that we're a city accountable to residents, because the cost of the loss of trust and the loss of accountability is far greater. A single bad vote of a city council can waste a whole lot more money. And I think we get better votes from council members who know their community and are accountable to the community and have been through the fires of an election. I never, I can remember being a District 3 council member coming in 2007, and I never knew my community nearly as well as the day after the election day, because I had just spent the several prior months knocking on thousands of doors, listening to residents tell me exactly what they're frustrated about, what their fears were, what their aspirations were, what they wanted fixed. And there is immense value in that process. And we, as council members, understand the needs of our community because we are forced, quite appropriately, to stand for election. I want to counter the notion, though, that this is somehow a more costly approach going to an election, because I suspect it may be penny wise but pound foolish. So I just saw somewhere between 200 and 300 people wait hours and hours to speak. And if this council ultimately decides to appoint representatives for District 8 or 10, I'm pretty confident those 300 people who waited 4 or 5 hours to speak, out of those 300, we could probably find 100 volunteers who might go out there and get signatures on petitions for a recall of the same people who were appointed. And I'd venture to guess if we had recall elections of those same people, then we might end up having not 1 or 2 elections, but perhaps 3, because you have to have a recall, and then you got to vote somebody in a primary, and then you got to have a runoff. And that's really expensive. So if we want to take what we think is the cheap and fast way, we certainly can try, but I don't think it's going to work in the end. In the end, the loss of trust is always far greater. And ultimately, a recall will certainly cost the taxpayers far more. There are a lot of reasons why I support an election that really don't have much to do with cost. But I just think that that isn't a very strong rationale, and I think there are ways that we could probably reduce the cost. Frankly, I'd like to see an audit of how exactly the registrar of voters comes up with these incredibly lofty numbers, because from what I can tell, the cost of an election between last time we did it in 2015 and today has not gone up anywhere near the rate of inflation, but in fact gone up several multiples. I'd like to better understand exactly how they're allocating resources, because I'm confident we could probably do it for less. I also think there may be some creative options here. But to have creative options, we need to have a commitment to go to an election first. So I'm hopeful we'll get there. I'm happy to get into that dialogue if we have that opportunity. But in the meantime, I'm going to listen to my colleagues, and I'll certainly butt in if I see an opportunity to find ways to reduce costs, as I have a few ideas. Councilmember Jimenez?
Thank you, Mayor. I thought I was further down the line. I appreciate it. Let me just pull up some of my thoughts. First and foremost, I want to say thank you to everyone that showed up today. Whether you're supportive of a special election or supportive of an appointment, I think this truly is democracy, right? Showing up and expressing your perspective to your respective elected official, and so I very much appreciate that. Mayor, I also wanted to just say that I appreciate the fact that you lift up immigrant voices. A lot of the folks that were here, that resonated with me. For those of you who don't know, I was an immigrant to this country and in fact voted for the first time in an election in 2008. And so that issue of voting, I hold near and dear. And so it really is a privilege that I take seriously, and I don't take the position I have lightly, recognizing that. I think it's important to go over the memorandum, because what I found during these meetings is that I think sometimes folks don't, unfortunately, have a chance to read what we're putting out there, and maybe some of you have. But to all those folks watching and at home, let me just go over a few things. The recommendation in the memo signed by me, Councilmember Davis, and Arenas really includes a few things. It really says after this meeting to start the process immediately, because time is of the essence. It provides for an open and transparent process and provides time necessary for candidates to submit their respective applications. And the goal really is to appoint someone as quickly as possible so the residents, everyone from District 2, District 10, don't see any gap in representation and services. Now, let me also express that that is meant to be done in a very transparent and open process, whereby, as an example, Councilmember Mahan, who just, finished his tenure representing District 10, is going to be part of the process to select the next representative from District 10. And as the mayor noted, when you're running for re-election, you get to know your district and the city, in his case, very well. So I'm sure he and others up here are going to be able to speak to making sure we have the right person, if you will, in that particular role when those votes come forward as it relates to who we're going to appoint. I have to tell you that I think the cost is very real. We can gloss over it and say it's not a big deal, but the reason it's important to me is this reason, is that time and again, every single budget season that we have here on council, every single year, and the mayor knows this, right? We all know this up here, is that we poke around the city budget and really fight to get the allocated, to get some money allocated from the unrestricted sort of money that's floating around, which typically isn't a whole lot. And often than not, more often than not, our requests to fund community center hours, to expand, this and that, you think of whatever you can think of, is often shut down. And that's one of the reasons I'm conflicted, and the reason I'm supporting moving forward with an appointment, because the cost, it may seem not like a lot, like a small fraction of the budget, but I can list a few things that I believe that can be funded with that money. Fully opening community centers, enhancing traffic safety to prevent deaths, park maintenance, rebuilding playgrounds, things that we each get calls about on a daily basis. And so for me, if we're saying no to that, right, something that the residents are calling us about day in, day out, and then we say yes to this, I just find it challenging to understand how it is that we say no to those critical things that we get calls about, yet we seemingly can have the ability to find the money to have a special election. The other thing I'd like to lift up, and I'm just going to read a little bit, but it's really the issue of appointments. I want to read to you a few things that have happened, because I think it really highlights that we're not abnormal for requesting this. In January 2021, Governor Newsom appointed Senator Alex Padilla to fill the seat vacated by now Kamala Harris, Vice President Kamala Harris. He was duly elected in 2022. To fill the vacancy left by Alex Padilla, Governor Newsom again appointed Shirley Weber to become Secretary of State of California, also from January 2021 until her election in 2022. Rob Bonta was appointed Attorney General to fill the vacancy left by Javier Becerra's departure to U.S. Health and Human Services Secretary. This summer, San Francisco Mayor London Breed appointed Brooke Jenkins as District Attorney to replace recalled DA Chesa Boldin. An election was held during the regular midterm election to permanently fill the seat. I think it was mentioned by one of the callers, Menlo Park, as well as San Mateo, is moving forward with appointments. And I share all that because this isn't odd, it's not unique, it's not novel, it's not outside of what's common. And I think it's very important to understand that. And so there are other reasons that I can highlight, but I suspect some of my colleagues want to touch base on some of the things we put in the memo. And I can, if that's not touched upon as it relates to, for example, a candidate perpetually running for office. So it's quite possible, as an example, if we had a special election, you could potentially have a candidate starting to run in January, next month, and not stop running for office until November 2024, effectively. And I can tell you, I think all of us can agree that when you're running for office as a sitting elected official, sitting in the office, we're not the most present individuals. And so I think it's a disservice to appoint someone that's going to, and have a special election, I should say, that's going to perpetually be running. I think just it's not a good way to govern, quite frankly. And so what I'm hoping happens here tonight is that we move forward with an appointment. We can get to work. We have a new mayor. We have like half a new council that's coming in. There's a lot of work to do, and rather than be mired in the issues around elections and the politics of all this, I'm interested in moving on. And I suspect the majority of my colleagues feel the same way. And so I won't make a motion, but I'll stop talking. But thank you, everyone, for being here. We sincerely appreciate your thoughts, your comments, and certainly your concerns.
Councilmember Foley?
Wow, I didn't think I was next either. I thought I'd be towards the end. First, I want to thank everyone who spoke today, both being here in public and on Zoom. And it wasn't lost on me that there were a lot of immigrants here who came to this country for the right to vote, for the right to speak freely, and the right to protect their democracy that we so prize here. We also had veterans in the audience. There were so many people here talking about the right to vote, the price of freedom, and the price that we have in this country to be able to vote freely. To me, the appointment process is problematic. I live in District 9. District 9 borders District 10. So I could probably come up with someone who might be a good candidate in District 10 because that person might be someone who is similar to my residents in District 9. But it shouldn't be my responsibility. It should be the people's responsibility to vote and select their representative. I, I, when I hear public comments, I listen to the words, and some of your words really resonated to me, and I wanted to share them back with you to let you know that they were important to me. And one was someone mentioned that voting is the beacon of democracy and that we should continue to light that beacon. Someone else said that this is air and water to her. This is her life force. This is what keeps her going, her ability to vote and speak freely in this country. I was born in this country, so I didn't work hard to get my right to vote. So those of you who are here, who fought to get here, who moved to this country to have that right, I truly appreciate that, and I'm grateful that you're here and that you take that right so seriously, as do I. I looked at the cost too, and I am a fiscal conservative, and people will say, well, yeah, if you're a fiscal conservative, you're willing to spend $11 million on 2 elections. And to me, first of all, that's the worst case. That's if we have 2 elections in both seats, both District 8 and District 10. But truly, I cannot put a price on the right to vote. Voting is priceless. I have a lot of friends who actually went through the process to become American citizens so they could vote. That means so much to them. I suspect there's many in this audience who've been through that process as well. And so I honor your struggle and your efforts to have the right to vote. There's a lot of pressure to go one way or the other. I don't feel I'd be the best candidate to appoint someone. And the reason for that is, how will I know the personality, the philosophies of the person that we're appointing? We haven't adopted a process, so I suppose we'll adopt a process if we go in that direction. I hope we don't, but I suspect we will. That means we're going to be selecting people based on face value. We will not have the vetting process of an election cycle where people are knocking on doors and you're able to grill people as they're coming to your doors and asking them the questions. When I ran for office my first term, I knocked on 19,000 doors, and as the mayor said, and every one of us, we've knocked on doors and we've all won our races. That's how we got here. We knocked on doors and we listened to our residents, and we know what their issues were, and we learned how we might be able to help them and make this city a better place. So always I'm striving to make decisions based on how it will affect our city and our residents. And for me, that's the right to vote. That's going to protect and preserve our citizens. I do have a couple of questions, because there are legitimate concerns about lack of representation, and I'd like to hear from the city manager on what happens when a council office is vacated. What does the city do to help assist those residents? This has happened before, so
I think that is better answered by the city clerk, whose responsibility that deals with it. So I'll let you take that one.
There's two things, because the reason I addressed it to you is because there's pothole questions and there's police questions and there's things like that we get called on every day. There's trash pickups, there's homelessness, there's a lot of issues. The clerk is not responsible for that.
That's right.
So that's why I directed the question to you. But if there's things that Tony has, that's fine too.
Maybe we can tag team it.
Yeah, let me start, because
that's fine.
We've done 2 different things in the past. We've done an interim appointment where you appoint somebody up until the special election. That's what we did in 2014-15 with Margie Matthews. But I believe with Terry Gregory, the mayor's office had appointed a watcher over the district, and then the staff for that district are still there. The staff is still doing what they do, with, with constituents. They're answering the phones, they're contacting Public Works, they're contacting the police department for the constituents. So the staff is still there. And at that time, the mayor's office appointed, I think it was Armando Gomez, I'm not positive. He was appointed to sort of oversee that district. So,
Okay, so theoretically, in the 7 months that are anticipated, if we hold a special election, including the primary and then the runoff election in mid-July, that if we're talking about Councilmember Mahan's district, his staff will stay intact on and resolve any constituent issues that may come up or work to do so. And there might be a liaison from the mayor's office.
Yes,
Okay.
that is one thing you can do.
Okay, so that's really important, is that our residents who are concerned about not having representation, that they know that there actually is representation, that they're not left high and dry, that there actually will be people to help them.
Yes, they just wouldn't have a voting seat on council. So I think, I'm pointing that out because a lot of times when people are talking about representation, they're talking about the voting seat. So if you don't do an interim appointment and you have an overseer, the day-to-day operations are going to stay the same. We would, I believe District 8 staff is all going away, but we could have, hire staff for that or transfer them from other districts.
Right, okay.
Yeah, could I just?
Yeah.
Great.
Because
That's
we
helpful.
have commonly had interim appointments.
Yeah.
Right, where we set a special election, they know there's going to be a vote, and then.
Right.
And Margie Matthews filled that role very well for several months.
Yeah, and I'll add in now, after that part, and then the city manager's office would help, as we've done in the past, if there was new staff elected for that district, and to make sure that they know who to contact the city manager's office, make sure that the residents and businesses could be assisted appropriately for whatever issues that they have.
Great, thank you. I think that's, in listening to some of the concerns from the people who called in and the people are here, that representation is important. So I'll just close by saying my North Star is citizens' right to vote. I preserve and protect that. I would fight to the end to protect that. And for me, your right to vote is important as much as it is mine. So with that, I'll wait for a motion and see where we go with this. Thank you.
All right, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to thank everybody that spoke. How many did you say, Mayor, or 3?
I don't know. I thought it was somewhere between 200 and 300, but I didn't keep track.
200 or 300. So I appreciate everybody coming out and voicing their opinion. I was actually surprised that we even are, had or are making this decision. I just assumed that it would go for a special election. So it did kind of surprise me that we would have this other option. And I think Councilmember Jimenez brought up some good examples. Most of the examples, though, were statewide positions. Very few examples are really, at the local level. And we have a tradition here in San Jose of having special elections when we have a vacancy like this. So I support the desire of the community to want to have their voices heard in terms of a vote. Yeah. You might want to hold off on your applause because you might boo me on some of the other things I'm going to say. But I also have an issue with some of the tactics and some of the comments and in some cases vitriol that came out of this whole process. There were several speakers, actually a lot of speakers, that got up and really had very intelligent, very strong arguments to support their position, particularly around having the right and the ability to vote. But we have received, numerous emails, and there were several speakers that actually spoke tonight who try to bully or attack or, diminish my colleagues actually who put out this memo with the best intentions. And I just want to, maybe it's because I only have a few, weeks left in office, but I just want to just, come out and just say that if you have a position and you're passionate about that position, you have every right to come to us and make your case. But personal attacks, bullying, vitriol is not good for democracy. A lot of you spoke about supporting democracy and maintaining our democracy. And I could tell you that the climate that we're in now and the way people treat each other is diminishing our democracy. So I just want to just get that out there and also, say that I support my colleagues who have a different position, who felt that having an appointment process was the best path forward. They were concerned about the cost, and the costs are significant. I'm concerned about the cost. I think that the argument that if we spend that money on an election, that's officers that we're not going to be able to deploy on the street to keep you safe. It's potholes that might not get repaired. It's parks that might not be maintained to the level that you want. So we should all accept that there's valid reasons for people's positions and understand where they're coming from and assume positive intent as opposed to there's some conspiracy or backroom deals are being cut. And so I just want to just say that as we move forward and we talk about democracy, think about how we treat each other, think about how we engage. And if you're passionate about something, if you have a position about something, you have every right to come to your government and state your position, but try to do it with a level of respect and decency and kindness. And so actually I want to go ahead and make a motion to have a request a special election take place. But before I finish that motion, Tony, in my motion, is it possible to incorporate some direction in terms of you figuring out strategies or ways to minimize or reduce costs, as well as the timeline, if there's any way that we can possibly compress that timeline?
The timeline is as compressed as can be. I am suggesting you move the election date. I'm suggesting you move the election date to April 25th, which is 3 weeks earlier than the original timeline. I did work with the ROV to get that earlier timeline.
Okay.
The 77 days between primary and runoff already anticipates a 2-week time period from the election to the time she finishes counting. And the current election, I can get into all these details, but current election laws, they have to count ballots until 7 days after the election. So that only gives her 1 week to fully count ballots. So she's already given me a compressed runoff timeline. And then of course, after the runoff, as soon as the certification comes, I will bring it to council. So I anticipated, maximum time, but it can be significantly shorter. As soon as we get it, I'll bring it to you guys.
Okay, so I'll just incorporate in my motion that you look for ways to, 1, reduce costs, and 2, compress the timeline if possible.
Okay.
Second.
And that's setting the date for April 25th.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, motion from Vice Mayor, second from Councilmember Mahan. All right, we'll go online now. Councilmember Pearls.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mayor. And I want to say kudos to our Vice Mayor on the very wise words and conscious words that you just provided. I think it's a tremendous culmination of really who you have been on the council over the course of the last 8 years. As we ourselves have found ourselves in different opinions, but never to the point of vitriol or ridicule or bullying. And so I want to say thank you for that. I really appreciated your words. And quite frankly, I'm going to make an opposing argument and I think much like we have many times over, also in a respectful way, because quite frankly, I would be comfortable with a special election. I don't think that is, a bad decision, the wrong decision. In fact, I think that should be the default decision for all of us. And quite frankly, it was a tough decision for me to come to a conclusion here and really have thought out what may be the best path forward. And I'll express that here as to why I feel in this case, I am more in favor of actually having an appointment process. And I'll make that argument, and once again, in a way that is respecting of the other side. And in fact, in a demonstration of such, I'm going to share some comments from someone that did not get to speak, and excuse me while I pulled them up. Every council member may have received an email just a little bit ago, about 9:40 p.m. San Jose resident, a woman by the name of Alexandra Froelich Hankinson, someone that I happen to know, a colleague over at San Jose State University that I worked with in a couple of different capacities. But she's the mother of a newborn, and tried for hours to get on, but was back and forth watching her newborn and was unable to make it in time. She's a member of the Let Me Vote San Jose group, a resident of District 9, and she did provide her comments in a letter to us. I'm not going to read them all. I did demonstrate, or I did mention that to her, but I felt it was important. An individual like that, somebody that actually reached out to me, as my colleagues know, when I suffered from Bell's palsy, and she had offered to make me lasagna and come by and drop it off. It was a beautiful gesture, and so I'm returning a little bit of the favor here, the gesture, and mentioning her words of advocacy, again, in opposition of the opinion that I'm going to share with you. But she feels it's extremely important as a new mother, that that we make very conscious decisions, that she has and that we have a right to vote in these types of circumstances, and she supports. Her words are, she demands a special election for the voters of D8 and D10. So I'm sharing that for her on her behalf, and I know there's a lot of people that didn't get an opportunity to speak. And again, as I shared with her, I don't exactly agree with that opinion. And I'm going to share a little bit of the argument as to why now. I do think that there is true relevance to the financial implications of this. That should not and is not the only factor, should not be and is not the only factor, but it is a factor, and it's not cheap. And when you're talking about tens of millions of dollars, and I will add that we're only discussing right now the special elections. And if we were to then add in the fact that we have to do this all over again, starting fall of next year, and these positions, ultimately you could have somebody that is perpetually running for over 2 years. You may have another viewpoint when you're looking at the cumulative effect of it and the cumulative cost of it. That's one factor, again, not the only one. Another one is that representation, and in fact, I've seen this as I have been a part of the council for 8 years, and as I entered office, we had Margie Matthews in filling a seat, and we had a special election in 2015 to fill the D4 seat. And we actually have now had a tremendous amount of turnover and sort of cycling through in the D4 seat. And I think really started with that interim appointment and then special election. But it wasn't necessarily that rotation that swayed my decision. It was looking at some of the actual statistics on the thing that I feel is the most important, which is the voter turnout. And that's who it is that's electing our representatives. We've heard that today. It's extremely important that in a democracy like ours, that people are able to come out and elect their representatives. When you look at the actual data of the special election that happened in District 4 in 2015, there was just over 10,000 voters that came out. 10,000 for both the primary and actually 10,900 for the runoff. Very, very low numbers when you consider that Councilmember Cohen here won his runoff with 40,000 voters that turned out in that runoff election. A quarter of the voters turned out for both the primary and the general election, the runoff, in that special election. And that is typical. You can look at data across the country, and when you have these special one-off elections, the voter turnout is pitiful. It's tremendously low. And I know there were comments tonight about, hey, that's on the voters, right, for not coming out. I feel that's actually on us as elected officials, because we get to set the rules, we get to set the timelines. In fact, that's what we're discussing tonight, Race. We have an opportunity to decide what is within our right is, do we do an appointment? Do we do a special election? When do we do that? We're talking about timeline here. All of those are factors, and we have an opportunity to weigh in. And I do think it's important that we ensure the maximum participation possible in these elections. And I believe fully, and I know based on the data, that by having a special election, that would not be doing that. In fact, we would be diminishing it for the voters of District 8 and District 10 to pretty low numbers. And if we instead stick with the cycle and have an interim appointment and stick with the cycle that will be on a presidential year, we will likely see again 40,000 plus voters in those districts electing their representative, which would much more reflect the will and the interest of those voters in those districts. And so I won't support the current motion on the table. Again, I wouldn't be frustrated or feel that we've gone down the wrong path. This is the way we go. I think it's an option that we have, not a bad one. It's not one that I'm going to support. I won't make a substitute motion, but appreciate my colleagues indulging me and the community as well. I don't know if they were booing. I can't hear it on the background here, but thank you for the opportunity. I know a lot of people were commenting saying, hey, these council members that are on Zoom, they're not paying attention. I paid attention to every single word, heard all the comments, have been here engaged with you. We may be on Zoom, but I'm fully engaged, just like the residents that were on Zoom participating as well. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Arenas.
Thank you. First of all, I want to thank all of the folks who've come out, whether we agree or not. It's really important to hear from our community. I did hear from a lot of District 10 residents and some of my residents from District 8. But I didn't hear that voice from District 8 as much as I heard from District 10. And one of the reasons I point this out is that District 8 will not have representation for about 8 months, while District 10 will. Councilmember Mahan is our mayor-elect, and so he will continue to lead our city and also represent District 10. Whereas my district, that is almost always forgotten, will not have representation. And so with a special election, people are asking me to overlook that. And I have been very careful in serving my community. My whole family, my children, my daughter, when I first started this, was 2 years old. And so my children, my family has served along with me, and it's a huge sacrifice, but it's a responsibility that I'm willing to take on. I love my district. I'm very, very sad that I'm leaving, but I know that I'm also needed in another level of government, which is our safety net, and it's over in the county. So it weighs heavy on me that because I need to serve somewhere else, that I'm leaving a spot, and that I'm leaving District 8 residents without a real representation. There's so many policy areas that we've had to really fight for, and since this vote will happen in April, and then the final will be in July, we'll miss a whole budget. That means that there's not going to be a representative for District 8 that's going to pipe up and talk about some of those special interests that we have and that we need in our community. And when I say special interests, I'm not talking about labor and I'm not talking about business. I'm talking about our community that is most in need. That's my special interest. My special interest are those folks who are just challenged in the recovery period. And they will miss out on this budget season. So that means that they'll also not benefit for a whole fiscal year with budget asks that are specific to their needs. That weighs heavy on me. And for that, and many of the reasons that I you've heard already Councilmember Perales talk about and Councilmember Jimenez talk about the low turnout. There's some kind of hiccup. And so I can't, in good conscience, leave that. And so I'm not going to make a motion, but I hope that we can come to some kind of agreement. And while I'm on this roll about budget, I don't know what's going to happen with my Welch Community Center that we've opened up in an area that has been called a hotspot, typically because it has a lot of crime and gangs and all the things that threaten a community. I don't know what's going to happen to the 3 million that I've advocated for Lake Cunningham. I don't know if that will all get lost in some of the rumblings of not having somebody there, a council member there, or just any of the budget asks, a master planning for Meadow Fair that's going to happen this week, and can help transform this very forgotten neighborhood. And so for those reasons, and for the ones I've already mentioned, I'm supportive of a special appointment. And I typically I'm not on many memos with the group that I'm in a Brown Act with. And it's no dig on them, and it's no reflection. Oh gosh, Councilmember Davis, you and I sit next to each other, and we've been sitting next to each other since we've begun, and now this is our 6th year. And you and I both know we are not typically on the same side of the aisle. We see we both have the same concerns in terms of our community and priorities. How we address them is very different, and that's okay, right? That's what makes our council stronger, that we can all have different perspectives, and make sure that, however I see things in terms of how to solve for issues, that there's somebody else that can look at the same thing and think of other solutions. And the only reason that I pick on this point, and that we're very different, is that when we come together to agree, and we all know that we may not be popular in this, we're not at the dais, but we're on a virtual dais. But sometimes you have to do what's best for your community. And I can't think of somebody else who has always stood for their community, has stood strong for their community, has a real conviction, and has no special interest aligned with my special interest. That both of our special interests at the moment are our communities. That's our special interest. Not like the bus that's parked out in front of City Hall, that if we had the time, we could figure out who rented that, and that would tell us the special interests that hired that bus to bring people into City Hall, right? Today, for me, the special interest is my community and not leaving them without representation. And I know that I can trust the folks who I've been serving with for 6 years, or more or less, for some folks a little bit less than that, because we've gone through some really tough conversations in the past. And I know who they are. I know that they want the best for my community as much as they want the best for their own community. I wouldn't put it in their hands if I thought that they would bring in a special interest outside group into influence. And that is not what is happening here. I know that there's already been some comments about these special interests, but I have to tell you, and hopefully, Councilmember Davis, you'll confirm that we typically are not on a lot of memos, except for when we both really strongly believe in around sexual assault. I mean, we've had other areas where we really stand together, and it doesn't matter the differences between us. We both love our community and want to serve. And so for that, and for just all the reasons that I've already mentioned, and the sense of responsibility that I have to my community, and the love that I have for my community, I want to make sure that there's somebody who represents us. And so I'm also not going to be able to support the motion on the floor. Thank you.
Councilmember Davis.
Thank you, Mayor. And I want to thank all the speakers who came out in person or on Zoom. And I also want to thank Vice Mayor Jones for all of his comments about not just decorum, but about how we support democracy and how we come out and use our voices. I really appreciate that. As Councilmember Prowse said, even when we are on Zoom, we are listening. I actually tested positive for COVID this morning, which is why I am not in chambers, infecting all of my colleagues and everyone who came out to speak. I thought it was important to stay here as we're directed to do. So that's why I'm here, still able to be online. I too, like Councilmember Perales, want to say that I can see both sides of this issue, and regardless of how the vote turns out, I'm going to be fine with whatever happens. Of course, voting is an important right and a responsibility of our citizenry, and I don't want to interfere with that. I also don't want to mess with the normal process, because we've seen how that has turned out in District 4, and I just don't think that that's the best way to go. I am concerned about the cost, and it's because we are likely entering a belt tightening time in the city. There are other cities and counties nearby that are doing appointments for that reason, I'm guessing. But we don't have the luxury to say that cost doesn't matter. And I've been consistent on this point. I didn't want to move the mayoral election because I didn't want to have to pay for another election. I didn't want to amend the charter to allow non-citizens to vote, because we would have to do those. We would likely have to do those ballots separately through our city, or at least incur an extra cost about that. And now I am not supporting a special election, in part because of the cost. And to those who do want a special election, I want to know what you're willing to cut to hold the elections. So even at the Councilmember Jimenez listed some items. I wrote out a list while we were listening to public comment when I was thinking about, even at the low end of $2 million, even if that would be a total, that would be basically that both the seats would be able to be filled with just one special election in all mail ballots. So even if we're talking about the compromise, it's still going to cost about $2 million. And I just happen to know off the top of my head, because I've been trying for many years to get a new traffic signal in my district, that one traffic signal costs $2 million. And it took me, I think it was 4 years of asking and for special budget requests that Councilmember Arenas was talking about, 4 years of asking before I was able to accumulate enough with those dollars and my regular traffic safety dollars to get one traffic signal changed in my district. And now I've been saving up for another couple of years for another traffic signal so that I can get a dedicated turn lane in front of 3 schools, because there's 3 schools all located together in my district, an elementary, a middle, and a high school. So one traffic signal costs $2 million. 2 miles of repaved streets or 7 miles of resurfaced streets. Each of those costs $2 million. About 10 police officers' salaries and benefits for 1 year costs $2 million. I don't even know how many thousands of trees planted and maintained for multiple years, because we just had that discussion today about how we need to be planting 2,000 trees a year, and we don't have the budget for it. Or, as Councilmember Arenas discussed, every district has special requests for the budget every year. Usually it is about $1 to $2 million total for all of those requests that we are allowed to have. So we have to choose. But those kinds of projects can be traffic calming. So I talked about that already. I also asked for red light cameras one year. There are other public safety pilots. There are special parks projects. There are recreational scholarships like swim lessons for families that can't afford them. Those are the kinds of things that get asked for in these special budget requests. These are the special interests we're talking about, things that are projects in our community. So I want to know what we're going to cut from this list or something else to ensure that we can afford in what our budget director has already told us is likely to be what we call a down budget year. So a year where we have less revenue than we had anticipated having last year. And I know this point has already been made, but the timing of a special election, the earliest timing that Tony just told us today is in April. That really means that we're probably going to seat somebody in either late May or early June. There will be no representation for all of those budget requests that I was just talking about, because we have deadlines for those and they have to be in well before that, and we vote on the budget in June. If which is more likely, we seat somebody after the July election, then we would be seating someone likely in August. Again, that's into the new fiscal year at that point. I think it's important for us not to have those vacancies for that long. And if we were going to do an appointment, to just do the appointment, because I know that Tony is already getting ready for the next regular election, because fundraising for the regular election, according to Tony's memo, starts in August. So all the paperwork and all of that for the clerk's office is already happening. I also just want to be clear, and I know other people already have been, the charter allows for an appointment process. Appointments have happened here in San Jose, and as I said before, they've happened locally, even recently. San Mateo just decided to do a 2-year appointment. So our memo, the memo that Councilmember Jimenez and Arenas and I co-authored, tries to strike a balance to get representation for D8 and D10 as soon as possible with an interim appointment, And it would be an interim appointment using the application process that we laid out, which would obviously include interviews as well, while the regular 2024 election process moves forward, because it is already moving forward. It is already happening. And we're making it an interim appointment so that we could then seat the duly elected council member for each of those districts, whether it's separately or together, whenever they are elected, whether that is March, as has happened in District 10 most recently in 2020, or in November. And if our memo passes, just to be clear, and I know Councilmember Arenas was already clear about that, the meeting for that decision would not be until after the new council was seated. So for all of those reasons, I would like to make a substitute motion that has to move our memo that was written by Councilmember Jimenez Arenas and myself.
Second.
Okay, motion from Councilmember Davis, just a substitute, seconded by Councilmember Jimenez. All right, Councilmember Mahan.
Thanks, Mayor. Well, I want to also thank all of the members of the public who came out to speak. I think it was an incredibly impressive showing of civic engagement this evening in person and on Zoom, and I do appreciate Vice Mayor Jones's comments and words of wisdom and agree with them very much. Well, like many of our speakers tonight, I'm pretty surprised and frankly dismayed that this isn't an easier decision for us. I think it's a pretty simple matter. I think it's only complicated if we want to make it complicated, frankly. I think that it's pretty clear that people want to vote. We haven't done a scientific poll here, but I'm pretty confident that you'd see 90+% of people say they want to have their voice because, frankly, it's the fundamental issue our country was founded on, right? People wanting to choose their representatives and the power of our government being derived from the consent of the people, and that our legitimacy comes from that voting process. I think that's a core principle. And if the issue is so complicated, all the more reason to default to our core principles. So I don't see this as that complicated. And you know, it's interesting, 5 of the last 5 councils faced with this decision faced the same questions of timing and cost and continuity, and they're all valid questions. I don't question the the goodwill or good intentions or integrity of my colleagues who raise these questions. I think they are fair, but I think it's telling that 5 out of the 5 past councils defaulted to the core principle that the people ought to decide. And there are a lot of reasons why we benefit from that. It's people's desire to vote and have a voice. We build trust and legitimacy. But I also think Mayor Liccardo made a really important point, and I've recently been through 2 elections in which I learned this firsthand. There is no appointment process that we can design that will come even close to the kind of vetting that occurs when you have to go out there and knock on doors and sit through community meetings and be in forums and debates and be asked the tough questions, and the questions that frankly can only be asked by the members of the community that you're running to represent. The truth is, next year, if we make this appointment decision, I will be the only member of the council who lives in either of District 8 or 10. No one else here will live in any of those neighborhoods. I can't imagine an interview process that we're going to design with everything else we need to work on that's going to enable us to make a better decision than the collective wisdom of our community. And I just want to touch on a couple of these objections or arguments that have been made. This point about representation and it not being a representative turnout, I find kind of shocking, frankly. No election is perfectly representative. We all want to see higher turnout. People know there's an election, but I guarantee it is just a fact that a special election will be far more representative than 9 of us making this decision. It will be tens of thousands of people out there paying attention, listening to the candidates. It will force the candidates to go through a long and arduous process of making their case. So much more representative than anything we could hope to replicate through an interview process that the 9 of us who will be on the council next year would undertake. I've heard the kind of head-scratching claim that it's somehow discriminatory or marginalizing people to have a special election. I mean, our state literally mails a ballot to every single registered voter with the postage paid for. We make it about as easy as possible, and with tools like Zoom, we've really expanded access. Most of the forums I participated in the most recent election were over Zoom, with dozens and in some cases hundreds of people listening in. We're constantly lowering barriers to participation. We've heard that it's too expensive. I guess that raises a question, Lee, if you're willing, or Jennifer. You know, I would argue, and I'll get to the question, would argue that we ought to anticipate that we're going to have special elections. As we've pointed out, this happens. I think every year in our budget going forward, we ought to set aside $1 million, $1.5 million to be prepared for the very predictable reality in which every few cycles we're going to need a special election, as we've had the last 5 times we've had open seats. We can plan for these things. But Lee, Jennifer, could you help us understand, in addition to how we would keep down costs, which is maybe more a question for the clerk and the registrar of voters, how could we minimize or mitigate the impact on core services of enabling people to have their right to vote?
So first of all, if the council chose to do this special election, it's no surprise that our budget is tight. This would be a general fund expenditure, has been pointed out, but we do have reserves, and we have reserves for expenditure uncertainty as well as revenue uncertainty that happens, and it's supposed to cover both things. So I don't think that necessarily there would be any cuts to any services right now. However, it obviously would forego opportunities to do other things, and those are the policy choices that the council will need to make. And so I think we have an elections budget each year, and we can certainly try to build up more of a buffer in there for future elections. Sometimes we don't budget enough, and we've had to add money during different parts of the budget process, or we can rely on our reserves for sometimes uncertainty and expenses. Our reserves are fairly healthy right now, although we do expected to hit some sort of, economic turmoil going forward, as we all know. But that's something that we will make happen with the least impact as possible to our community, if that's what the council chooses.
Thank you. So we have reserves for unexpected expenses. We could pay for this without cutting current services. I'm also curious about the revenue question. Do we know, and I don't know, again, Jennifer or Lee, if you're able to jump in on this, how are current revenues trending right now?
I think our current revenue is tracking a little bit better than what we budgeted. How long that will last, we will see, but I think we budget fairly conservatively, so we don't overextend ourselves.
Got it. Okay, great. So we're tracking ahead of budget. The other thing I'll just note is that, I very much want to increase staffing in our police department, for example. Some of the examples that were referenced are ongoing costs. This is a one-time cost to secure people's right to vote. So I just want to make that distinction for folks, because it is a little bit different than being able to staff up. I also, I will say, in the spirit of what Vice Mayor Jones outlined, and being able to listen and to appreciate the various arguments up here on the dais, which I do, I do think there's something to the point about continuity. Having a vacancy is not ideal. I very much believe that an open and competitive election is the right way to fill it, but I do think more thought could be given to how we ensure continuity of constituent services. We have a precedent for leaving staff behind, although that might not quite be so obvious how we would do that for District 8, for example. In D10, I know some of my staff would be happy to stay behind to offer that continuity of constituent services. In terms of the vote, while I very much want to see a special election, there is precedent for appointing interim council members, and particularly if they agree not to stand as a candidate for the election, if they're a caretaker. if they're a trusted member of the community who's going to step in. I would much prefer to have a short-term interim appointment of a trusted member of the community who can do their best to cast votes on behalf of the community, but get as quickly as possible to that fully vetted, legitimized representative who goes through that competitive process. So that would certainly be my preference. I'm trying to at least offer that whether it's through an interim appointment, it's the fact that we don't have to cut services to fund a special election, that we've got some ideas for how to speed up an election. I think there may be creative solutions for really mitigating the costs and the risks while doing what 5 of the last 5 councils have done in this case, which is listen to the will of the people. The fact that we still have 50-some people here in the chamber tonight and heard from 300 over 5 hours, I think should give us pause if we're thinking about going the route of an appointment. I think the community wants to choose their representatives, deserves to, and there are all kinds of benefits for our democracy to having candidates step into the public arena, having that process, having that open debate, and I think we can't put a price on that value. So I mean, the substitute motion's already been made. I just want to express my willingness to find solutions, to speed up the time frame, to bring down costs, appoint an interim to deal with continuity issues, which to me is the most compelling argument here. But the costs are one time and they're not that great. The value of the process far outweighs it. And on the point of representativeness, there is no way that 9 of us can be a more representative electorate for these 2 council members than the tens of thousands of people who would participate in a special election. So I'll leave it at that, Mayor, but thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Cohen.
Yeah, thank you. Just like the rest of my colleagues, I want to thank everyone who came out and spoke. I think a healthy debate like this is important for democracy, and hearing from folks from the districts and also from across the city is very important to us. I want to first say I'm going to really miss Vice Mayor Jones. He always has the right thing to say to help us get through difficult conversations, so I appreciated his comments. I've really agonized over this issue for the last few weeks. And seriously, before the election this year, I had been telling people, I'd been anticipating there's likely to be at least 1 vacancy, if not more. And I don't want to be in a position of appointing. I think an election, my instinct was the election is the right thing to do. And we don't want to be in this position to have to make this decision. I thought it would be obvious when faced with this position, and I've given a lot of thought and really thought through all the parameters. But first, let me just say my primary objective is making sure that D8 and D10 are represented on the council as soon as possible. I know from being on this side what a council member offers a district. And having somebody there as soon as possible is important. That's why Councilmember Jimenez and I authored a memo immediately after the election, within days. Schedule a meeting and get the information to the council so we can start having this conversation as quickly as possible, because time is of the essence for the residents of Districts 8 and 10. If we held a special election, many people have talked about not having representatives on council. I know we can do placeholders for a lot of the day-to-day service needs. But as Councilmember Reyes pointed out, there's a lot of other things that a council member does, voting on big issues. And we have the 22-23 budget cycle, which will be done before anybody's seated on this council, if through an election. And the housing element and many other big issues are coming up this spring. And I think it would be important to have somebody who has the ability to talk to residents in those districts and be able to vote on behalf of those residents on those issues. And a candidate, first of all, and I will say, there is no doubt in my mind that the election would not be done until July or whenever we hold the general. We already heard several people declare their candidacy tonight, so there's no doubt in my mind that we won't have decisions made in a primary. It's going to go to a runoff. So I don't want to, I want to dispel the idea that somehow we're going to have a decision in April. It's likely to be July or August. My preference would be August if we did an election, by the way, because July 11th, we know that the turnout is abysmally low in July. People are on vacation, and I would be very opposed to having a July election in any circumstance. I mean, that's just my position on that. But we would, if we went to an election, we would make that decision. So the other 8 months until August, when somebody could be seated as early as August, early August, or maybe September, depending on when we hold it, when the election is certified, the seat would be vacant. And I know we could appoint temporarily to fill those seats, but I suspect that appointment process will be fraught with the same political issues that the longer term one will be. And I don't relish the appointment process in either case, but the idea that somehow we're going to find a suitable interim appointment, we got lucky. I'm going to talk about District 4 in a minute, but we got lucky in District 4 that we had a retired council member who said, I'll do it for free and I'll do it for 8 months and I won't run for the seat. I have trouble thinking we're necessarily going to find that ideal person to do it for such a short term. You're asking somebody to give up whatever other job they have, to take a leave and to take a job here for a period of time that is temporary. And of course, it would be great to find somebody who says, I won't run, but we know that that's not legally enforceable. So to me, we'd be faced with the same challenge in a temporary appointment for those 8 months as we would for the longer one. And an elected person who would get elected in August or July would serve for a maximum of 15 to 16 months before the next election was completed next November, assuming it goes to both rounds like I expect it would. And I will say one thing that has changed since the last 5 times the council did this was the timeline for elections has changed in 2 fronts. And maybe, Tony, you can clarify this on the front end. On the front end, the registrar of voters takes more time now than they used to. They say the process is a little bit longer. We used to be able to do a March primary and a June runoff. That's not possible in this timeline anymore, right?
I can't get, we definitely can't do a March timeline.
Right.
April 25th was the soonest I can
just-
get, because
so-
it's based on when you call the election.
Right. So I think that the registrar of voters and the state law has changed and makes it a little bit longer.
The election that was held in March was actually called the previous June. So that's the main reason you guys were able to do it so
right,
quickly,
right,
and that
that's
was a long time ago.
That's right. The other thing that has changed is that we now have a March primary in presidential election years, and we used to have a March and a June, and we used to do the June election and have our city election in June. Now we're having a city election in March, which means candidates will be starting their campaign on August 8th and be running immediately. So somebody who wins this election will immediately begin running again within weeks of ending this campaign. And that's one of my concerns, is this continuous campaigning and electioneering, as opposed to having some period of time to assimilate into the job, which used to happen. So there is some difference between when we did this before and doing it now. And that's if there is even an election in 2024, and this is my biggest concern. What usually happens after special elections for vacancies is that the candidate who wins in the special election does not get an opponent in the following year. What happens is everybody who's interested in the seat runs in the special election. We had 8 candidates in District 4 in 2015. They ran, and then most of them, because they went through the process of raising money and campaigning and knocking on doors and doing all the work, aren't going to immediately start right after the election in 2023 and jump back in and try to challenge that person a second time. So in my district, in District 4, we had a special election in 2007. Kansan Chu was elected in that special election, and no one ran against him in 2008, in an election where turnout would have been 4 times higher and better representative of the voters of that district. So that's a real danger, and I think hurts the idea of getting the best democratic result. In the other election that we had in District 4 in 2015, we had Kansan Chu leave office to move to the Assembly. We had a temporary appointment of somebody, Margie Matthews, for 6 or I think 7 months. We had Man Nguyen get elected in the summer of 2015. He was challenged by one candidate and lost that election the following spring in the primary. And then we had a turnover to a 4th person. So we had 4 council members in a 2-year period. And I would argue that District 4 was not well served during that period of time. So it's not necessarily true that having a special election ends up with the residents getting better service from the city council. So those are some of the things that give me pause. So I do want to also appreciate the recommendation of the authors of the memo, who basically the idea is that as soon as somebody's certified as a winner in 2024, they would take the seat. We wouldn't have to wait till the normals turnover in January. I think by calling it an interim appointment now, we can do that. And that, I think, also helps that if somebody does win in the primary and March of 2024, they would take right away. So the appointed person is not intended to stay through the full 2-year period. I am definitely committed to a collaborative process when making an appointment, just as I did 2 times as a school board member. In my years on the school board, we had 2 vacancies. Both were filled by appointment. We got good school board members in both cases. And I think we should have a process that will include the voice of the residents of the district. We should listen to those residents, talk to them about their knowledge of the candidates who are running. Also takes the voice of the current council members in those districts into account. Even though I know Councilmember Reyes won't be here, I assume she'll have be able to give her perspective on people who are running. And I would certainly believe that Councilmember Mahan should be part of that discussion. And I want to find somebody that we can all agree is a good choice. I have no intention of making an appointment that would be, putting in somebody that would be disagreeable to anybody who will be making that choice next year. I would strive to get it to unanimity on that choice. So that's a commitment that I make as part of this process. And let me just talk about the money. The money is actually the least of my concerns, although it's a concern, and I'm going to talk about it a little bit. People have talked about the budget process a little bit. Each of us submits budget requests throughout the year to enhance service in our district. Now, we certainly have the large things that we do citywide for the budget, but we all put in budget requests, and we all know that not every budget request gets accepted. There's always a limited amount of discretionary money in that budget process, and there's things we want that don't get accepted. There's no doubt in my mind that that number of turned down budget requests will increase if we do this, and I'm concerned about that. And I'm going to talk, I'm proud of some of the things that we've done through budget requests that I was part of last year. We added full-time maintenance staff to Allen Rock Park. We put in traffic safety enhancements to address traffic fatalities in our district. We added Sunday library hours this year. We added new traffic enforcement officers. We did park upgrades in several parks in my district that came out of the general fund. We did some new homeless projects across the city, and we've done some other important things. But we always get things turned down. There's more we'd like to do. And so this is, I think, a legitimate concern for some of us. I do want to take one issue with one thing that the Vice Mayor said. He talked about that the appointments are usually federal and state, but not local. I gave the example of school boards. Every school board in this county at some time or other has appointed. But in addition, I talked to city council members across the state, and I was at League of Cities last week talking with folks who have vacancies on their councils. Carlsbad has a vacancy right now. They're appointing, and they're going to do an appointment process in the spring. I've talked with council members in Manhattan Beach and other cities where they have appointed when they've had vacancies. So this is nothing new to have local appointments. The only other thing I'm just going to say is it's unfortunate that we as a city have not enabled ranked choice voting, because in my opinion, we could have done this in a much faster timeline in a single election with ranked choice voting that would have cost us half the money and gotten us an elected candidate by April. And I think in those circumstances, I would have easily supported this. And I think we should put in place ranked choice voting for future cycles, so when we have a vacancy, we can use ranked choice voting and accelerate the process and spend less money. So I'll just leave it at that, and I will support the substitute motion.
Councilmember Cohen, appreciate your points. I wanted to raise a possibility as we think about ranked choice voting in particular, because that is an election approach that involves one election, no runoff. So theoretically, it would cut the cost of the election in half. I know that's not your primary concern, but certainly a significant one. And you can imagine if we had a charter that allowed us to have an interim appointment, that is the same amount of time this council would take to appoint someone to fill the full 2 years, they could take to fill the position until the April election. But if we had a ranked choice voting in that April election, theoretically, we could have the best of both worlds. That is, there'd be immediate representation of these districts, District 8 and 10, and we could actually have an election. Now, you wouldn't be able to do it, I'm sure you've looked into this, because I know you care a lot about ranked choice voting. You have to change the charter if you were to have an election under ranked choice voting. But the charter doesn't actually specify how the appointment has to be made. So, under the charter, the council could choose to appoint with an interim appointment and essentially bind themselves in their vote and say, we are going to select whoever it is that prevails in a ranked choice voting contest in April. And it would give the city an opportunity essentially to pilot what I think has been an interesting approach to elections. I can't say I'm totally in favor of ranked choice voting. I have my own reservations because frankly, I do think it is, there are limitations. I think we all understand those. But if we wanted to pilot it, this would be a great opportunity. And this would certainly be much more democratic than a process that says we're going to have 9 people, 8 of whom don't live anywhere in any of these districts, choose the representative. Because the question would be, could you imagine supporting that approach where you would have an appointment process where the council would select the winner of the ranked choice voting election?
I assume you're asking me because I'm not that I have
Well,
a
you
motion on the
raised it,
floor,
so
but I'll
that's
raise
why
it, yes.
yeah.
Well, first of all, I can do you one better because my understanding of what charter city law allows in California is that we could do a ranked choice voting election without needing to change our charter, but maybe not. I mean, that's a question we'd have to come to, but I'm open to that. And I specifically had a conversation with Tony about what the possibilities of implementing ranked choice voting were because I did think it was a reasonable compromise.
Right.
The answer, I mean, I'll let Tony answer give the answer that she gave me when I asked that question, but.
Yeah.
You want to weigh in, Tony?
I can read directly from the ROV. No, we cannot do ranked choice voting for the city special election early next year. There's not enough time for implementation.
I mean, I struggle with that because we look at how it's been implemented in other states in Maine and city of Minneapolis, and they spent literally $100,000 to implement ranked choice voting, and it went pretty quickly.
Yeah.
So I'm trying
I mean,
to
I pushed back on it too, as Tony knows.
Yeah.
I mean, I said I don't believe it, but honestly, I mean, the way the county would need to buy new software to upgrade their voting system. They have the right voting system, but they have to buy software, install the software, test the software, do all that, train their workers. I mean, they're saying they can't do it. We don't have. We can continue to have that conversation, but it's the questions that I asked.
There's a lot of because nobody in the county's done ranked choice voting. They would need to get the software, implement it, train the staff. There's a voter outreach component so voters understand how the ballot works. I don't know exactly how long it would take them, but she said there's not enough time for early next year.
Well, it's conveniently being done next door in San Francisco and Oakland and many other jurisdictions. So I can't imagine they have to reinvent the entire wheel, knowing there are vendors out there that are doing it.
Yeah, the machines they have an add-on they can do if we pay for it to do ranked choice voting, but they haven't paid for it. So as you know, anytime you add on anything you purchase in government takes longer, but say they were able to get it by January, I still think there would be training time, but I can go back and say, what's the soonest can you implement it?
I'd certainly welcome if anybody had interest in continuing this hearing. We've already had public comment, continuing the hearing to allow for the council to ask the questions of the registrar that I think probably several of us had, not just about the cost estimates, but about whether or not we could get ranked choice voting, maybe not by April, but maybe by June, to be able to actually have an election, which would fulfill the aspirations, I think, of what we've heard from many in the community, and I think what many of us would reasonably expect. And so I would say I would certainly support that if somebody wanted to allow this hearing to continue.
Mayor, I've had my hand up. I'd like to speak to the motion on the floor.
Okay. Councilmember Esparza. Councilmember Esparza?
Thank you. I'm here. Can you see? Hopefully I'm not having technical issues.
No, we can hear you fine.
Okay. I wanted to speak to the motion on the floor. Some of you already know that my father fought very hard for district elections here in San Jose, and communities like mine fought for many, many years to have district representation. It's something that I hold very dear, and it's part of my values. And for folks that don't know, we've had several debates at the city council over the past few years about increasing democracy in San Jose, specifically by moving mayoral elections. We've had, in studying moving mayoral elections, we've learned about the intentional effect of having elections when the least number of people could vote. and about that impact that it has specifically on women, young people, people of color. We've had hundreds, if not more, thousands of community members from all over our city come to City Hall and speak on this very issue. We had nearly 100,000 voters across our city sign a petition to put it on the ballot. We eventually got to a point where we got it on the ballot this year to let the voters decide. And San Jose voters overwhelmingly voted to move mayoral elections to presidential years, specifically to increase voter turnout. So moving to an appointment process so that the elections for District 8 and District 10 are held at their regular cycle, a cycle where turnout will be the highest, a cycle where the most voters will have their vote. This is consistent with the work that we've done in recent years at the city. And it's critical, particularly as we come out of COVID and face a slew of financial and other challenges. So the decision to make an appointment is consistent. It's consistent with everything we've done in the past few years so that this election could be held at its regularly scheduled time. And I wanted to thank council members Davis, Arenas, and Jimenez for their thoughtful approach. And there's some questions that they ask about the questions of a potential candidate, including providing a minimum of 3 weeks to have applications so that the application process isn't rushed through, scheduling the special council meeting before the end of January 2023 so that this process could move and the districts could have representation. And also that the final appointment should have 2/3 of a council vote for approval. They also outlined their concerns to make sure that constituent services move forward and that this process move forward in the most democratic way possible so that the voters in 2024, when these offices are scheduled to have their regular elections, could have the biggest say. So this is consistent with everything we've done at the council, consistent with 100,000 voters, consistent with the voters that voted in June. This is consistent with the efforts that this city has made that folks can have the biggest say, the biggest turnout, and I will be supporting the substitute motion. That's it for me. Thank you.
All right. Other questions or comments? I guess the question I have is, are we willing, given the fact that so many other jurisdictions have deployed ranked choice voting, so if, we can say there's dozens throughout the country, are we willing to ask the questions perhaps of others rather than asking the question of a registrar who's never done it and actually ask the question of people who have done it and see if we can actually get to something that is workable from somebody who's actually implemented it?
Well,
Tony, what might that take?
Well, the research that I did before, most jurisdictions approve it a couple years before implementing it. So, I mean, that's my current research. Now, you could take the regular election, like not ranked choice, and look at whoever's the highest vote getter. We're going to appoint that person, but it wouldn't be ranked. It would just
Right,
be,
not, yeah.
I haven't seen anybody do it in less than a couple of years. And then in some cases, I think the process has been stopped.
Yeah, I mean, it would be good to hear from those jurisdictions that have implemented it, it just seems to me. Since right now we're in a bit of a vacuum of information if we're just talking to a county registrar that hasn't tried it. All right. Obviously, I see where the votes are going, but it's not lost on me that this is a clear break from precedent, no matter how many times Councilmember Esparza or anybody else says it's consistent. It's a very clear break from precedent. And I can tell you, it's such a significant break from precedent that when I had the audacity to make an appointment for the council to consider, that is, I made a recommendation for an appointment for the council to consider in 2014, December, which they ultimately made, I think, in 2015. That was Margie Matthews. It was somewhat, I think, that David Cohen said we got lucky in finding somebody who'd been elected twice in that district, and we did. And Margie was very well qualified. Nonetheless, just appointing somebody on an interim basis got the following response from former council member Kansan Chu in that district, quote, "It's unprecedented, it's dishonest, it's unethical." Then it was criticized by then council member Ash Kalra as a rushed power grab because we had the audacity to make an interim appointment, even though a special election date was actually set only months later. That's how unprecedented it was because closely labor-aligned council members were criticizing it as a power grab, even though there was a special election set. In this case, we have no special election set. We're appointing somebody who's going to serve the same term as a member of the U.S. House of Representatives, a 2-year term. And nobody would ever ask the question, is it worth spending money on an election for a member of the House of Representatives who serves for 2 years, and that's all they serve is 2 years? Of course we wouldn't hesitate to spend money on it. And I think as one very articulate member of the community said, would we ever tolerate a member of the House of Representatives getting appointed to represent us if they're appointed by other members from Kansas or Texas? Of course not, because those members from Kansas and Texas couldn't possibly understand us. And I think we are hearing tonight, or we did hear, from an awful lot of residents who said, you can't understand us. You don't understand our neighborhoods. You can't understand what we want. And by the way, the irony is remarkable because this is a council that uniformly endorsed a candidate for mayor who is different than the individual who the majority of the electorate selected. So one could further imagine how ironic it is that this council would have the audacity to believe that they should appoint council members for these 2 districts, despite the fact they got it pretty wrong only a few weeks before, at least in the view of the majority of the electorate. So yes, this is unprecedented. And I think it brings shame to our city. All right, let's vote.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Peralez,
Yes.
Cohen,
Aye.
Carrasco,
Aye.
Davis,
Yes.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
No.
Mahan,
No.
Jones,
No.
Liccardo.
No.
Motion passes.
All right, do we have public forum or not? We do not.
Not during a special meeting.
The meeting's adjourned. We'll be back in council tomorrow. Thank you.